Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we have got something very exciting. We have got the Google Forms clone, and we have got Clerk authentication, and we have got our first sponsorship from the guys over at One Entry. And this is really like it's a first sponsorship on the channel. I'm really excited. And honestly, the guys they have supported the channel, so really huge appreciation to them. So what is One Entry, by the way? Like what are we going to be doing with One Entry CMS, and how will we be connecting this to our Google Forms? And first, let me show you guys what I've built. Let me demo the app. So this is like the landing page, and we have the sign-in functionality. Now this is using Clerk. And for the CMS portion, you'll be using One Entry. So let me explain briefly what the app will be about. So firstly, we have these Get Started buttons. So when you click on Get Started, this takes you to, of course, a Get Started page. And this app is deployed, by the way. So I've deployed it using Vercel. But let's say I click on this sign in. So this opens a beautiful modal. And I choose to continue with Google account. And let's say I choose my main account, which is the Ali codes. And we will be using Clerk organizations, by the way, in this build as well. So there's so many things which we're going to be learning. We're going to be learning about organizations, and we're also going to be learning how to connect to CMS. And by the way, this is a completely beginner-friendly build. I haven't added too much complex functionalities in this one, but you can see this is the main portion, the dashboard when I log in from my account. So this is my Gmail account, you can see. And this is the nice sidebar, and we're using Shadcn, of course, by the way. So you can see we have forms, sheets, slides, and docs, just like how Google Forms gives us these different menu links. And we have 3 forms created for us. You can see the recent form section. We have product feedback forms, we have event registration form, and we have a job application form. Now, of course, I have created this using the CMS over at One Entry, which I'm going to be demoing in just a second. But when I click on view details here, let's say on the product feedback form, I get this exact similar approach. Like if you have used Google Forms, you would know about this in exact similar manner as how Google Forms look. And by the way, we also have Tremor charts in this build, so I'll also be showing you guys how to use Tremor. And Tremor is basically behind the scenes using recharts and stuff. So, but they've really simplified the whole process. So we'll be using a lot of cool things in today's build. So you can see this is the questions screen, and this is the responses. So I've got 2 responses for this form. And basically the form contains two different fields. We have a product name and a rating here, and when I click on send, of course I can't edit I can't submit the form here, because this is my dashboard. This is where the entire team can actually see the form. To make any edits, we'll have to visit the One Entry CMS, which again I'll be showing in just a second. Just wait for it. When I click on send, you can see we have this beautiful link for the form, and I can basically copy this link, and we have nice toaster notifications from Sonar. So really beautiful build, and we can just copy this link and share it with friends or whoever we want to submit with the target audience. So let's say I paste this link here. Now we are basically directed to a separate forms page. Now this is a public page, guys. This does not require authentication, because this is basically a page which will allow users to submit the form, right? So we don't want this to be authenticated. This is a public page. Now here I can basically add a product name. Let's say I want to add MacBook Air, and I want to give a rating of 9. Now firstly, we have nice validation. So if I give a rating of 0, try to submit, you can see value must be greater than or equal to 1. Now if I try to submit something like 5,000, 50,000 or something, you can see value must be less than or equal to 10. So we have these nice validations, and this is all happening from One Entry CMS. And I'll be showing you guys once we submit this form. So let's click on submit. And you can see when I click on submit, your response has been recorded, just like how it happens in Google Forms. Now let's visit our One Entry CMS, and what I want you guys to do is go to the oneentry.account.com. I think this is the page. So I'm just gonna check it out here. So if I click here, you want to go to account.oneentry.cloud. But just first, read. Let's just visit their website and let's see what they're about. So let's just click on the link. And let's see what is basically One Entry, right? So One Entry provides like headless CMS solutions, and they have nice SDKs. They keep updating their documentation. They recently added a Swift SDK as well. So they're really like the team is working really hard to add new features and stuff. But basically, when you click on Get Started here, you're gonna see all the stuff like what the CMS is about. How can you connect to the CMS? And previously, I think I've used Sanity CMS and a lot of the other ones, but this one was really, really nice to use. And the way I've connected it with Google Forms, it works really nicely. So you can see they have a full-fledged API. So you can click on the API stuff. So you can see all the endpoints here. This is the admins. These are like the controllers. You need to work with users. You have attribute sets. You have blocks. You have file uploading APIs from OneEntry. You have form data, you have general types, locales, markers, menus. You have a lot of stuff. Like there's so much stuff like, in their API documentation. And if you click on NPM, they have a nice NPM package. Now, this was a part that was really, I was intrigued by this because usually, I mean, you don't get a lot of these packages to install. They don't come with CMS platforms. You'd have to somehow, integrate their with API tokens, and they don't allow you to do requests from your local end. So what they have done is they also provide a nice NPM package which you can install. And what you can do is you can literally, it's really, really easy to, we are going to take a look at how we can install this and stuff. But basically they have a really nice documentation on the usage. So you can see, you can log into your personal account and go to the projects tab and stuff. And you have like blocks, you have attribute sets. So we're going to be using attribute sets in today's build because we have some nice validations. So if I go back to my build and submit another response, you guys can see I have this required field as well. So if I try submitting this form without entering the product name, these are all nice validations, right? So if I enter 0 here, you can see this is not going to allow me to submit. So these are nice attribute validations, which we're going to be taking a look at attribute sets in in today's build. We have let me see, what else do we have. We'll be using the forms API in today's build. So this is something which we'll be using extensively for our use case, because our use case is basically we have a Google Forms client side, and we have a backend like CMS to basically edit the forms and do all these different things. And the client side is purely to display these forms in nice in a nice UI form. So you can see we have a nice UI here to display these forms. Let me just go back to the app itself, and we can click on Get Started. You can see we have nice loading animations and stuff, and we have like different types of forms here, right? That's the main use case. The main use case is to add and edit the forms using the CMS, and then be able to see the forms. Let's say you have like a team, a company or something. You can basically easily see these forms you created in a nice, profound manner on this UI, just like Google Forms. And then you also have data analytics, right? So you can see responses. So if I received 3 responses, basically we're going to see that we have 3 responses. And in this product name, we have 3 responses. Remember, I submitted MacBook Air, so it's also telling me what I actually submitted. It's saying MacBook Air was submitted twice, and it's saying SanDisk SSD was submitted once. And this might seem a bit complicated to some of the beginners out there, like how the hell are we going to do all these different things? But don't worry, we're going to, I'm going to teach everything step by step, and we're going to take a look at it, how we can get started. So enough talk. I think let's just get into the code for a bit, and let's just start warming up so we can see how to integrate the CMS. It seems complicated, but it's really not. Once you start getting the hang of it, it's really not that complicated, and you have a lot of nice functionalities in the CMS. So what's the first thing you want to do is you want to basically go to this this link, oneentry.cloud or whatever, the .cloud.com, and you want to basically sign in. So when you click on sign in, it will redirect you to account.oneentry, and you can see I'm already logged in right now. But what you want to do is basically sign up. Of course, you want to enter your email and your phone number. I think it requires your phone number, and then it's going to call you for a verification code. So don't hesitate, pick up the call, enter the verification code, and sign up with your account. The next step, what you want to do is you're going to get an email. So this is a really important step. You're going to get an email once you actually, I think once you sign up with your account, you're not going to get your email. Sorry. So once you sign up, you come to this screen right over here. You can see my screen. And once you create a project, then you're going to get an email with your credentials. So what you want to do is once you sign up with your account, come to this project screen, click on projects, come to this screen. I already have a Google Forms clone, you can see, but let's create a new project. And what you want to do is you want to basically name your project and your subdomain name and stuff. And subdomain name is basically where your CMS will be hosted. So it will be hosted, of course, at .oneentry.cloud. But in your case, you need a nice domain so you can access it and basically log in with your credentials. So you want to basically enter this whatever subdomain name, and then you want to select a plan. And once you come at this step, make sure you choose the study plan, and it's going to give you a promo code automatically. So I don't have it right now because I'm already using one of their projects. Like I already have a project created. But what you want to do is, if it's your first time using it, you want to they're going to give you this promo code. This will be automatically filled for you. What you want to do is you want to click on apply. This will look something like some numbers or something like that. You want to just click on apply, and it's going to give you like 1 month free access. And if you want to take a look at their pricing and stuff, just go to One Entry pricing. Okay, by mistake I typed, no, I did not type Sentry. Okay, that was an ad. Okay, I'm not sure why it's showing me Sentry because I typed One Entry. All right, so let me just go to their pricing page. They have a nice page which displays all the pricing stuff. So I'm just gonna actually navigate it like this because I just recently visited. It's /pricing or something. Okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. This is something else. Let me just go to the normal website, and let me just navigate using that. So let me just go to One Entry, and basically when you click here, you want to go to prices. Okay, it's not pricing, it's actually prices. So you want to go to this link /price. Actually, this is /price, and you can see here in their study plan they have a promo code for the first month as a gift after registration. So once you sign up with your account, you're going to get that promo code automatically filled in. What you want to do is apply that. And once you, I think, apply that, you're going to then get an email. And let me show you guys what the email template will look like. So this is how you're going to get your email. You're going to get project, whatever your project name is, and it's going to say successfully created. Now, I'm not going to go on the bottom because I have my credentials there, but this is the place where you will be getting your login credentials and the URL, which remember you set up the subdomain name. So you go and click on the URL and basically log in with your credentials. So that's the setup step. I know it might sound a bit like, overcomplicated or whatever, but it's worth it because, like, of course, we'll be using this for a nice Google Forms clone. And it will be nicely connected. So you have like a hosted CMS, which you can access whenever you want. And then you have the website itself, right? So the next thing you want to do is log in onto that URL, whichever it's gonna give you that URL. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna show you guys. So I'm just gonna revoke the password or something. But you can see this is how it's going to look like. It will give you this URL, and you click on this, and then you will have a login. So use this for the login stuff, and use this for the password, and go to the specific link, login. And once you actually are logged in, then you're gonna get this screen. You can see on my on my browser, you're gonna get this screen. What you want to do, and the next thing you want to do is you want to, of course, you want to go to this all these different panels, and then from here onwards, we're gonna look at this how we're gonna create stuff from scratch, right? We're going to be using 3 different things. We're gonna be using the menu. The journal is where you're gonna see all the logs, like whatever you created. Like if you created like a form, or if you created like a menu link or something, you're gonna see like basically all the logs. If you edit something, delete something, whatever the user actions are, right? So this is just a log file. Then you have your menu where we'll be creating the sidebar. The sidebar will be, remember, this stuff. So if I go and show you guys the deployed app, if I go to homepage, you can see if I click here, this is the sidebar navigation, right? So these links you know, these are dynamic. These are coming from the CMS, so they're not hard-coded links. They are directly connected. I've just replaced the icons, but basically these links are coming from CMS. So if I go and show you guys, and if I click on sidebar, so the way you navigate is you don't click here, you click on the edit tab here. So you click here, and then you go into the sidebar, and you can see I have like 4 different links here. Okay, there was a problem here. Let's try again. All right, so I have these 4 different links you can see here, and you can basically rearrange them as well. So what you can do is you can, you know, if you want to rearrange, and you can click here, show the menu, and then what you can do if you want, let's say, the forms to be on the second one, you can basically rearrange like this. So now sheets will display first and then the forms. So now if I go back to my project here, and if we click here, and I think we just refresh. So if I click here, you can see sheets are displayed first, and then we have the forms thing here. So this is how it's going to be simple. We're going to be creating these links, and we're going to play around with this, and we're going to see how it's going to look like. We're going to have content management. So content management will be you know, the stuff which we're going to do with our forms and stuff. So we'll have nice forms. We'll be creating these forms here. So enough talk, let's actually get started with the code. I think I've tried my best to explain every single portion of the app, so you guys can, you know, see. And we also have, by the way, we have Command K search, guys. So if you click press Command K, we have this nice search functionality. So if you search for, you know, job application, let's say, click on it, you have nice loading animations, and here we go. Of course, we can't submit it from here. And we also have these nice radio buttons, which I'm going to be showing you guys how we can do all these different functionalities, right? Okay, so let's get started. As always, we're going to go to Next.js because we'll be using that. And we're going to be using create next app. So what you want to do if you're new to Next.js and stuff, you know, just go to the documentation. It's pretty easy to get started with it. And what you want to do is you want to go to installation tab here and just copy this link basically. And let's go to our warp tab. Okay, so I'm just going to navigate folders back because I don't want to put it in that directory. So I'm just going to do it like this. And then I'm just going to inside of my documents builds, and you can put this anywhere. Basically, I'm going to copy paste this command here, and I'm just going to press enter here. And once I press enter, it's going to ask me for my project name and stuff. So I can say yes. And it's going to say, what is your project name? So my project, let's say, I'm just going to say Google Forms, YouTube. So it's going to be, let's say, clone YT. So we don't get any issues with deployment. So I'm just going to say clone YT like this. And once you enter your name, oh, and by the way, if this is too small for you guys, I apologize. I just, you know, I just remembered that it might be too small. The terminal, I'm just going to increase the font size. And what would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we will be using TypeScript. ESLint, yes, we want nice error handlings and stuff. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Of course. That's how we build our things. We always want to use Tailwind. Would you like to use source directory? No. App router is recommended. That's the new React server component approach which you're going to be using. And would you like to customize the default import alias? No. So basically pretty much all the defaults you want to choose. And if you're new to any of these, like if you're new to Tailwind CSS, if you're new to any of these things, I will try to link a lot of these different packages and stuff which we're going to be using. So you guys can go to the documentation, read about it. And if you want, you can also watch my previous videos, my you know, previous challenges or like previous videos on my YouTube, and you will see like if you want to learn. My previous Instagram clone was a really popular full stack app which I've done. It's the longest build on the channel, and it covers pretty much every type of functionality which, you know, you want to need in building a full stack project. Not every type, I would say, but like it pretty much covers a lot of the fundamentals. So it's a really nice build. All right, so this is going to take a while. What you want to do in the meantime maybe is we want to, okay, so we're going to be using Shadcn. Let me show you guys what Shadcn is. So Shadcn is pretty straightforward. It's just basically it's going to allow us to use different Tailwind CSS components. It's pretty popular recently. And if you're new to these types of things, basically it's not a component library, it's a collection of reusable components. So you can just copy paste this into your apps. And if you're familiar with Tailwind, don't get caught off by this thing that what am I using? I'm not going to be using a component library. If you are familiar with Tailwind, this is just basically Tailwind code which we'll be using. And this has really, really beautiful components like the command, if you saw what I've built. So it has these nice commands, the one which I've built in the Google Forms clone. We'll also be using, I think, the cards. I guess we'll be using the buttons and stuff. So you can see it has nice UI components. They recently added 3 new. They added like drawer. So drawer is like this. It looks like that, and it's really, really smooth and animated. And it looks really professional. So it also has nice carousel components. So the guy is absolutely phenomenal. He keeps adding new things. And just go and give him a follow on Twitter as well if you can, because it's really, really beautiful. Also, I don't know if you guys saw that nice little toast component which we added as well. So we'll be using Shadcn. So what you want to do is you want to click on installation, and you'll be using Next.js as our framework of choice. So click on Next.js, and the next step what you want to do is, we have already done this, the first step. The second step is what we want to focus on. We want to basically initialize Shadcn UI into our project. So let's go to warp and let's see. Okay, we have our project. Now we want to cd into clone YT, and then I want to pretty much open this inside of my code editor. So I'm using VS Code. So what I do is I just type the name of the editor and just space dot to open it inside of that editor directory. And I'm just going to close it from here and make the screen bigger. I don't want to update anything right now, and let me just close the welcome tab. And this is the boilerplate which we're going to get with Next.js. So this is our starting point basically. So what we want to do is, the first thing I like to do always after initializing my project is I like to start the server, right? And if you're not familiar with the commands, just go and navigate to your package.json, and just look for scripts tag here, and just look for the dev command. So this is the command we want to use. So it's saying next dev. So we want to basically use npm run dev to start our server. And let's go back to Arc. Arc is basically my browser. If you want to use Chrome, just stick to it. You don't have to use Arc for this project. It's definitely not required. It's just what I like to use. So then next step you want to do is you want to basically visit localhost 3000. All right. And you will see this nice server. So this is like your website right now. This is how it looks like. It's your localhost 3000, and you can see we are on Next.js version 14.1.0, and it is compiled. They have a nice little terminal here. So we have this nice boilerplate code right now. And let me just verify if I have my proper zoom. So I'm just gonna I do have my proper zoom. I hope it's clear enough for everyone viewing the build. So what we want to do, the first thing is we want to remove this boilerplate, because we are not going to be using this approach. We'll be styling of our own. So the first thing we should be doing is we should be installing Shadcn UI, right? So that's the first step. So copy this command, npx Shadcn UI latest, open up a new terminal, and if you want to close, you can close this, but I like to keep 2 terminals. And just paste this command here, and this is going to set up our project with the necessary Shadcn stuff. And it's going to ask us, which style would you like to use? I want to stick to default for this particular build, so I want to use the default, and I also want to use Slate. I don't want to change any of my base colors, but basically it has really nice theming section. So you can click here, and you can make this entire thing your own. So if you want to, it's not like Bootstrap or something that it has only one color. Even though if you know how to use Bootstrap, you can still customize that. It's just people like to say this, but honestly you can customize anything. But Shadcn is just really, really clean, and it has a lot of, and recently I saw a package which someone released, and has like 10,000 themes of Shadcn. So it's kind of crazy right now. It blew up, and it's really, really nice. So what we want to do here is it's going to ask us, would you like to use CSS variables? Yes, we do want to use variables, because then we can at any point change our variables, and all of our themings is going to change consistently, and we don't have to go to every single file and change things around. All right, so you can see project initialization complete. You may now add components. All right, so you can see we have a components directory, we have a lib directory, and this is created by Shadcn UI. So I close the terminal and I go to my libutils.typescript. You can see this is basically a utility function, and this allows us to nicely merge Tailwind classes, so we don't have any conflicts or anything. And the next thing we want to do, also we have components.json. This is your basically your base point, where you're gonna basically just like configuration file for your Shadcn stuff. So this is also really nice. So let's move on, and you can see you'll be asked to configure a few questions and stuff. We have already done this. And then he's saying that he uses enter as a default font. Now, if you want to customize, feel free to read this entire thing. But that's these are the necessary steps you had to do. The other steps are not really necessary; they're just for fonts. And he just explains a bit more about the app structure, like how the app structure is going to look like. We're going to have like UI folder, lib, and stuff like that. And of course, because we are using Tailwind CSS, we have this global globals.css, and you can see we have nice CSS variables here, right? So this is really, really clean. We want to save this, and let's go back to our app, and let's just get started with our actual build right now. So let me go back, and you can see right now it's the look and feel is already changed. It's because we actually installed Shadcn UI. That's why. So let's actually So what I'm going to do now is let's start building it. Okay, so let's go back to our deployed app. So I'm just going to use this as a reference point, so we can keep here, coming here and check our stuff. So what's happening? So if I sign out from my dashboard here, what's going to happen is you can see I'm redirected immediately to the landing page, which is our default landing page, right? It's just a default landing page at the root localhost 3000 if you're in the local version. So if I try to access the dashboard right now, you will see that we'll again get redirected to a login page, right? Because we're not logged in, so it's going to redirect us to a sign-in page. So it's really nice. We're using Clerk for handling these different authentication stuff. But what we're going to do is, and by the way, guys, I forgot to change the navbar links here. I think I should have added like forms and stuff, but it's just a basic navbar. So I pretty much added home, about, services, contact here. All right, whatever. Let's just focus on the core part of our build. Okay, so we're going to be integrating Clerk authentication, and we're going to be using organizations from Clerk as well. So first thing you want to do is go to clerk.com. They are really, really amazing. The best authentication platform I've ever used, honestly. And what you want to do is go to dashboard, like sign in with your account and go to dashboard, and we're going to see how to actually add, how to use Clerk. So the first step we want to do is we add our application. What's our application name? We're just going to say not Google, okay? It's going to be Google Forms clone, and I'm just going to type YT. Okay, and it's going to ask you for different providers you want to use. So if you want to use Apple, if you want to use GitHub, Microsoft, whatever authentication, the most popular is of course Google, and you have an email address which is the most popular one, but has different providers, and it has also Web3 providers. It's really, really popular, and it's really seamless how you can set this up, the entire thing, in just like 5 to 10 minutes, honestly. It's really, really easy to set up authentication with Clerk. So just create application there, and the next step you're gonna see these these API keys. So what you want to do is click on show here, and you don't have to click on show, just like copy these things. And if you're using Next.js, it's gonna tell you paste the keys into your .env.local file. So that's where we're gonna create this file. So go to your root level, and create a new file here called .env.local, and paste these two keys right over here. And these keys will allow us to communicate with the Clerk API. And these are really, really important: the Clerk secret key and the next public Clerk a publishable key. So the next thing we want to do is we want to continue in documentation. So click on that link. Now you will have two approaches, of course, the app router and the pages router in in Next.js. We'll be using the latest app router. So the first step we want to do is we want to install Clerk at Next.js package. So just copy the command here. This will install the Clerk Next.js SDK. So what we want to do again, just install this. And the next step was to set up the environment keys, which we already have done. And you can see the third step, it's saying wrap your entire app in something called a Clerk provider. Now, this is a really important step because what we're going to be doing is we'll be wrapping our root layout file inside of Next.js. So that's the next step. So you can see, it provides active session and user context to Clerk's hook. So whenever you want to use any of the Clerk's hooks, we need to have a provider pattern in this case, right? So you can see the app layout file might be in your source folder if it isn't your root folder. But for us, let's check where it is. It's inside of our app folder. So let's close the terminal, press Command J. And you can see wrap it in this manner. So what you want to do is wrap your entire HTML stuff here. If you want to use this font key, make sure you're using this, and just do it like this, and get this entire thing inside of here. And now I have to import it, and make sure you import it from Clerk at Next.js, just like how they show it in the documentation. And then the next step is you want to basically save this, right? So now you have your entire app basically wrapped under the Clerk provider. And your root layout, by the way, guys, if you're new to this Next.js app directory, I've explained this really well in my previous Instagram clone. But if you're still new to this, I recommend doing some search on this. Go to the documentation, read about it. Basically, your root layout.tsx is the layout.tsx inside your app directory. This is your root level where you can have all your root stuff. You don't want to have your presentational logic here, like your UI components and stuff. You want to make sure it's minimal and it's really clean. Because this is only for purposes like if you want to wrap your app, or if you want to make some, I don't know, like theme changes or something. But have your presentational stuff outside of this layout. And then inside, of course, the Next.js app directory, now you have layout.tsx, and you have nice conventions like this. So you have like page.tsx files, you have layout.tsx files. And what basically this means is that for every single time you want to create a route, so Next.js has a built-in router, right? So every time you create a route, you basically have a root layout and a root page. So for example, if I create, let's say, a test, I want to create like a /test page. So I can say test here. And then inside here, I want to create a page.tsx. So what's going to happen if I do rfce, and I'm just going to say test page. And by the way, what is RFCE? It's just a snippet or extension I've installed. So make sure you install this ES7. When you type ES7, you're going to get this nice extension. It has over so many different downloads. I think this is the one. It has like more than 10 million downloads. So you install this extension. It's going to give you these nice snippets of React. So you don't want to like type these things out yourself. Like it's going to take you like time to type this out, right? So if you're familiar with creating these functions, it's better to use the extension. So this is the test page, and you see how I've created another page.tsx file here, right? So if I try to navigate to, let's say, okay, I think I've opened localhost 3000 right away here. So if I try to navigate to test right now, you can see I have a test page, right? So this is how it works. And now inside of this page, I can also, inside of the directory, I can also have like a layout.tsx file, which is going to basically contain the children, which will be the page content. So you can see layout.tsx always receives a children property, and these children properties lives inside of your page directory, right? This is where it's your children is going to be living inside. And again, if you're getting confused by any of this, like if you're not super familiar with AppRoot, I really recommend you check it out, because it really improves performance, SEO, every single thing you can think of, honestly. And when you start using React Server components, you're not going to regret it. So it's and big companies, huge companies are actually migrating to a Next.js app router. So it's a really nice thing to learn. All right. So the first thing we want to do now is we have our Clerk provider. So let's continue with our authentication steps. So you can see this was the third step for us. Wrap the entire app inside of Clerk Provider. The next step is saying require authentication to access your app. Now, you can see now that Clerk is installed and mounted in your application, you can decide which pages are public and which should require authentication. Now, this is super important, right? Because in your website, you might have some pages which are purely for like landing pages and hero pages. They're purely for presentational purposes. Like you only want to like display those pages, and it doesn't require any medium of like authentication or anything, right? It's not like your dashboard. You have a landing page as well, and those pages should be kept public, right? And Clerk makes this entire process so damn easy, right? And that's why I really love Clerk using Clerk authentication, because what we're gonna do now is we're gonna create a middleware.ts file into our root of our app. So I'm just gonna go at the root level, create a middleware.ts, and just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna open this onto my other screen as well, so I can basically see what I have inside of my middleware. All right. Okay, so I have this stuff inside of my middleware now, which I have created. So you can see basically this is what our middleware will look like. And if I go back to the documentation, it's pretty much similar, except what we are doing is this auth middleware, the default auth middleware, basically accepts different it accepts an object. And you can see this accepts params, right? Different params. So you can send like different params. And if you press Control Space, because we are using TypeScript, you're going to see all of these different params it's going to accept, right? It's satellite. I don't know. There's so many different ones, domain and different things. What you want to do after auth, what you want to do before auth. So there's different functions, and these functions are really useful if you want to customize the entire and trust me, like when you go and create your own authentication systems, this takes a lot of time, right? And they have an entire team dedicated to working on this and make it super easy to connect with your app, right? So everything's similar, except one thing which I've done here is what I've done is I've used a param called public routes, and this is gonna basically make all routes public. What it's doing is it's accepting a request of type next request, and it's checking because request object actually contains your URL, right? So you can see when I press dot, I have a URL thing here, right? And this URL will be the URL of your application. And what I'm doing is I'm checking if it includes /dashboard. And what I'm doing is I'm saying that I only want the public routes to be the stuff which is not request.url.include/dashboard, which does not include /dashboard. That means every single route will be basically a public route except the /dashboard, which is going to be protected by our nice middleware functionality. And of course, we have this nice matcher, which we want to keep. Basically, this is if you go and read a middleware documentation in Next.js, you're going to see we have these nice matcher configurations. So it matches these different paths, so it can protect your entire application. Right. The next step, number 5, we can see Clerk offers a set of pre-built components, right? So it gives you the user buttons, it gives you a different components. So if you go and check our, I don't know which one is the deployed one, but I'm just gonna, okay, it wasn't this one, it's this one. So if you click on sign in here, you can see this is a nice model. Now, I haven't created this entire model. This is like a pre-built component. You can see secured by Clerk, and if you get a paid plan, basically you can remove this branding of Clerk, and they give you 10,000 free users, like a 10,000 user limit for free, which is super damn generous, honestly, because once you start growing over 10,000, you're gonna be most probably making money anyways, so you can pay them. So for 10,000 users, it's already free. So you can click sign, and you can see this is a pre-built component. And when I click get started here, this takes me to a nice page. Now this is also using the same component here. Now let's go back here, and you can see user button will be like a button which we can, and then it's gonna give us some details about the user once the user is actually logged in. And then that's it. You can then sign out of your application. And then, of course, we're going to take a look at how we can do all those different things. But we are not actually finished yet. We have some next steps. basically what we're going to do, we are also going to create custom sign up and sign in pages. Now, by custom, this does not mean I'm going to do custom styling. What it means is basically when I try to, let's see our app firstly. So let's see what we have done so far. So if I refresh this right now, I think I have saved my app. I'm not sure. Okay, I didn't save my middleware. So let's actually save that and let's go back. Okay. Okay. Let me see if this is actually even working. So let's open up our terminal, and this should most probably redirect me right now. Okay, let me try navigating to 3000 localhost again. This should most probably right now navigate me to like a Clerk branded authenticated page. So that would be like a Clerk's domain. It should take me there. But what we want to do is the next step, we want to basically add our own sign-in page. So that's what we want to do the next thing. Okay, I do have my env. I think I might need to restart my server, honestly, because I didn't do that. And it might not have loaded the env variables or something not correctly. Okay, let's it's compiling middleware right now. Okay, now it's saying compiled. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I completely messed up here. So I have a public routes here, and I'm saying that I want to make all routes public except the dashboard. That is the reason it's not taking me anywhere, because this route is actually public route. This is our landing page, right? So if I navigate to dashboard, now, okay, this is where you're gonna see your. It's getting redirected now. And you can see this is a page, but this is not a localhost 3000 page. You can see this is actually giving us a weird URL. Now this is the URL inside of your dashboard in Clerk. You can change this if you want. Basically, this takes you to like a Clerk.dev, but we don't want to do this. We want to basically redirect to our own app, so it looks like it's our own application. It's not some other domain, right? So we want to do localhost 3000/sign-in. That's what basically we are going to be doing, and that's super easy because. The way we can do that is we can basically build our signing page, and you can see what we want to do is firstly we want to create this folder structure. So make sure you copy this entire thing, your sign up, sign in, and this is basically like a catch-all route. So what this is gonna do is gonna it's just gonna basically, a catch-all route basically just means anything else you put inside of this route, it's only going to come to this sign up page.tsx. That's what this means. So inside of our app directory. Inside of here in app directory right over here, you want to create a new file, and you want to basically say sign up page.tsx, just like that, and copy this this component. Now this is basically using a sign up component from Clerk at Next.js. Now this is again a pre-built component, so we don't have to do anything on our end. But I think what I have done actually is I have done something really nice here. So I think I have created a grouped route here. Okay, so we are also going to be learning about grouped routes in Next.js app directory. So if you haven't used it before, I'm going to be showing you guys how we can use that to leverage it really, really nicely. So what we can do, guys, is what's going to happen right now is if I try to navigate to localhost 3000/signup, I want to show you guys what's going to happen right now. Okay, so let's maybe go back here, and if I try to navigate to sign up right now. Okay, did I actually save the page? Okay, I did save the page right now. And it's inside of my app directory as well. So not sure. Okay, I think it's sign-up right now. It's not actually sign up like that. Okay, so you guys can see right now, so on my sign up page, I have this component, but it's not in the center, right? I want this to be in the center because it doesn't look good, right? I want this to be flex, display flex, item center, align items center as well. But how can we do that? Because of course, I can add a div here and then basically do it that way. But I have a better approach here because we're also going to have the sign-in page. Now we're going to then have to do the same for the sign-in component. So what you can do is you can take leverage of grouped routes, and this is super easy to create, by the way. So what you can do is inside of that same app, app directory, you can create a folder and make sure you put parentheses, and you put the word inside the parentheses here. So like this, auth, and press enter. So this is going to create a auth directory, but this won't be like a /auth route. It's just going to be a hidden, invisible thing, which is not going to be located in the routes. Like this comes inside of your, like, but this is only purely for a structure, and it's called grouped routes. So it allows you to group different routes together if you want to do that, because you can have a single layout file inside of this, but this is not going to get read by the router inside of Next.js, which is really, really nice. So what we can do is this sign up which we created, you want to basically put this inside of your auth, and you want to say yes, update my imports, and go to your Clerk documentation and do the same exact thing for sign in. Now make sure you do this inside of auth. So click on it, create a new file, do it like this. And now you can see we have sign up and sign in. For the sign in, we want to make sure we have a component, a sign in component, and you want to basically save this. Now, this is where things get really, really interesting. Firstly, we want to make sure we copy these environment variables, because this is gonna basically tell Clerk that our sign-in URL lives on /signin and sign-up is on /signup. So if you ever want to change these URLs, and you might be thinking that I don't want to use sign-up, I want to use maybe register, I want to use login instead of sign-in, you can rename this. You can rename this as well, and in your env.local, make sure instead of /signin you do /login, and here you do register if you want like different naming for this purpose or anything, right? And then you want to, of course, have an after sign-in URL. Where do you want the people to navigate to once they're actually signed in, right? So that's also super important. Just let me guys take a look at my env.local so I can actually see what's my after sign-in URL. Okay, it's perfect. So what we want to do is we want to continue now with our setup. So you can see now we can, once we save this env, we don't have to restart the server in the new Next.js version. It automatically, you can see, automatically reloads the env based when you save this file. So it automatically does that. And now if we go back to our application, and if we try to access the dashboard, guys, right now, you will see that now I'm, instead of that weird looking domain which Clerk provided, I'm actually redirected to my own localhost 3000 /signin, right? And you can see the redirect URL is there as well, so which tells Clerk where to navigate after you log in. Now, what about the group route though? We created this nice route. Now, what we can do is inside of this auth folder, create a layout.tsx file. And remember what I said before is all your pages are actually the children. So remember, this is a page. Sign up is also a page, right? So these, both of them are actually going to be the children inside of this layout. So what we can do now, rfce, and I'm just going to say auth layout, is because the folder is named auth, so we can just say auth layout. It's the layout file for authentication, which is going to accept children, and the children will be of type react.react node, like this. So our children will be of type this, and then I just want to see inside of my auth layout, what did I actually do? So this is how my layout looks like. So my auth layout looks like this. We have children of type react.react node, and we have a div which contains the children. And what I've done is, instead of flexbox, I've used grid. Now this is a shorter way of doing this. When you say grid, place item center and a min height of screen, this basically means it's going to center everything. If you're familiar with Flexbox, just use that instead if you want to use it. And now if I save this, go back to my application, you can see now this is in the center, and not just the sign in. So even if I click on sign up from here, you can see now I'm on the sign up page. Even the sign up page is on the center. All of my components are in the center because we have a universal layout here. Now think about this in a very broader mindset way, because what we actually did is we reduced duplication, like code duplication and stuff, because you might have took an approach and you might have said that, oh hey, I could have just done it, created a div wrapper here and did it that way. But actually that's the exact thing what we did here, right? We created a wrapper, and let's just not save this. We created a wrapper, but this is living inside of our layout file. So if we ever want to add something let's say in our authentication pages, and we want to maybe change the color of it. We want to maybe add an image or a background thing, something here. We can do that inside of a layout file, and that means we only have to change things in one place. So this is a really nice thing, about the app router, that you have a really universal approach and a really nice, consistent, approach to things. All right. What's the next step now, right? So we have our authentication set up. Let's try logging in. So I'm just going to continue with Google. And what I'm going to do is let's use my main account here. And by the way, I forgot to show you guys, we also have permission access thing inside of our application, by the way, guys. So I completely forgot to show you guys that thing. But I'm actually going to show you guys right now. In our deployed app, and this is something really nice as well, and a good addition. If I try to, because we're going to be using Clerk organizations, if I try to access, let's say, with an account which is not a part of my organization, let's say if I try to access from, I think this account is already a part, but let's check. So if we try to sign in, yeah, this is not. So you can see access denied, right? So I get this nice message saying you cannot access the dashboard because you are not a member of the organization. And basically this is just a param saying, error is equal to access denied. If I clear this, I'm immediately, I'm actually logged in right now. You can see I have my account and everything, but because I'm not a member of the organization, I cannot access the dashboard. So imagine you would have different roles in your team, right? You would have, let's say, you would have your HR team, then you have your engineering team, then you have your, the CEO and all the, corporate people in there. Now you want to have different roles for each of them, right? Maybe you don't want to allow your normal employees to access the dashboard. You only want the HR and some people who only belong to that kind of feedback forms. You only want to allow them. So, but they need to have an account as well. They can have an account, but they shouldn't be able to access the the dashboard. So if let's say you have that kind of situation, and when you click get started, that member clicks on get started, they would get this access denied. Now they can request access, and you also have learned how to get started here. So when you go here, it actually takes you to this page to OneEntry, but yeah, that's what it takes you to. But basically you can see it does not give you access, and you can request access and stuff like this. But I don't think I have done request access, but yeah, I have clear error here. So you can see this is really nice. So in the Clerk dashboard, we're gonna see that we can basically change member permissions, member roles, and stuff like that. So if we, let's say, decide to ever give this guy access to the dashboard, we can basically add their email inside of Clerk organization, and then they would basically have access to this, which works in a really nice manner, by the way, guys. So we're gonna see all about this, but let's continue with our with our application right now. So you can see page not found, because we don't have a dashboard page right now, so it's not found right now. All right, so let's get the landing page done first, because I think that that's going to be fairly easy and fairly straightforward. So let's probably go to our landing page. Let's maybe change these things around so we can start actually coding some nice UI stuff now. Okay, so on my main page, root page.tsx is where we're going to be having our nice landing page. Now I think I have, I have created a dedicated group route for this. I'm not sure why I have done it, but I think there might be a really good reason why I have done it like that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a folder called in parentheses again, because this is gonna be a group route, and we're just gonna say home. This might have a reason, that's why I've done it, and we don't need a test route, so we can just delete that. That was just for demonstration purposes. Okay. Now inside of your home, we want to get rid of everything basically. So I want to, pretty much select everything, get rid of it. We don't need the image for now. And let's just type hello world here. And let's go to Clerk and let's see. Okay. Now, of course, it's at this place because we have the styling. So let's get rid of that. And you can see now we have a nice clean slate with our Tailwind CSS, just like we always do in the beginning. Now, of course, this home does not have a page.tsx, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to move this page at this level. And again, remember, group routes are invisible in the routing structure. So this does not mean that it's going to be /home/page. It's instead just going to be /page. So they are actually invisible, but they just are nice. They're there for organization purposes and to help you group different URLs and different routes together. All right. So we have our hello world here, and let me guys just take a look at. Okay, so we also have a layout and we have a landing header component. Okay, so at this level inside of home, we also have a layout file. Now remember in the beginning, I said we don't want to clutter. I could have done it, I think probably here. But the reason I haven't actually done it here, there's a very good reason for this. The reason I created home route here, because remember guys, my dashboard header is actually going to look different. And I think this is the reason. So we're getting this error, we're going to fix it. Don't worry about it. So you can see this header is completely different from my header when I actually try to log in. So if I try to log in with my account, let's say I use my main account here, and I try to log in, and you can see this header does not look identical to the header we saw on the landing page. This is completely different, right? So that's one of the main reasons. If you see the landing page header, this is different from the header in the dashboard. Now, if we put a universal header here, this is going to be the same for both, and this is going to appear on landing page and as well as on the dashboard. So that's the reason we also don't want to have presentational stuff here, right? Instead, I created a group route, because inside of my group route now, whatever we put inside of layout.tsx, it's only going to apply to my landing page. It's not going to apply to my authentication. It's not going to apply to any of the other folders. It's only going to apply inside of my home directory, which is inside of my the landing page here. So that's a really good point of creating a group route. Now we're just going to say home layout component, remove import with React. We don't actually need that. Okay. And inside of this, we actually don't even have a div. We just have a fragment here. We're going to create a component called landing header. So this is what I named it. I know, terrible naming, but just bear with me, guys. Okay. I'm not the really best at naming things. Okay. So we have children. Again, remember, children will just be your page content, and your landing header, basically, your landing header would be your nice component which we'll be creating. All right. So now where do we create these components? Of course, inside of our components directory, right? So we want to create a new file called landing header, rfce landing header, go back to our layout, import this landing header, save it. And now let's see if we see something inside of our inside of our application. So here we go. We see landing header and hello world, because remember we have children, and children is actually the page content. So that's the reason we see hello world. I'm just going to remove that for now. So it's completely, we're only focused on the landing header. All right. Now let's create this nice little landing header component. That's our next step, right? Now how do we create this landing header? Okay. So the landing header, it's going to be a very nice little component which we're going to have. Firstly, I'm going to change the div to headers for nice semantic purposes. Now, inside of my landing header here, firstly, we're going to have a logo container, which is going to, basically, we're going to have form input icon. And you might be wondering, we didn't install any icon package. What is this Lucid React? This has happened because we remember, guys, we initialized Shadcn UI in the beginning. And basically, it automatically installs this Lucid React package once you set up your Shadcn UI. So it automatically sets that up once you do that setup thing. And if you don't want to use this, feel free to it sets up this because I think the components inside Shadcn is using this package. It's a really nice package. I recommend you check it out. So if you go to this link, it will take you to lucid.dev. It's a really nice, fast website. It has loads of different, you can see 1,401 icons, and it's open source, guys. So that's the best, thing about this thing. It's open source as well, and a really nice, consistent icons. I think it's an amazing choice by Shadcn, by the way. So if you really don't like it, if this is not your style, feel free to use some other package and just uninstall this one if you want. All right. So in this parent container here, firstly, we're also going to have Google Forms saying here. So Google Forms. Now in this here, we're just going to say font bold. We want to say text 4, sorry, not 4 XL, just text XL. And on a medium screen size, we want to do text 2 XL, and then flex items center just like that. For our form input icon, we want to say width 6, height 6, and we want to say margin right of 2. And now if we take a look at our thing, we have this beautiful, looking icon. Did I actually change the, did I, add this Cal Sans font? I'm not sure, but I really love using the Cal font. Actually, I think I might have used it, to be honest. Yeah, I have used it. I think this is Cal Sans font. I really love using that font. I just, it's a really, really nice font. I think I'm using it. I think this is the Cal Sans. If I try to inspect this, I can see it, I guess. And if I try to go to computed, okay, I don't think I'm using that, actually. Okay, let's just focus on the build, guys. Okay, I think I really like that font. I should have used it, honestly, but I'm not. Okay. But if you want to use it, just go to like Cal Sans, and it's an open source. So you can see font Calcom. Basically, it's a scheduling app. It allows you to like use like different. I think it's a competitor to Calendly, but it's really, really nice. A lot of the people at Vercel actually use it. So it's amazing. I really love the font and really love their app as well. So it's really beautiful. I love sharing these things. So if you're not familiar with these things, I just like to share some stuff like this. All right, so let's go below this, and here is where we're gonna have our nice navigation. Now again, inside of this navigation, we're gonna have a UL, and inside of this UL, we're gonna have li, and this is a really neat trick in using emmet. So what it does is you can see the abbreviation is going to do this. So this is a nice mathematical trick. So if you do it like this, it's going to basically create 4 link components inside of your UL element like this. Just a fancy, nice trick here. So we're just going to say flexbox, item center, give a gap of 4, between every single link. Now, I don't want to waste too much time here. I just want to, copy the links. So I'm literally just going to get the UL and I'm just going to paste it just like this. Now, where are we getting these buttons and where are we getting these signed out and sign in button components, right? Now, remember, Clerk has some pre-built components, right? And we'll be taking advantage of that. But firstly, where is this button coming from? This button is not going to come from Clerk. This is something which you're going to be using Shadcn UI for. So let's go back to Shadcn here, and you want to basically press Command K, quickly search for button component, or you can just click here. You can see we'll be using these nice UI components. Again, this is just basically Tailwind code. Behind the scenes, it gives you all the transparency to whatever the code is there, so you can easily change and customize this. But let's just use the CLI to actually install this. Open the terminal, press this thing, paste this thing here, and just import the button component. So just import the button like this. Now, all of these components which we're installing, you might be wondering, why are they installed in this specific directory? They'll be getting installed in your UI directory, so you won't have any mess or any situation where you might be confused and basically juggling with your components. That one of the components is inside here. All of the nice little Shadcn UI components will be inside of your UI folder, so you have a nice separation between things, right? And I think it's a really nice pattern to follow as well. All of your UI things would be living inside of this UI folder. Now, if you go into this button, this is just a simple Tailwind button. That's it. It has some variants. So you can see a button should have nice variants like default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, and you should, it should have different sizes and stuff. Basically, it should have different, accessibility things. Like it's using radix behind the scenes. It's very, very transparent, gives you all the code you need to use. It's also using class variance authority for combining, Tailwind classes and stuff. But, it's using radix behind the scenes. So it's very transparent. And again, I think you can change the code. So, you don't have to if you don't want, but you can if you really don't like the look and feel of the buttons. You can change it. And feel free to change it however you'd like. I'm not going to do that for this build, but you can see we now have 4 different buttons. For the sign out, just press command space at the end of the component. You're going to get this auto import suggestion. Make sure you auto import from Clerk Next.js and do it for sign in as well, and also the user button. Now I'm going to explain what all of this is doing right now. So what's basically happening here? So what's happening is, if we go back to our app firstly, here you can see we have nice little link, link like buttons here, and then we have this nice little user button. So what's basically happening here is that when we are actually signed out, it's going to be showing us this button. We're going to use, like, of course, a Shadcn button, and here I'm just saying as child. So as child just basically means that it's going to transfer the look and feel functionality to this component instead of this. So it's going to look like this instead of the default Shadcn button. I think that's what this means. And you can see it's saying sign in, right? So when you are actually signed out, when you're not logged in, it's going to show you this button, and it's going to show you a sign in button from Clerk at Next.js. But if you are signed in, however, then it's going to show you this user button. The reason we have these containers is so it knows for the sign in state, we only want to show this user button. For the sign out state, we want to show this sign in button. So let's imagine if we try to let's actually try to sign out right now. So you're going to see what I mean. And you can see now this looks like a Shadcn UI button because we have as child here. So this means it's going to transfer the look and feel from this button to this one here. But it's going to keep the functionality of this button. That's what this as child means. And you can see we have a mode here which says modal. This basically means that when I click on sign in, I want to pop up a nice little login modal instead of redirecting. But the default behavior is actually redirecting to a sign in page. But I really want to open up a modal. I wanted to show you guys like different approaches of this. So when you click sign in, you basically open up this modal. And the after sign in URL basically takes you to / dashboard page. That's when you log in, you want to redirect to your main dashboard, right? And let's actually try and do this right now. So let me try continue with Google. Let me log in with Ali codes right now. And right now we don't have any organization set up, so it should work. It shouldn't give us any errors. And you can see page not found because we don't have / dashboard right now, but we are now logged in. So if we try going to our home page, you can see we have a nice little user button. We can manage account, we can delete, do all these different things. It has a security section and an account section. You can click on profile, remove image, upload image. Has all the user management stuff you need. And trust me, like if you do this on your own, it's going to take you a while to even like ship these authentication features, which you shouldn't be focusing on. If your target is to just to ship an app, an MVP or something, you should purely be focused on the features of your MVP. All right, but this doesn't look right because we don't have the styling on the parent. So what we want to do now is style our header here. So for the header, I'm just gonna say width full. Height is going to be restricted to 80 pixels, and this is arbitrary value. So you can put like square brackets in Tailwind and give arbitrary values, the custom values if you want to. If you're just new to Tailwind, that's why I'm explaining that. So you want to say justify between items center, padding x of 4, and on a medium screen size, you want to make sure you have a padding x of 6, BG white, BG opacity of 90, and you want to have a backdrop filter. Now this is a really nice thing which we're doing. We're going to be doing something like this. So let's go and check the finished app so I can show you guys. So you guys can see when I try to scroll down, I don't know if you guys can notice it, but you can see there's a nice backdrop effect here, right? It's not completely white. Like I can still see some like blackish thing here happening, and that's happening because we have a really subtle backdrop. It's not really noticeable, but if I go over the button, you can probably see this. There's a slight backdrop here. It's not completely like white. It's not giving just a default white background to the header. So that's like a very subtle thing to do, but it adds a nice effect to your header. And what we want to do is we want to say backdrop blur. That's what it's called, backdrop blur. And you can see this is how it looks like in normal CSS. I don't even know how you can write these things in normal CSS. I can't use that anymore, honestly. This makes me super fast, honestly, when writing styles on my own. For the backdrop filter as well, we're using some CSS variables as well. That's why it's showing a lot of these different things. But that's what this is. We also want to do shadow medium. And we want to say the header needs to be sticky, because when we scroll, we want the header to stick to the top, and a z index of 50. So let's save this, and you can see now we have this nice backdrop. So I think I can show you guys by just doing 50 here, background opacity, and that way I think you guys will see. Okay, I don't think it's background opacity. I think it's blur 3XL. Let me do 3XL, so I think that will maybe make it more apparent here. Let's change the opacity as well. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't think it's gonna work anyways like this. So you're gonna see you're gonna see this once you do it on your own, and once you scroll down, you're gonna see this nice backdrop effect happening. Once you, and we also have this nice shadow thing here. So we have a shadow medium. If this is too much, just maybe reduce this to like small or something. But I'm just gonna stick to the default styling what I've done. All right, let's we have our landing header component done. I think that's all for this. That's pretty much it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Honestly, this is done, right? So we have it nicely done like this. And if you go to like a smaller screen and try to see, I've just opened Dude here. I'm just going to close a lot of my tabs. I don't know what I have so many things open here. I am just going to close this as well, and this as well. Okay, so this is not responsive. I haven't actually hidden the links on, which I probably should have done, honestly, but this is really something really easy. I don't want to waste too much time on these things, because these things are really trivial, and just for presentation I added these things. But if you want to add them, basically you can say class name on your nav, and you can not on your nav, actually I think on your UL, because that's where your links are. Okay, so you do still want to show maybe the user button. You only don't want to show the the rest of the stuff, the links which you have added. So it might be probably a good idea to contain your links inside of a separate division tag, so you can hide the links on phone screen, and once you go on a bigger screen size, you can then basically display them again. Let's not do this for right now. Let's not waste too much time into this. Let's carry on with the rest of the build. Okay, so we have our landing header, and now let me go back to my layout file. So we have our nice landing header, and now let's build our entire page component, which is the getting populated as children. So let's actually work on that next. Okay, I'm just trying to see my screen here, guys. Just a minute. It's actually super laggy for me right now. I'm not sure why it's lagging so much right now. But all right, let's just go here and let's start building this landing page. So for the landing page, we have a main tag, and basically we're gonna have a couple of things. We're gonna basically accept our some search params here, because remember that access denied error, that will be just a search param which we're gonna be embedding. When the user won't have access to the organization, we'll be actually doing that. But what we can do is we can, in Next.js, what happens is when you have these search params. So let's say if I do something like, let's say if I do error is equal to access denied, and I'm just doing it myself. I'm just hard coding this right now. Now, how do I get access to this? So remember, this is a server component, so you cannot use if you want, you can use a hook, but then you'd have to make this a client component. Now, of course, we don't want to do that unnecessarily. We don't want to use a client component if you really don't have to. And in Next.js, basically, you get something called params. So if I just do props here, and if I just console log and show you guys what these props will look like. And remember, this is a server component, so the logs will be rendered on the server, not on the client. So you don't want to go here and open your console, because it's not going to be shown there. Instead, it's going to be shown right over here. Now, inside of the props, you can see we have something called params, and we have something called search params. Now, search params are, and you can see inside of my search params, I have error, and I have an error as access denied. This is my search param. Right, these are search params. Now, if I added something like, let's say, some page or something, like if I did dashboard or something, that would be considered a param instead of a search param. So that's a param, but that only happens on that specific page. So you can only go there and then see the logs. But of course, this is not a param. This is a search param, because remember this has a question mark here, and you can also combine different search params. So I can also say search is equal to hello here, and if I do that right now, you're gonna get two search params. So you can see error and search. So it's really, really nice. You can get this inside of Next.js in server components. So you don't have to convert the entire component to client just to see these things. And based on this, let's just keep this very simple right now. What I've done is I've created a nice little props definition. So I've done search params here. And what I've done is I've just said not query, but instead error. And what I've done is I've just created a nice little type definition for this. If you want to refactor this into a different like separate thing here on the top, you can do that, but I'll just keep it like this. And I've made the error optional because there could be a case where it's not even there, it's undefined, right? So we want to make sure we keep it optional. All right, now inside of our main tag, what do we want to do? If there is an error, we want to display a certain component. We want to display a component called access denied. This is the component which I have created. So it's not going to allow access to people if you don't haven't given them access inside of Clerk organization. However, if you have given access, then you're going to see you're actually going to be you're going to be seeing the landing page, right? So if you don't have the error, sorry, that's what I mean. If you don't have the error, because if it's undefined, then you just simply see the landing page. If you if you get the error as a param, then you see the access denied thing, which you can of course clear, and you can see the landing page anyways. So for the landing page, we have a few things, and I'm thinking of just maybe just copying this, or maybe I should do this. I don't know. So let's just let's just build this. Honestly, let's do it. For the landing page, we have a div, a parent div here, which is gonna basically have class name of width full. It's gonna have vertical padding of 12. On a medium screen size, it's gonna say 24 instead. On a large, we have 32 instead. And I have a fragment here as well. But there's a reason for that as well. And now inside of this div, we have another div, and this div is just gonna have class name of container. And container is a really nice class inside of Tailwind, which gives you a min width, a media query, which says the container can be only a max width of 1,400 pixels on after 1,400 pixels, and then it also has nice little margin left and right auto, so it's it centrally aligns everything. Now apart from container, we're gonna have padding, and on a medium screen size px of 6, and a div inside here, which we're gonna say is gonna have class name of flex column. It's gonna say items center, space y of 4, and also text of center, like that. All right, now inside here we're gonna have another div, which is gonna be space y of 2, and in here we're just gonna have an h1 tag, which is just gonna say get, like this, and it's gonna say insights quickly with Google Forms, like that. Just like basically just some landing stuff, right? So not forms, actually forms, like this. So just some landing stuff which we basically need for our application. So we have Google Forms like this, and this has some styling as well. Now I'm just gonna honestly I think get this styling right now. I don't want to waste too much time on this. Okay, so my other screen, which I have connected with something called Do It, it's an application which allows to connect these different things. It's lagging a lot right now, and that's why I think it's making me really, really slow. All right, so I have this h1 tag. So let's actually see this. Firstly, let's create this access denied component so we get rid of this error, because now if I go right now, you can see it's not defined. So let's go to our component. Let's create access denied.tsx right now, rfce. And let's just save it for now. Let's go back to our page, and let's auto import this, and now let's just save that. And right now we'll be getting this access denied because we have this param. So let's say if I remove this manually And here you go. We have this beautiful text, get insights quickly with Google Forms now. So let's stick to this screen. And after this H1 tab, we have a nice P tag. Again, I'm just going to quickly, I'll try again to copy this. It's lagging a lot right now for me. So just bear with me, guys. I apologize for the lag here. Okay. I think I can't just... Okay, so what I've done, guys, is I'm not using a second external screen anymore, and I think there's too much lag with that. So I'm just gonna use my iPad, as the source, and I'm just gonna try my best to type everything out. So and reduce copy paste, and let's see how it works for now, guys. I apologize again for the lag, but this is something that happens in every single recording of mine. All right, and sometimes I don't want to cut these parts out. I know it's a recording, so it makes sense to really cut these things out and just not show you guys. But I really want to also stress the process and show you guys that how, like, even if you guys want to start your own YouTube channels, or maybe start some of your side projects, this is what happens, and you shouldn't just don't give up, and keep pushing yourself with different approaches here. All right, so here we're just gonna type a P tag, and we're just gonna type this thing in, and bear with me again. I'm just gonna type these things out. I don't wanna, I'm not gonna copy paste because it's giving me a lot of lag. So and analyze, and this is just like basically analyze, not results in Google Sheet. It's actually responses. Sometimes Copilot just gives really dumb suggestions. Okay, analyze the responses in real time. Okay, I mean, it wasn't dumb, but yeah, I mean, it was something which I think it feeds on data, so that's why I think that was something which was really feeded a lot with the data stuff. All right, so let's just say easily create and share online forms and surveys and analyze responses. Now we do have some class names here, so we're gonna say MX Auto and max width of, we're gonna say 700 pixels. We are also gonna say text gray of 500, and we're also gonna say on a medium screen size text of Excel, and on a dark screen size text gray of 700. Actually 400. Okay. So that's what we're going to do for our P tag. Now let's go back to our website and let's just check it out, how it looks like. Okay, yeah, it looks fine. Right, let's maybe check our, this is our actual website. So, I mean, it looks pretty similar as the clone. All right, and again, I did not copy the landing page from Google. I wanted to do a bit different. I mean, I wanted to show like every single approach in this kind of build, like not just like do the clone, maybe do some redesign, and maybe also do some clone stuff as well when it comes to the actual portion of the application, like the dashboard and certain things. But this was just a landing page, and I thought this would be a real nice use case to show, like, you guys, like how you can use Shadcn UI components. Especially we're going to be using like, these nice little cards here from Shadcn UI, so it will look really nice like that. All right, here we're going to just have a component called CTA buttons. And this is something which we're going to create. So let's create a new component, CTA buttons, and inside of these CTA buttons, I think for now we will just actually import them. All right, we'll just import them and we'll come back to this. So unsupported server component type, what is this error it's giving me? Okay, I think I forgot to save this, that's why. All right, for now we'll just keep it like this, and we'll come back to this once we are done with this page. Right, and now outside of the three divs here, we're gonna have a section, and now inside of this section we're just gonna say a class name. We're gonna say width full py of 12, and on a medium screen size we want to say py 24. On a larger screen size we want to say py of 32 for the section. Now here we want to have a div, and I think it's pretty similar, just how we did it previously. So we're just gonna have a container again, a container class name, but this time we're just gonna say grid items center. We're gonna say gap of 4 between the items, padding x of 4, medium padding x of 6, and also on large we want gap of 10, just like that. Now inside we want to have another div, and this is just for giving some spacing between the children, space y3. Inside we're going to have issue, where we're going to say why we want the users to use Google Forms, and why and you can replicate this process, by the way, for any form of SaaS. Like even if you're like building a SaaS or something, you're building like a website, you want a quick landing page, you can do and replicate this process honestly. And you want to basically tell users why you want them to use this particular service, right? And I think Google does this really smart. They have this section, and they actually explain why is Google Forms really nice, right? So font bold, the tracking would be tighter here, on smaller, and I think this is exactly how it's actually showing me, except this is not 6XL here. On a medium screen size is just 5XL. All right, outside here we're gonna have p tag, and here we are gonna say trusted. What was the okay, so this is not what we want to say. We want to say trusted by millions, okay, by millions, like this, of teams. We want to say worldwide, and then we want to also say Google Forms. Google Forms helps you helps you collect and organize, I think, information quickly and efficiently. This is something which I've changed. Quickly, and instead of easily we want to say efficiently, just like that. And now again we want to style this, and the way we want to style this is we want to say 700 pixels, a max width, and we're going to say text gray of 500. We're also going to say on a medium screen size we want text XL, relaxed. And by the way, if you're confused with what are these like MD colons and all these different things which I'm using, like LG colons, if you're new to Tailwind, these are called breakpoints. I recommend you search for something called Tailwind CSS breakpoints, and these are like default breakpoints which Tailwind gives us. And it's one of the reasons I really love using Tailwind CSS, because you can see this is the amount of code equivalent like in CSS, and this is something how simple this is with using Tailwind. What we can do is we can use these as modifiers, and we can basically say that when I reach it's min width, remember, so when I reach a medium, it's mobile first. That means like we are always designing styling for the mobile first, and only as we progress along, it's from mobile to then desktop to then bigger screen sizes, like that, like mobile to tablet to desktop, like that. So it works mobile first approach. If you want to change this, you can, of course. It is completely customizable. That's the reason we have something called Tailwind config.ts. So you can actually see it is a really customizable file. You can pretty much customize everything here, and it's really, really customizable. Remember, we installed Shadcn, so it's already, I think, a bit customized. We have like CSS variables and stuff. But if you want, you can read about these things. And these are just like random breakpoints, which allows us to build responsive UI, right? Because if you see our finished build here, this is completely responsive, guys. Like except the header. I mean, I didn't do the header, but except the header, if you try to go to something like, let me just close that, and you can see even the form section here, the sheet, and even if I try to go to this form, this is responsive. Everything's really, really nicely, responsive here. All right, so let's just go here and let's continue with the build. All right. Outside of this div now, we're going to have another div here, and this will be a class name of grid, and it will be grid columns 1. On a medium screen size, we're going to say grid columns 2. On a larger, we're going to say grid columns 3, and then gap of 6, like that. Inside the div, I forgot to add this, guys. But now I want to show you guys how you can also, instead of like me typing in this, because this is just hard coded features. What I've done is I've created an array to hard code these, these 3 different features. You can add more features if you want. You can just customize it. But go to the, the repo in the description which I've added. Go to that repo description, and what you want to do, guys, is you want to access the, the app directory. Go to that repo firstly, like go and open up that repo, go into the app directory, then go into the home and click on the page, and you will get this features array. I want you guys to copy this and come back to this page and just paste it right over here. Go back to our app, and you only want to auto import these things from Lucid React, because these are icons coming directly from there. So what I've done is basically I've just created a very simple array, of 3 different objects. So it has title, description, and it has icon, and icons are styled as well. So very, very simple stuff here. And inside this div where we have the grid, the CSS grid, we're gonna say features dot map. Now you can go ahead and destructure this, but what I've done is I've kept it very simple, and I've just get every single feature, and then what I've done is I've displayed a card. Now this is something which we haven't installed yet. The card component is going to come from our Shadcn components. So go back to Shadcn, search for card, not accordion, actually card. It's right over here, and you can see how it looks like. It looks very simple. It's just a card component. It has like some nice things for accessibility, like card header, content, and footer. What you want to do is install this using the CLI. Go back to your app and open up the second terminal, paste this in right here, and with the card we're gonna get something called actually let's go back to Shadcn so I can show you guys. Just copy these import statements, go on the top of your file, and just paste them right there. And what you want to basically do is now we want to use these these components. You can see card, content, description, they are all coming from this singular component called card.tsx. So they're coming from this file over here. Now again, this is completely customizable. You can change the styling if you want to. I don't like to change it honestly, because I think it looks good by default, but if you want to, you can go ahead and change that. So let's say card header, we're gonna say, and inside the header we're gonna have an h3, and the h3 is just gonna say feature.title, and outside the h3 we're gonna say feature.icon, like that. Now for the card header itself, we're gonna have some class name. We are gonna say flex items is center and justify between, so they're nicely formatted. Now for every single card, remember we are mapping, so we want a feature, a key or something. It typically should be an ID, but we don't have an ID, so I've just used a title just to keep it very simple right now. And text Excel, for the H3 we want text Excel and font semi bold, just like that, guys. All right, we have the card header, beautiful. Now we're gonna render the card content. Now inside the card content, it will be very simple, a feature.description, and the p tag here is just gonna say text gray 500. I mean, you could have honestly done the class name here. I could have done it because the card content, I think it's a div, I guess. Yeah, okay, it's a div. It's a div, so you can have a p tag inside, and if you want to have more stuff, you can then have more stuff. All right, so you can see this is our actual. No, this is not the actual. I think this is our actual website. Yeah, okay. It looked really exactly similar, so I was like, okay, yeah, but we don't have the CTA buttons. Remember, we are still working on them, but we have the ease of use, powerful analysis, and seamless integration. Now, if I try to go on a smaller screen, you can see how it looks really, really beautiful. One thing which I should have done is probably use CalSense font to make it even more cooler. But you guys can go ahead and use it, honestly, if you want to. But you can see everything is pretty much very similar now. All right. Lastly, we want one more thing outside of this div. We want the same CTA buttons component right here. But here, this time, we want to have a custom class name. And we want to basically say margin top of 8. Now, of course, our CTA buttons don't accept class name, so we're gonna basically make them accept a prop called class name, so we can style them accordingly. So let's actually do that now. Let's work on the CTA buttons. Let me save this. Let's go back to our CTA buttons, and just give me a second, guys. Let me navigate to CTA buttons component. All right, I'm inside of that. In this component here, we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have two buttons from Shadcn UI. So make sure you import the buttons from UI/button. And what you want to do is, in the first one, you want to have a link, and the link basically should say get started or something like that, right? And remember, for the button, we want to say as child. We want the UI, but we want the functionality of the link. So that's what we want to do. The link is going to have the href here, and the href is going to be /dashboard. So the get started is going to take you to /dashboard, and if you're not logged in, it's going to take you to the login page if you don't have access to it, right? And then we're gonna have another button. So just select this one and copy paste this right here. The second button which we're gonna have is just gonna say learn more, like that. And this button is going to have as child, but it's going to have variant of outline like this. So instead of the default variant, it's going to have an outline variant here, and the href is going to change a bit, and it's going to say learn more. Now I don't think I have this page, but again, you can. This is just a demonstration to show you guys, like, you can be very granular and can do all these different things, honestly. And if you want to even ship a software as a service or something, you can follow this exact same pattern, exact same approach, and you can you can go ahead and do this. So we want to go back to our page, and remember this class name we sent, it is not accepting this prop. So it's right now TypeScript is erroring out and saying it does not exist on type attributes. So let's go ahead here, and let's just say class name, and here we're just gonna say class name optional of type string, right? And you can see immediately that error is gone. So this way we can basically apply this class name, the custom class name we have, and the way we do this with the Tailwind CSS, we should always be using something called CN. Now, what is CN? Why do we have to really use this function, right? It's just a simple utility function. I remember in the starting I showed you guys with Shadcn installation, this automatically installs for us. So what happens is it smartly automatically merges your Tailwind classes, so you don't get conflicts, because you might send something in your class name, something like text, let's say red 500 in your class name, and you're also applying some text yellow, green or something here as well. So then you get conflicts like this, which you cannot figure out. If you, let's say if I was sending a class name with text red 500, you wouldn't be able to figure out if you don't use CN like that, right? So it's going to not smartly configure that. With CN, it automatically smartly merges your things. So I recommend you use this CN to combine your class names, especially for conditional styling as well. So what it does it really well is that you can basically apply all the default classes, and then you can put a comma here, and then you can apply conditional style name. So let's say if you want to style something like an active link or something, which we're going to be doing in this build, but just so you guys know, this is how we're gonna follow this approach. But here we're just gonna say flex column gap 2. We're gonna say min 400 pixel. Okay, I can't type min 400 pixels. And this is a really nice trick if you guys didn't know about this. So if you wanna have custom breakpoints, what you can do is you can say at min width of 400 pixels, I want to basically say flex row. You can do it like this. So this is a really nice way to have a custom media query instead of going to the config file and adding and extending your media queries, your breakpoints with something like 400 pixels. If it's only used in one singular place, you can just do it in this manner as well. This is again called arbitrary value in Tailwind. So I'm just putting square brackets and saying 400 pixels, and on that screen size I want this to be in a flex row direction. Justify center, and then what you want to do is you want to put this class name which we accepted as a prop. So now it's smartly going to apply all the styles. It's not going to get conflicted or anything like that. So let's go back to our build, and now you can see beautiful. We look at these buttons, it looks gorgeous, right? Have these nice little buttons, and if we go back, check our app, it looks exactly identical, except we don't have the this arc. This is coming from Arc, so because I'm on localhost, it's showing me this nice navigation bar. If you want to display this here, you can go here and you can turn on the developer mode, and you can see we have it on both places now. So you can see here and here as well. All right, beautiful. So let's keep working on this build. We have this landing page ready. Now it's time for us to start working on some really nice parts like the Clerk organization, connecting with One Entry CMS, and doing all those nice things and creating those forms and nice UIs, right? So when I click on Get Started now, what happens, right? We have 404 because we don't have the dashboard page. Next step is to work on the dashboard page now, right? So let's first of all create a dashboard route, right? Let's create a dashboard route so we can actually work on that. So I'm just trying to see my app structure on my other screen. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we have these two grouped routes which we're gonna keep. Now the third one, we're not gonna create a group route. Instead, it's just going to be a folder called dashboard like this. And what we want to do here at this level is we want to have something called page.tsx, right? So firstly, we don't get that 404. So RFCE, and we're just going to name this, okay, I'm just going to say dashboard page like that. So once we save this file, you can see now we're not getting that 404 page because we have a dashboard page now, right? We're also going to create a layout file at this level. So we're going to say RFCE, and we're going to say dashboard. Instead of page, we're going to say layout like that. Remove the import from React. So we have a nice layout. And remember, whenever we have layout, we have the children as the page content. So don't forget to not do this. And inside here, we're going to have some really funky logic as well, which I'm going to show you guys in just a bit. So again, I'm not rendering a div because I don't really want to have a div, unnecessarily. I don't want a div. So I'm just going to render the children inside, and you can see it still works. Nothing breaks. Great. Now, what should be our next step? Like, what should be our work? I think we should work on our dashboard. So we should work on our, so when I click Get Started here, right, you can see this beautiful page is what we want to work on. And, we want to get the search bar, the header ready here, and, the same user button component we were using on the landing page, and this beautiful sheet component for the menu links. So firstly, we'll start with some basic stuff like these menu links. Then we'll progressively move to the more like, I think, the forms and all this core part. Or I think maybe we should do this first. So let's see how it goes. Let's maybe start with the header. I guess that would be a better approach, to be honest. So we have something like a header here on our page, and then naturally as we progress along, we can work on some more interesting stuff then. All right, firstly, let me go navigate to my page. Okay. All right, so inside of this dashboard page, by the way, one thing which I forgot to mention, guys, is that if we actually look at the dashboard, it always redirects us to something called /form. So if I navigate to something called dashboard, you can see I'm immediately redirected. I forgot to mention this, but there's a redirect happening on dashboard to something called /forms. Now, why did I actually do this instead of keeping everything on slash? I could have done it to be honest, I could have just done it on /dashboard. Now, again, I just wanted to, I think, show you guys how to make it redirect to /forms, because that's how it works on Google Forms. Like if you go and visit their the actual Google Forms website, you will see that they navigate you to something called /forms. And I think there's a very good reason why I did this also. So when let's imagine we have these different functionalities. We have something called Google Sheets, right? So for Google Sheets, it's still going to be inside dashboard, but instead forms, it's going to be on Sheets, which I don't think I have right now. But it's just an example which I'm showing you guys that we have a universal dashboard basically, and what happens by default, it takes us to forms but then we have these nice functionalities like Google Slides, Google Docs. So when we click on them, we are still inside of dashboard, but dashboard / that route, right? So it makes sense now if we have that route. But you can see I'm never on the dashboard. Actually, I'm on dashboard / forms. That's the actual route for me, right? So what I've done on this dashboard page is very, very simple. Instead of returning this div, what I've done, instead of actually returning anything, we have used something called redirect from next/navigation. Make sure you import this from next/navigation. Do not mess this up and import this from Clerk or something else, right? And what you want to do is you want to just redirect to /dashboard/forms, and that's it. You don't want to even say return, because you can see redirect basically has a type of never. So you cannot return when something has a type of never. You cannot return anything, right? There's nothing to return here. You just want to use redirect to dashboard/form. So every single time, you can see when I try to access the dashboard now, I'm automatically redirected to /forms. Now this does not exist. Remember, this is the /dashboard. This is not /dashboard/forms. Now we want to create that page. So what we want to do again is create a folder called forms. And inside of this folder now, what we can do is we can then create our page.tsx the same way to display all the different forms. And we can just simply say forms page. And again, we can also have a layout here, but I don't think I have a layout here because we didn't need a layout at this level. So we just basically have a forms page. Now, when I save it, and you can see now we have, so every time when I try to go dashboard, it automatically redirects me to /forms page here. So let's get started working on this. Now on this forms page, again, I'm not going to do a div. I'm just going to use fragment. We're going to have a header. So there will be a header and there will be a main tag. And inside this main tag, we're going to have a component called recent forms like that. And this will be a class name of max width of 6XL. 6XL and MX Auto. The reason I'm doing this is because I want these recent forms to be in the center. So even on very, very large screen sizes, we don't want to span them left and right. We want to make sure they're centrally aligned. So that's why I'm basically making sure max width, give it a max width of 1052 pixels and make sure it's always in the center. Do MX Auto on that. And if I save this right now, we're going to get errors. We're going to say header is not defined. So what I can do is just comment this recent forms for now. And let's start with the header. And the header we want to build is this, right? This is the header we're talking about, right? So let's start with this component, header component. So I'm just going to go to my components right now. All right. Let's click here. And let's start working on the header here. So RFCE, so this is gonna be header, and I'm just trying to find the header. All right. Okay, so let's get started with this. The header component. So again, it's a header. So make sure you do HEADER like this, which is the nice semantic tag for header. All right. And inside of the header, we're going to have two separate divs. Basically, we're going to have two containers, right? So we have this left side and then we have this right side. And of course, we have the search as well, which we can actually do on the right side, actually. So you can see on a smaller screen size, we have the search right away here. So it's actually the right side. And remember, Tailwind is mobile first, right? So we have the left and the right. And on a bigger screen, the search could be, spanned across like this. So we have a left here. So for the left, you're just going to say class name of flex items center and space x of 2. Inside, we're going to have a nice sidebar component. And remember, the sidebar is for this thing right over here, which, opens in a nice sheet component. This is coming from Shadcn as well, by the way. So it's a really nice looking component. You can see this is what we're going to be using. So a sidebar and a link from next/link. And an image, next/image. So for the link, we can just simply say href of / because we want this to navigate to the home page, because this is actually for the logo of Google Forms. And then we're going to say class name of flexbox items center space x of 1 like that, right? and this image is coming from next/image, right? So from next/image, we're going to use this nice little image component, and we're just going to say source is going to be logo. Now, where is this logo going to come from? I think this is something which we will be importing, and it'll be actually I think I have downloaded this, so I'm gonna show you guys how to use a local PNG file and use it as an image. And the reason you want to do this is because this will this will remove any layout shifts you have when you refresh the page. You get this flickery effect, like a layout shift happening when you use like something like a source URL or something like that. So you don't want to do that. If it's better if you download it and put it inside of your public directory and use it as a as a local PNG image. And it's erroring out right now because we don't have an alts tag. So I'm just gonna say logo here, width of 10 and a height of 10 for this. And outside the image tag we have forms. Then here we're just gonna say class name text Excel, and we're also gonna say text neutral of 500, just like that. For the sidebar, I think we're gonna come back to the sidebar. So let's just comment it out for now. Let's go back to our page and let's auto import the header, so we don't get this error anymore. Now it's saying logo is not defined because we don't actually have a logo. So let's go to my repository again. And what we want to do, guys, is let's open this in a new tab so we don't lose that one. And then we want to basically go to public directory, click on logo.png, and I also have an icons directory. I think, okay, I have these nice little icons as well. So I think maybe we can just do it all together, most probably. Or actually, I have a better way of doing that. Okay, so for the logo, what you want to do is you want to download this raw file, and drag and drop this inside of your public directory. What I'm gonna do instead, I have a better idea for myself, is I have this finished build, so I can just go to logo.png, and what I want to do is I want to just drag it from my public directory here to here, and I want to do the same thing for icons because I've already downloaded this, so I don't have to do the downloads again. For you guys, just install this icons as well. Just download these individual icons as well, or maybe just download the repo and just like how I dragged and dropped, just do that thing. All right, so now our logo should be defined. I mean, of course, we have to import it, right? So import logo from @/public /logo.png. These are just nice import aliases, so we don't have to do slash slash like that, because that looks really ugly, right? No one actually likes that. So let's do that, and you can see we have a beautiful logo. Now, even if I refresh the page, you see there's no layout shift. So Next.js actually recommends this approach. If you go to the documentation, read about it, they recommend that you use it like this, in this manner, to prevent any layout shifts on your logo images, because it should be really smooth. It shouldn't be flickery, your header logos and stuff. All right, what's the next step we want to do? We have this div. Now we have a div on the bottom here. Okay, that's the next one. So here we want to basically style this class name flexbox. We want to say items center, and we also want to say on a medium screen size we want justify between. On a medium screen size you want this to take the as much space as possible, so the search is actually in the center, and the max width of large, like that. On a larger screen size we want max width of 4 Excel, and on an Excel screen size we want max width of 5 Excel, just like that. And we want a suspense here. Okay, I just immediately started importing suspense before even explaining that. All right, so what we're gonna do firstly, I'm not gonna get into suspense right now, but I'm gonna show you guys why do we need actually the suspense boundary there. Right, for now I'm just gonna say search. Here's where we're gonna have the search component. For now I'm just gonna comment this, and outside we're gonna have a div with class name flex items center, like this. And here we're just gonna create, I think we have a component called icon button. That's what we're gonna be creating, which is gonna accept an icon, and the icon name will be grip icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import that icon, and we're also going to pass in the class name, and we're going to say margin right of 3, and then we're going to import, remember that user button we are using on the landing page, you want to import that from Clerk as well, and you want to make sure the after sign out URL is actually /, so it takes you back to the landing page once you sign out from your account. So what about this icon button? Let's actually create this icon button component now. So icon button.tsx. all right, again I'm gonna just try to go back to that component. You want to say rfce icon button, and this will be a really nice component. This will be just a button from Shadcn UI, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna just have some default stuff here. We're gonna have variant actually, which will be ghost. It won't be the default. The size we want it to be of icon, and the class name we want to use CN here. Remember, we want to combine our nice little props. So because we are sending, remember, we're sending this class name and an icon prop, right? So what we want to do here is we okay, so here I have a really nice trick. If you guys don't know about this, what we can do is we can use something called partial in TypeScript, to get all the props. Because if we do it in this way, so let me show you guys both approaches. So if we just do it like this, that and by the way, we will be using something called Lucid icon type. So that is something which I will have to import. So if we do it in this manner, let me show you guys what I mean. So if you do it like icon will be of type Lucid icon. So make sure you import this, and if you save this right now, and if you go back to the header right now, I don't get any other props on this button. But if you see, it's just a button component, right? So what if I wanted to send more props? Like let's imagine we wanted to send on click. Let's imagine we wanted to send on enter or something like that. I don't know, on there's different props we can send, right? We want to send disable, maybe we want to send something, some area attributes. How do we get the rest of these props? Because we don't actually get these props here. You can see we only get class name and icon. And if you wanted those props, I mean, for sure you can go ahead and type them out here. But I mean, we have so many different props, so it would be nice if you know a way of doing all of sending all this together. And having to actually, have all of these props right away here, right? So we get all the IntelliSense. Now there's a really nice trick you can use, and what you can do is you can say type props, and you can do something called partial. Make sure not to misspell this. And what you want to do, remember, this button which you are using is a Shadcn button. So you want to hover over this and see the type of this button. You can see the type is actually, this weird type, but it has button props, right? So even if you navigate to this, you can see this has an interface called button props. So we can actually use that. And what we can do is you can just say button props, and you see you have a basically you're actually importing this from us/button. So if you go here, you can see exporting interface button props, right? So we are importing this button props. And what we want to do is we want to say and here, and we want to say icon, and we also want to say class name of string like that. And this is the type definition which we want to assign right over here. And after this class name, you will see we have all the different attributes, like all the attributes we needed on the button actually, right? So we have all the button props now, which we can send. And what we can do is we can just spread them. So just say ... props, save our component. And what we want to do here is where we are doing the class name thing, is we want to say class name firstly, and we want to basically say text neutral 600, and then we want to, of course, assign the class name like this. And then on the next line, we want to just spread all of our props. So this way, you will see that we will be able to send all the props. Now, if I go back to my header component here, you will see, actually, I'm not even actually importing this in the first place. So if I import this now, and you can now see that, before I wasn't even importing this. So you might be wondering, but you can check and verify again. If we do it in a way where we don't do it like this, you're not going to get all the IntelliSense, but now you will have all the IntelliSense. So disable all the button props you can get, and this is a really nice trick you can use. If you want to have a reusable button and you want to be able to send all the props here. And inside here, we just want to render our icon. We want to say width 5, height of 5 to make sure it's a certain width and height. And now we save that. And of course, our header as well. We save that component as well. And now you can see we have this beautiful, beautiful looking icon button. This is what I like to call this icon button, but you can honestly call it whatever you want. It's just a nice little, button with an icon. And now we get all the nice little props as well using this neat trick which we use, right? All right, so let's work on the next step. Now let's go back to my header component. Where is the header? All right, I'm just trying to find my header. Okay, in the header, the next step we want to have is we have the user button, we have the icon button, great. We have the containing div. We need to create a search component, all right? And we also want to style our main header because right now it's not looking exactly how we want it. Again, it's going to be pretty similar to the landing page one. We're going to say sticky, and we're going to say justify between. We're also going to say gap x of 4, px of 4, py of 2.5, not 6, bg white. We want to say z index of 50 because we want the header to stick on top of everything, right? And we want max width screen of 2xl. So the max width I've given, I think there's again a reason for this because we don't want the header to again span too wide on a really huge screen. So that's why we've given a max width of screen 2xl, and we're also saying mx auto. And this way, you can actually see that this works in a really nice manner like this. All right. Okay, so what should be our next step? I think I'm actually probably missing something, and that's actually the search and the sidebar, right? That's what I'm missing. So we have to create our sidebar component, and then we have to create our search component. So let's maybe create our sidebar component right now. I think we can do that, or maybe we can create search. Let's go in the order. Let's firstly create sidebar. So let's just do this. Copy the name, create a new component called sidebar.tsx rfce. Remove the the statement. Now I'm just gonna go to my sidebar and let's see how it looks like. Firstly, like just not import this from Lucid React. Be careful. Import this from your local sidebar like this. Let's go back to our sidebar, and our sidebar is going to be very it's going to be looking very nice, and we're going to be using this nice sheet component. So go back to Shadcn, search for something called sheet, and when you go to sheet, you click on this demo, and you can see we'll be using this nice little animated sidebar that comes from the side, and this has like different styles. So you can do it from bottom, you can do it from top, you can do it from right, you can also do it from left. We're going to be doing it from left because I think that's the standard for the sidebars. It should be coming popping from the left side. And you can read about the documentation here. But honestly, it's really easy to use. Just copy this command here and just import some statements. So make sure you import these statements. Go here, copy them. Honestly, I'm so used to Shadcn now because it's really, really simple. Once you get the hang of using it, it's really that simple to use the components. And if you're familiar with Tailwind CSS, it's honestly a blessing to have something like this on your hand because you can really quickly iterate. I can honestly build an MVP in just a week now. Not even kidding, like with the landing page and everything, right? Available at my disposal. I can do it within a week. A really beautiful, good-looking landing page just by using these really nice things, right? So you can see we have the sidebar now. Let's close the terminal. We have the sheet from and if you want to again look at this, just control click, go inside of your sheet component, and just take a look at it, what it contains. It has nice portal stuff and close and all these things. But we're going to use the nice little thing here. So firstly, we want to say sheet here. And here we're going to have sheet trigger. Now what's going to trigger the actual sheet? Like, what do we have in the trigger that's going to open that, right? We're going to have a menu, an icon button. Remember, we created that reusable icon button which accepts an icon. So here we're going to say menu, and you can see how good this is, right? Because we have this nice reusable thing now. We can use it wherever we want to, and we'll be using this in a lot of different places. So let's go back to our app, and there is immediately a problem here and saying, and I think I know why there's a problem. I think I might have mistakenly done this as a use line. I think this is a use line component, to be honest, because this is a server component, and I think sheet is not going to work. So if I just comment the sidebar out right now, let's see if we get that error. We don't get an error, right? But as soon as I have a sidebar, we get this 3 errors. You can see initial hydration fail, which is, well, we're gonna fix this. I think that's because we don't have use client, and we're gonna fix this in just a second. Okay, we also want to say as child here, because remember this, what we're doing is we're using another button inside of a button. So this is already a button, the trigger, but we want the functionality of this to apply, but the styling of this, right? So that's what we want to do. And the next thing we want to do is we want to render some sheet, content, and inside my sheet content, firstly we want to they have some nice props like site. So remember that site thing which I showed you guys, which side it should come from. It should probably come from the left, so we're going to say left. Class name, at a smaller screen size, we want to say max width of extra small, flex box, flex column. We want to say justify between, and we want to say padding left and right of 0. And then we want to have our sheet header. Inside the sheet header, we're going to have a logo. And this will be another component which we'll be creating. So logo, again, I'm just going to comment out for now. And here we're going to have suspense again, and alongside the suspense, we're also going to have something called menu items component. That's something which we're going to create again. I'm again going to comment these things out. This is just a mapping which I'm doing. So let's just complete the entire sidebar. Then we're going to create logo and the menu items as well. And this will be inside of our sheet header. And outside the sheet header, we're going to have sheet footer, right? Remember, we have sheet footer as well. And if you were not importing, then make sure you import that sheet footer as well. Now, inside the sheet footer, we're going to basically be having a link. And remember, this will be a next/link component. So a link which is going to say privacy policy like this. And remember, we have to say href. And for now, I've just done hash here, but again, this is an actual depiction of a SAS or something you can create, right? So you can link to privacy policy, and for the sheet footer class name, you can say text extra small, you can say flex box, flex row, space x of 2, items center, justify center, small, justify center as well, text muted. And I think I'm using text muted foreground. And again, if you might not be familiar with this, Tailwind classes, and these are the classes when we install Shadcn. These were defined in our global CSS. If you remember, if I search for muted foreground, you can see this is as a CSS variable right over here. So defined inside of our layer base. So that's where this is coming from. And again, these values are customizable, so you can change them. These are just HSL values, basically, so you can change them however you would like. All right, I'm just taking a look at this, and okay, so this is fine. What we can do now is we can have a span tag, and inside of this span tag, we're gonna have a dot. Actually, so I'm not sure what I used. I used Raycast for all of my emojis and my like a spotlight replacement, not just for emojis, but you can see it's really easy, and you can navigate really quickly to different things. I really like Raycast. They have like an AI extension, and they basically have a super amazing team. So I really love sharing these things. By the way, guys, let me know if you want me to share more of my stuff. I still have one video to make where I share my entire workflow, and how I'm able to create things really fast, and what tools I use, and all these different things. I'll probably make a video on that if you guys want to. All right, so what we can do is search for something called emojis, and I want to use this one, let's say, right? This is the dot, right? I've used it recently. I think it's probably this one. And here I want another link, which is just going to say terms of service. Very, very simple stuff, right? And now let's go back and take a look how it looks like. So when I click here, you can see we have a nice sidebar and we have a nice footer. Of course, we don't have our logo and we don't have our menu items, so we don't actually have our header right now. But you can see it looks really gorgeous right now, right? It comes from the left, nicely animated, and looks really, really cool. All right, so first let's actually create now the logo component. So let's click on a new component, logo.tsx, so we can at least see something in the header. So for the logo, what we want to do here is we want to basically have a div, and here again I think we have a form input icon. Similarly, we had the same icon before, and here we're just gonna say Google Forms. Here we're just gonna say class name. We're gonna use CN, so make sure you import that. And we're gonna have some default classes: text Excel, medium, 2XL, flex, items, center, and we want to say class name like that, and just save this basically. Now, of course, you're not accepting this prop, so what we can do is accept this prop as optional. And it's a very basic, simple logo which we already created previously. This is a simple logo component which we have. So we can just basically do this logo. And now let's go back to my sidebar again, so we can continue building our sidebar. And this logo, by the way, we are sending some random custom class names here. So we're sending px5. Now again, I'm not styling them right away here because this is just generic styling for every single logo component I'm going to be using. But if you want to tweak this out, I can basically do this as well with a nice, CN utility class name for this. Padding bottom of 3, text large, let's say, and on a medium screen size, text XL, just like this. This is all we want to do. And it's just basically overriding some of my styles. So we have a logo, and now let's go back and let's check. So we have this nice logo here. I don't know why I've decided to use 2 different logos. This is a different, but I kind of like this icon as well. So I don't know. I kind of stick to this one, because I like this icon too. But we can, whatever. You can use this logo if you want to. This is the landing page one, so it's a bit different. Or if you have your app name something else instead of Google Forms, it would be nice as well, to use this. All right, let's continue with the things. And let's build the menu items component right now. So for the menu items, this is the part I think where we need to connect with One Entry CMS now. So we're gonna start looking at some of these, nice their API stuff and how to connect, with One Entry. Have some environment variables and stuff. Because remember, the menu items, as I said in the beginning, they will be coming directly from the CMS. So if we ever decide to change them or add new menu items, we can also do those things. So firstly, let's create a component called menu items.tsx rfce. Remove the React. I actually forgot to save it. Go back and just uncomment this, import it. Make sure you import it from your local menu items here. And now we will just see menu items. Now let's actually let's start building this menu items, and let's maybe connect with One Entry CMS as well, so we can see how we can use their API and stuff. Okay. Firstly, what I want you guys to do is okay. So let's get started with One Entry maybe. So what we can do here is we're gonna be creating a function. So what we're going to do is we're going to say menu items, and what we'll be doing is remember, this is a server component, right? Because my sidebar is a server component, right? And remember that error I was getting before, that was due to because I didn't have child there. So it was basically the hydration was failing because we had a button inside of a button, and we cannot actually do that, right? So the reason was child was missing, and that's why we were getting that error. But it can stay as a server component. So remember, this is a server component. That means we can use top level asynchronous functions, right? So what we can do is we can make this function asynchronous, and here we can do, and this is the reason I love server components, because this is so much simplified now. We don't have to write all that use effect logic, do everything on the client. And I really love using this server component approach. And what we want to do is we want to just say await here, and we want to create a function called fetch menu items like this. Right? Of course, we haven't created this, but we're going to create this function, and we'll be having this function inside of our file called inside of our lib directory, inside of a data file. We'll be having this function, right? This is where I like to have all of my data stuff. So we'll have that function. Basically, your menu items will look very, very simple. And what we can do in the meantime is we can actually style the parent div here. We can just say flex column, border y. We're going to have a vertical border and a padding y of 2. And then here, let's actually go into our lib data directory, and let's see how we can create this function. So what I'm going to do is let's go to our lib, and here I like to always create like a data file. I did this with my previous Instagram clone as well. So if you want to check a lot of those things, it's a 14-hour long build. It's one of the longest builds, honestly. So go ahead and check it out if you want to learn all about server components, server actions, and all these different things. But I like to have a data file for all my fetching logic. So we're going to create data.ts. And what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go and navigate to this file on my other screen so I can show you guys how we're going to do, fetch the menu item. So here we're going to export an asynchronous function. And we're going to say fetch menu items like this. And we're going to accept a marker. Now, I'll explain what these things are. So marker is something like a ID thing, which one entry basically needs to accept to give us the menu items we are looking for, right? So marker would be of type string. And what we're going to do is here we're going to have a try catch statement. And in the try block, we're going to say const menus is equal to await. And here we're going to connect with our API. Now we don't have the API, but here we're going to basically connect with the One Entry API, and then we're going to basically access the menus inside of the API. Then we're going to basically use a function called get menus to fetch all the menu stuff. Now, how do we actually connect? So let's firstly create at our root level. I'm going to go back again to my root level. And on your root level, what you want to do, guys, is you want to create a file called OneEntry.ts. You can create it anything, honestly, but I like to name it to the service which I'm using. So, for example, for Firebase, I used to do like firebase.ts. So because I'm using One Entry, I'm just going to name it OneEntry.ts here. And what we want to do is, remember, I showed you guys in the beginning, there's an npm package they have. So let me navigate to that. Let me navigate to their website so I can show you guys that npm package that's loading right now. So here you can see, I think that was my own CMS. Yeah, here you want to come to the website called your account actually, and you want to basically log in with your credentials like your phone number and stuff. And what you want to do is, guys, go on the API thing here. There was a really nice thing they had. I think it was in Get Started. Yeah, I think I'm basically missing the point. I think it was Get Started. Okay, I need to search for that. I really need to save that because I have so many random tabs open right now that I'm really finding a hard time, navigating across all these different things. I'm just going to go to the normal One Entry and then just going to click on Get Started. Okay, just click on Get Started on their website. Honestly, this is the link, instructions. This is what you want to go ahead. And when you click on NPM here, you will see they have an installation tab here, right? And you can see to install the Headless CMS SDK, run the following command. So what you want to do is you want to use this command. Go open up your terminal. Don't worry about the error for now. Just go open your second terminal. Install npm install One Entry here, and then open the usage tab. And you can see this is how we are supposed to use this this package. Firstly, we have to basically define the directory, define One Entry. We have to import this function, and we need to basically pass the tokens and stuff. But since I've already done this, I'm just going to show you guys, how we have to set all this up. You can read about, all these things. They have like a TLS, you can see certificate. They have like MTLS certificate, MTLS authentication, and they have like a security API token, which we're going to be using as well. So it's really nice, and our app is also really secure. So you can see we have the package now. If I go to package.json, you will see one entry here, right? So it's the latest version, 1.0.49. You can see it's published 4 days ago. So what you can do now is import firstly a function called define one entry from one entry. So you can see this is the function we want to import from their package. And the next thing we want to say const API is equal to define one entry. And when we try to invoke this, you can see it accepts it wants to accepts a URL. And remember, this is not an object. This is just a URL it accepts. So what we want to do here is we want to say process.env.nextPublic. So I have done it a bit differently. I've said next public. Now again, you can name this whatever you want, but make sure to name it something like meaningful. So I'm just going to say next public API URL. And the second parameter, it needs to accept the config, you can see, right? So this is actually the process.env.api token. Or actually, I think they changed this right now. So let's go to the documentation maybe and let's check this, because I'm pretty sure the second parameter used to be the API token, but it seems to be changed right now because I think I'm using the latest version from them. So if we try to put a comma here, and you can see there's a custom configuration setting. Oh, okay, so you can see this is an object now. So before it used to be just like this, but now this is why, guys, using TypeScript is like really super important. You can see I immediately caught this right now because it's a new version and they actually changed the setup steps. So what you can do now is instead of that, you can just use a object here. If you want to, they basically support internationalization, so you can have different multiple languages. So you can upload items in multiple languages. You can, use items in multiple languages and different things. So you can do stuff like that, right? So that's really cool. Now we want to basically supply a token. And again, this is, I think, an optional step. We don't have to do this, but it's just a step which I've done. So we're just going to say token like this. Process.env.token. And if we don't put this thing here, it's going to error up because it will say it's undefined. So we want to, basically, we're just overriding saying that it will be defined. So TypeScript, please, don't worry about it. And then last step, we want to export default API. And this is the API we'll be using to communicate, with the one entry functions and stuff. Now, of course, we don't have the next public API URL and the API token. So what we can do is go to the env local. And for me, I think I'm just going to go here in my env.local, and I'm just going to get my API URL and API token just like that, right? I'm just going to save it here. All right. For you guys, I'll show you guys how to get these, so don't worry about it. The way you can get the next public and API token, I don't think it's necessary actually. The only thing which is necessary is the API URL. So the API URL, you can basically get it like this. So go to your account, right? Go to your account. I think it's inside of your, okay. You want to go to your account where you have your projects. This is the one which you want to go to your account. So make sure you go to this URL like account.oneentry, go to your project, click on it, and go to the access tab here, right? And this is where you're going to get your URL. So this is the URL which they're expecting in the next public API URL. So for me, you can see it's portfolio.oneentry.cloud. So it exactly looks like this. And the API token actually, the way you get the API token is also really easy. Make sure you want to first of all turn this on to like security API token. We don't want to use MTLS. If you want to, I mean, this is not actually a compulsory step, but you can use it. But I have just used the security API token. And what you can do then is go back to your project, your actual project, like your URL, your the one they give you to access the CMS on. Go to that site And then you will see in your settings, when you click on your settings, make sure to first of all like turn this to security API token. It's going to take a while to save this. Once you do this, it takes a while to actually, it says saving or updating here, and it takes a little 5 minutes or so to save that. Once that is saved, you go back here, refresh your settings here. You want to make sure you refresh, and you're going to see something called I'm going to show you guys. So you're going to see app tokens here, and this is where you can generate this this nice little API token. So what I did is I generated this, and if I show you guys, click on this, you can see EYJH. This is the same exact thing which I wanted, right? So you can then copy it, and then you can safely use it like this. So you can see it's the exact same token. And of course, what you can do is you can create more tokens, you can delete, you can revoke access. So you can do all these different things from here. But make sure you do these 2 steps. So firstly, you click on access, you go to this, enable this option to security API token, wait for like 5 minutes or so. It's going to update, save your configuration, and then come back and then refresh the settings, and in app tokens, you'll have this thing. Again, this is just for getting the API token. I don't think it's needed to communicate with the API because it's optional. You can see it's not actually something you have to pass in, but API URL is something which you have to pass in. So once you do this, come back to your data file. Let's go back to that data file. So let's go back to data lib inside of our lib directory, and here I'm just going to uncomment this out, and I'm going to import my API from OneEntry. And now if I do dot, now you can see we have all of their classes. We have blocks, we have locales, menus, we have different classes, different APIs they have, right? Now here we want to basically use the menus, right? So we want to go to menus, and then we want to basically go and get the get menus by marker. That's the function which they give you. You can see they have nice little functions. And remember what I said, they accept something called a marker, right? Now when I open this function, you can see they accept a marker here. So that's the reason I am basically have to send a marker. And of course you can send the language code again. So if you want to get it for in a specific language, let's say the user has selected a language called French or something, so you can then pass in French here as your language code, and it's going to get all the menu items in French instead of the default language. And then you basically just want to return the menus here. And what you want to do here is you want to basically just for any errors, you want to console.error, and you want to say database error, just like that, and you want to say error, of course. And of course here you want to throw new error, and you want to say error fetching menus, or I think I have said failed to fetch menu items, like that. Fail to fetch menus or fail to fetch menu items, like this. So I've done it like this, and of course you can catch the error. So the reason I'm using try-catch is it's super important, because there might be something wrong with the API, or there might be something wrong with your call. Anything could go wrong potentially. So you want to make sure you console log your errors, and you want to throw, and this throw new error is going to be cached by the nearest error boundary inside of Next.js. We're going to look at error handling as well, so don't worry about that. If we face any errors, we're going to that's going to be cached by that error boundary. So super nice. What we want to do, however, now is once we have this, and this is the function fetch menu item, so we want to make sure we import this. And remember, it's accepting a parameter here, so it's accepting it needs to accept the fetch menu items a marker, so we need to be able to send a marker here. So what we can do, guys, is let me go back to components. I'm just trying to, just bear with me, I'm trying to go to components right now, and I'm trying to go to menu items. And inside of our menu items, you want to send a marker here. Now this is super important. You don't want to mess this marker up, because what's going to happen if you mess the marker name, you're not going to retrieve the menu items. Now, how do you actually go ahead and create the menu items, right? That's what we need to know. So what we can do is go and click on your menu, and just like we have a sidebar here, what I'll do is I'll create a new sidebar for us, the new menu, and I'm just going to say sidebar, let's say YT or something, or I'm just going to say sidebar YT, sidebar for my YouTube build or something. So I'm just going to name it like this. And for the marker, remember we have a name for the menu item. That's the name which is going to be displayed here, and the marker will be the thing which you're going to call this from, right? So you're going to call this marker right over here. So here I'm just going to say sidebar YT and all case small, because marker should be like, all of the things should be small. This should be like your name, so this should be something like something like this potentially, and your marker should look like small like that. This is just how I like to follow this approach, but again you can just go ahead and follow it however you want. And you want to click on add here, and once you do that, you can see we have a new menu item called sidebar YT. Now my old one, if I go back to this, you can see I have sheets, slides, forms, and docs here. So of course we have created a new one, so we're gonna click here, and let's actually create. Now these items are already created for me, because what I've done is I've already created these menu items before. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys how to do this from scratch. So I'm just gonna delete the old sidebar we had. So I'm gonna delete that. And what I'll do is I will go ahead here, and here if I click on this, you can see this basically allows you to enable this. So you can see if I hover over this allows you to remove this from the menu, and it allows you to like enable. So add to the menu or remove. But how do we actually first add these things? Because these things won't be there for you. It's there for me because I've already created this. So these things would be right over in the content management tab. Now your content management tab is the tab where you will have your different pages, so different URLs. So you might have sheets. Remember, sheets is a page, right? Slides is a page in Google Forms. Forms is also a page. You might have like, if you're, let's say, building a portfolio, you might have like about me, or you might have like contact page, or you might have like experience page or something like that, right? So all of your pages will go inside right over here. And how you can create these pages is you can click on create a page, right? And here you can say for usual page, something like this. For our use case, we have all the pages are usual pages, right? So we want to create for usual page. Page title, we want to basically say, let's say we want to say, let's just say contact us, contact me or something, right? I'm just demonstrating you guys how you can do it. So I'm just going to say contact me as the page title. Now page title and all these things, will be able to fetch all these things dynamically when we pull the menu items. I'm going to show you guys how we can do it. And the super important thing is page URL, right? So we want to make sure we have a page URL. So let's say contact me is the page URL. So if we go back firstly, let me just go back and show you guys how I've done it. Let's say for sheets. So if I go here, you can see the page URL, it does not contain any slash. So what you do is you do it without the slash. You just say in smaller case like sheets or whatever your page URL is. Name of the menu item for the page. Now this is the name of the menu item, not the page title itself. And they have a really nice markdown editor, by the way. So this is something really nice as well. What you can do is on this particular page, let's say you have a business logic or something like that, and those people they don't actually know how to code. They don't want to code. They just want to like write some content. Or let's say you are running a blog management platform or something like that. You can write your entire blog right over here, and this will be displayed on your page once we load the data and all those kinds of things. So this is something really nice. And what I'll do for now is I'll just say hello world here, or maybe I'll just say sheets page content here. So I'll show you guys how you can get this as well. You can also upload images. You can do loads of things here, attach files. And when you click this option, it will optimize whatever images you uploaded. So you can upload images. You can make this text bold. Let's say you want to make it bold. I can make it bold like this. I have like different options here. So you can also do it right inside here. And this will allow you to actually see how your page will look like. So if you do something like this, sheets, page, content or something, you can see on the right, this is how it's going to look like for me. Now if I make this bold, this is going to become bold like this. And you can do a lot of these different things. Honestly, you can go crazy with this. But this will be our usual page. So that's what I was actually going to show you guys. Now what you want to do is remember, you want to click outside of the inputs every time you type something in to make sure it actually saves this. So you can see the status is actually saved right now. If this is not saved, don't go back, and actually don't go back, because you're going to lose all your progress. So what you want to do is, as soon as you type something, let's say I type the name here like this, you want to go outside, editing is disabled, it's a save. This is what you want to do. So let's go back right now, and let me show you guys how you can add a new page. So let's say for usual page, let's just say about me is the page title, and about is the URL, and the name of the menu item is just about myself or something. Or let's be consistent and say about me, and I want to go outside of the inputs, so it actually tries to save it. You can see this is going to get to saved. Now this is saved, and let's go back, and now you can see I have a new page. Now let's imagine I want this page to be on the top, so I can just basically move this to the top like this, and now this is going to put it about me on the top of my list. And you can see all of my pages are of type usual pages. So what you want to do is you want to create these 4 different pages: sheets, slides, forms, and docs, right? You want to do that, and then what you want to basically do is you want to go back to your menu now. And once you have this content management pages, then if you go and navigate to your menu, and remember the sidebar YT we created, go on the edit here, and now you're going to see that new about me, remember we created, right? So this is going to link us to this page. Sheets is going to link us to this page, and now you can add these different pages. So if I enable this, and let me enable this, let me enable this, let me enable this as well, and let me enable this. So orange basically means they're all enabled, and you can see my progress is actually saved now. So if I go back right now, and if I try to go back again here, you will see they'll still be orange right now. They're all saved. And you can also basically, so if you do this, you can also automatically output all, turn off automatic inclusion of child pages. So you can also add child pages. This is a really cool way to do that as well. So if you want to add like any sub pages or something like that, you can also do that. And you can also drag and drop, and basically rearrange these menu items as well. So you can do different things. There are so many different things you can do, honestly. But let's go back and let's actually see how we can do this. So remember the marker we created. So if you go back and check the marker here, this is sidebar YT. So you want to copy this for your menu items, and what you want to do is go back to your build and make sure you have the same marker right away here. And now, because this is a server component, what I can do is I can just console log my menu items here. And if we did everything correctly, here we go, guys. Just look at that. We have our nice little object of menu items, and we have all the necessary pages which we added. Remember the about page we added? We have the about, we have the sheets, we have the slides, we have the forms, and we have the docs as well. And all of these pages, they have a unique ID, a unique URL. They have a parent ID, so if there are any sub pages, then this would become a parent ID. They have different positions. So remember, the about is on position 0 because that's the one which I want to be displayed first. And they also have localized infos, which is an object which we will see, and how we can use that as well, into render different things. So this is our first step in communicating with the One Entry CMS. So congratulations if you passed this stage and if you came along this way. So I want to clear the logs now, and what we want to do now is we want to basically go inside of this div, and we want to render our menu items. So remember the menu items we have, right? They have something called pages inside. So if I save it again, and if I show you guys, so if I save this again, and let me just refresh this, and you should be able to. Okay, so I'm not console logging it here. So let me just console log it again, and let me show you guys. So you can see we have a pages array inside of the object, right? So remember, this is an object of your menu items, and the identifier is sidebar YT, because identifier is the same as marker. So that's the marker, the identifier, whatever you want to call that, right? So what we want to do here is inside here, we want to say menu items dot pages. Remember to do dot pages. Then for every single page, we want to map through the page, and we want to basically render out a nice button. And for remember we are mapping, so we need a key. So page.id, remember every page has an ID. We want to do as child here. We want to do a variant of ghost. And we also want to have a class name. Now the class name, we're just going to override some of the classes the button has, and we're going to say px of 6, width of 95%, and gap x of 3. We're also going to say rounded right of full. Now this I wanted to look very similar to Google Forms actual website, the actual application. So I just made it rounded right of full because it's not rounded on the left side. This is how it looks like. And then inside we have a link component, because remember these are all just linking to different pages. So we want to have an image here, a next/image, and remember for the link we need an href here. For the href, I'm going to do string interpolation. We want to go to /dashboard, and then we want to say page dot. Remember we have the page URL, right? So you can see how nicely we can link all these different things, and it feels very, very natural. Everything's well named as well, so we can see page.page URL is going to navigate us to a specific page. And then inside the image, we're going to have the source. Now for the source, what I've done is I've created an icon map, because we have like different icons for different types of like pages. Now, of course, you can go ahead and like maybe add URLs. I don't know if you can do it for each individual links here. I'm not sure if you can do that. Maybe there's an option. I don't know yet. But basically what I mean is like you can do it that way if you want to, but since this is just like a menu items or something, what I've created is I've created just a simple icon map, because we are just going to have like 4 links anyways. So what you want to do is probably go to the GitHub repo, and you want to navigate to the menu items component. So what you want to do is search for menu. Okay, I'm just going to do it here because it might confuse you guys a bit that I'm started searching on the GitHub here. So go to the menu items and just copy this icon map which I've created. Go back to your build, and just on top of the function, I've created this nice icon map. And remember, I've gotten these different icons as well. So go back and get these icons. I already imported this in my project before. So if you guys didn't do it, just go ahead in the public directory and import these icons. Just have these icons in your public directory icons folder right over here. So I have all these different icons, right? So I have created this icon map, and for the image, what I have done is I have created this icon map. So I can just do icon map like this, and what I've done is I've just said page.localizeInfos menu title. Now you won't get typings after localize infos here, so what you have to do is menu title, and then you have to say as key of type of icon map. So this basically means this is just going to be this left side here. It's going to be a key of these icon maps. That's what this actually means. Remember, this is the menu title we want to get, so don't mess the spelling here. And then for the alt, we just want to say page.localizeInfos menu title, which is going to be a string value, and a width of 15, and we want the height of 15 as well for the image. And I think outside the image we have a p tag, and the p tag is just going to say localizeInfos menu title like that. And then we basically save this thing, and now we should be getting our nice little links. Here you go. Now only we don't have an icon for about me, because that's a link we just added right now. I mean, of course, I was just showing you guys for a demonstration how you can add new links if you want to the menu, but we don't actually need about me for this build. I mean, I was just showing you guys to, so you guys can get comfortable adding new menu items, and how you can, create different. And the good thing is that you can create as many menus as you want. So let's say you have a different menu on your landing page, or let's say you wanna have a different menu on your, whatever page it is. Maybe it's a profile page. You want to have a different menu, so you can have separate menus based on your use cases, right? So let's remove maybe this about me, because we don't actually need it. So let's go back to OneEntry. Let's go back to our content management, and let's actually delete this. So you can see we can delete it. You can click on OK here, and successfully delete it. And now if you refresh our application, we are not going to have about me anymore. And you can see we don't have about me. So beautiful. We have a nice little sidebar now. And I think our sidebar at this point is actually almost done. I think it's actually done. I don't think it's almost. It's actually done right now. If you go and check our actual build here, and if I click on get started, I think it's, yeah, okay. There's an error or something happening. Okay, I think it's done. We have already completed this, so this is fine. So now let's move on to our let's remove the console log here, and and the good thing is this is entirely a server component. We're not doing any client side stuff here, right? It's a very simple server component which we have created. So now let's go back to our actual sidebar, and we have our menu items. Okay, so one thing which we want to add to our sidebar as well, to specifically to our menu items, which I did not show you guys, is actually a suspense, a nice like suspense boundary. And there's a very good reason why we want to do that actually, because remember these menu items, we have a fetching logic inside here, right? So I mean, it's not really necessary, but you can when you fetch something like this. So if I show you guys the finished build, I'm not sure what error we were getting there. I'm just gonna refresh this again, and okay, so when I click on the menu item, we are getting, okay, I know why we're getting an error is because we actually changed the marker. That's why. So what I'm going to do right now is maybe to fix this. Okay, so to fix this, I think I can instead have that old sidebar as well, because that marker, remember, is super important. I was using sidebar before, and now I have a new marker, so that's why it's getting error out right now. Or what I can do is maybe we can change this. Okay, no, let's just have a sidebar here again. So I can do add another one. So this is my new one, this is my old one for my finished project. I'll go and click on edit, and I'll enable all of these individual links here, so we can get all these links. And I think this is exactly the problem we are facing. So if we go back right now, refresh the app, and if I click on this link, here you go. Now I have added suspense boundaries here. Of course, it's not necessary, and you might not even see this, but there's a very nice way I can show you guys. And what you can do is you can basically open up something called React Components. This is an extension which I've installed. It's a React DevTools or something. That's the extension name. And what you can do is you use the arrow icon from this extension, not from the Google console tab. Use this one and go to your the thing here, the parent here, and you have this suspense here. Now click on this, and what you want to do is you want to turn this to true. Okay, so there's actually no way of doing this for production. You can't actually do that. Okay, I see. You can do this locally, I guess, but you can't do this for someone else. So you can't actually see, you can't toggle this state. Alright, so what I can do, guys, is I can show you guys locally what I've done and what I mean by adding the suspense. Now, it's a very trivial thing, but this is such a nice way. So at any point, this call took too long to load, or it was loading or something, we are showing nice skeletons here. So it's a really nice addition to the sidebar, to the menu items, I mean. And the way we use suspense is we use it outside of the fetching logic. So fetching logic is happening right over inside menu items. So that means the suspense should be wrapping your menu items here. It shouldn't be wrapping your entire sheet or something, right? Because then you're blocking your entire sidebar. You should only be blocking your, and you might be asking, you might be wondering that why are we not using a loading.tsx file? Because Next.js has these nice loading files. Now we can again use the loading file, but that's going to block the entire page from the load. If let's say this call took too long to load, it's going to block the entire page, and we don't want to do that, because let's say everything else loaded instantly and only these calls took too long. We want to have a nice suspense around the fetching logic here, not around the entire page. When you do it in the page, in the loading file, it basically blocks your entire UI. So that's just my approach. So for small trivial things, you can have skeleton loaders and animations like this. So what you can do is in your sidebar around the menu items, you can put a suspense boundary, and I'm going to show you guys how it's going to look like as well, because right now it's loading really, really fast. And I think I can also delay and make an artificial load or something here, so you guys can see as well. Yeah, that would be actually a nice way to show you guys as well. So what I'll do is I'll artificially delay things, and I'll show you guys that way. So here we have an option. So you can see suspense is imported from React, right? And you can see we have a fallback option here. Now fallback is actually the thing you want to show, when it's loading. So for now, I'm just going to say loading ... right? And if you go back again, if I refresh, this is super fast, so we don't actually see that. Now, if I think I can do artificial delay here. So how I like to do this, I don't remember that code. So what I can do is I can just use Chat GPT here, Copilot here, and do this way. And what I'll do is I'll just make it 10,000. So artificial delay to show loading state. So now this is gonna take a longer time to load these things. And here you go, guys. We have it, right? So you can see my entire page is not blocked. If I have a loading.tsx file, then that loading.tsx file is only going to show that loading logic, and you can see now it's loaded, right? So the thing is that it's going to show this nice loading text in the moment when it's actually loading, right? So it's really nice if for any reason this call took too long to load, or it could be any case, and it's just a nice thing to add to your user experience, right? So that was my basically my point to show you guys. Now let's keep this for a bit. So once we create the skeleton, I can actually show you guys what I mean exactly. So in the sidebar, we're gonna have this skeleton, and this will be called menu. It's gonna be called menu items, and it's gonna be called skeleton like this. So we're gonna create a skeleton component called menu items skeleton, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually going to get the code for this, because there's actually no need. It's very simple. What you want to do is you want to get the code for this. So go to your skeletons.tsx component file here and just get the code for everything, honestly, because I think this is such a thing which is not, it doesn't make sense for me to, type these styling for all of these skeletons, right? So what I'll do is I'll just copy this entire file. And I think if you guys can understand about the styling point of view, just copy this entire file, honestly. Just the skeleton we are using from Shadcn. So what we can do is, honestly, go open up your terminal, and instead of like sheet or something, install the skeleton like this. So you want to say npx Shadcn UI at latest, add skeleton. Again, this component from Shadcn. If you're interested, go ahead and take a look on how it looks like. On the website, but we have the skeleton component, you can see. And what I'm doing is I'm just I've just copy pasted all these different skeletons. We have like a skeleton for search, we have a menu items, we have a form list, and we have a form page header, and we also have a responses header. We'll be using this as we progress along the build here. These are just different skeletons. Again, this is very simple, and a skeleton basically it mimics the actual content. So of course it doesn't show the actual content, but it mimics it in a way so it looks like that what actually is loading. And I prefer that in terms of like loading spinners, I think I prefer skeletons way more than loading spinners, because they actually show the user what type of content is actually loading in, as opposed to just seeing a loading spinner and not seeing anything else, right? So it's just a better user experience, to be honest. So if you go back to our app now, and you guys can see immediately how gorgeous it looks now, right? So if this call took too long to load, it's going to show these nice loading skeletons, and now it's loaded. So you can see, even if I refresh now, get these nice skeletons, and once this is loaded in, it's going to show these nice little components, and it's going to show us the nice components like that. And you can see it looks really accurate, right? I mean, mimics the exact behavior that way. So if you want to create it, it's very, very simple. What I've done is I've honestly just created a div and have 4 skeletons, just given them a width. The exactly similar approach. What I've basically tried to do is from menu items, I try to create a skeleton right over here. I try to, mimic the exact approach. And then, I basically render it in a suspense boundary. All right, so I think what we can do now is proceed along with the build. And before I forget, I'm just going to remove this artificial loading state, because we don't want to do that. Okay, and it's super fast, so let it be super fast. And let's go back to our sidebar. And I think our sidebar is complete now. So we can finally work on the search menu navigation now, right? That's what we can work on now. So for our search now, what we can do is go into our header, I guess. That's the one. Right, So in our header, we have this search component. So let's actually create, this search component now. So let's copy this and create a new file, search.tsx rfce, remove the React import statement, and just auto import. Again, be sure to auto import correctly from your correct. Do not auto import from Lucid React, otherwise you're just gonna see an icon. And go into your search, and now we're gonna create this search. And immediately as I added the search, you can see that my div here was on, it just moved to the right, because what I've done here is I've said that on a medium breakpoint I want this to be justified between, right? But as soon as I go on a smaller breakpoint, I want this to be together like that. So this is what I've done, and you can see now we have the search bar in the right place. So now let's go into the search bar and let's create this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make this, again, it's a server component, remember. So we're going to make this asynchronous, and we're going to get all of our forms here in the search bar, and we're going to use a function called fetch all forms. We're going to create this function just like we created fetch menu items. We're going to create this function called fetch all forms, and what we're going to do here is we're going to return a fragment, and here as the first component we're going to create a search input, and as the second we're going to create a search mobile. Now the only difference between these two components is that we're going to have two separate components handling, like this is the search input field, right? This is for the desktop. As soon as we go smaller screen size, you can see now it's a nice icon button like this. So we're going to have these two distinctions, right? But they both have the same functionality. So even on a bigger screen, you can see when I click here, it opens the same command menu, and even on a smaller screen, it opens up this nice command menu. So it's a nice functionality which I've done. Okay, so we have search input and search mobile. Let's first create the search input and comment out the search mobile. So for the search input, I'm also going to comment out this. Let's create a component, search input.tsx, make it rfce. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to my search input component. And now let's create this beautiful component. Now here I have some really nice logic, which when you press Command K, like a keyboard navigation, the search bar, menu will open, and we'll be using a nice command component from Shadcn as well. So firstly, let's go ahead and actually install that. So let me navigate to Shadcn, press Command K, and this is exactly what we're building, by the way, guys. This is exactly what we're building, and this looks beautiful, and it's really, really fast as well. You can just quickly, navigate to whatever you want. So we're going to search for something called command, and you can see this is the fast composable unstyled command menu for React, and you can see it uses the CMDK component by Peko Corse. That's the person who created this CMDK component. If you want to take a look at this, go ahead, and you can see how beautiful this looks. Absolutely gorgeous, guys. You can see big companies are even using some of these approaches. Raycast is using some similar approach. Vercel is using this. Framer Motions is using this, and it looks really, really clean, right? So you can basically, we can just use this component. Basically, it's using this behind the scenes. So what we can do is npx add this and go back to our terminal, add this thing, and then we want to just import this, right? So make sure you get all the import statements, import all these different things. So we're going to get a command dialog, a command empty, and all these different things. And firstly, let's just maybe copy this thing, and let's see what we get once we render these things out, right? And you can see they also show you how you can have a use effect. So when you press like Command K or something, it pops up in the the search menu as well. So this is what I've done. Of course, I've used this exact React.useEffect pattern here, which we'll be doing it ourselves, right? That's what I have done. So let's close the terminal, and let's actually start building this nice search input now. So firstly, we want to have a fragment, and here let's actually first build the search input. So we're going to have a div, and inside we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a search icon. So make sure you import from Lucid React. It's going to have some class name of width 6, height of 6, a text of neutral, and it's going to be 500 like that. And I'm going to have a p tag which is going to say search, and then we're going to have a class name here as well, which is exactly going to say text neutral 500 and a font of light. So something like this. And on the parent we're going to say flexbox items center, we're going to say gap x of 3 like that. And on the main parent here, the parent div here, we're going to say hidden. On a phone screen we don't want to show this, we want to display it to be hidden. On a medium screen you want to show this flex 1, you want it to take as much space as possible, justify between, we want to say width full. On a larger screen size we want to say width of auto, and we don't want to say width full, and we want to say max width of XL. On a larger screen, min width of 270 pixels like that, and py vertical padding of 3, and we also want to say px of 6, sorry, px of 4 not 6, gap x of 6, and we also have some more styling. So we have rounded medium, we have cursor pointer, and we have bg gray of 200, actually it's 100, bg gray 100, and then we have a transition on the colors actually. So that's our nice little search input. And let's go back to search and maybe auto import this as well so we don't get this error anymore. And you can see we have this nice little search input. This is our nice search input div here. And what we're going to do is we're going to have an on click here, and the on click will basically on click is just going to say open here. Now where's this open going to come from? This is going to come from the use command dialog store. So we're going to also using state management here, and the reason I've decided to use state management is because we have two different components. So if you guys remember, we have like, if I go back to search, we have a search input and we have a search mobile, right? So we have two separate search components, and that's the reason I've decided to use like a, and by the way, this component will be use client. So let's make sure we add use client directive, otherwise it's going to error out, because we have like on clicks and stuff. We're going to use a hook as well. So what I've done is I'm using Zustan in this build. Like, I don't know how you call it, Zustan or Zustan, but that's the state management solution I'm using. It's pretty easy to use, and we'll be using that as well. So what we can do now actually is we can create that store. So we will basically have a store. We'll have these three values. We'll destructure. So we're going to destructure close. We're going to destructure is open, and we're also going to destructure open from something called use command dialog store, which we're going to create. So we're going to create this nice reusable hook. So let's actually do that right now. So firstly, we want to install something called Zustan. So make sure you do npm install Zustan. Okay. And if you guys don't know about what Zustan is, just a state management solution, and it's really popular, and I mean it's really easy to use. Honestly, one of the easiest solutions I've used. So you can see npm install Zustan, and the way you do it is you basically have a store, and you basically then use it in a hook pattern. So you have like nice hooks which you can use, and you can just import those hooks from whichever components you need. So you can see why Zustan over Redux is because it's very simple, and it makes hooks the primary means of consuming your state, and you don't even wrap your app in a context provider, so you don't even need to wrap anything. So that's the really huge part of using Zustan. I really like this approach. All right, so what we can do is we can just honestly simply use this now. So the way I've done is I think I have a store directory at my root level. So go on your root level, create something called a store directory, and inside the store directory we have something called a store.ts. So you can create a store or whatever, like you can maybe create like a slice or however you'd like. In Redux we have like slices and stuff, but here it's just better to name it store, honestly. So we have a store.ts file. Here we're just going to import something called create from Zustan. So we're going to import create from Zustan like that. And then we're going to create an interface. Now this interface is going to be for your command dialog state. So we're going to create this interface. Now it's going to have these values. It's going to have is open, it's going to have an open function, and it's also going to have a close function, just like that. And then we're going to export, and just how Copilot suggested, use command dialog store is what we're going to name it. And here we're just going to basically pass the state in, and you can see how that simple it is to create these, right? You just have like a setter function, and then we basically pass in the default values. Is open by default is going to be false. Open is going to make set is open to true. Close is going to make set is open to false, right? Very, very simple. We also have like get stuff. So if you do like set here, you can also do get. I think there's a way they actually show you. So you can also do get and stuff. But it's really that simple to use Zustand, honestly. And this is it. That's it, guys. So we have created our nice store. Now all we can do is we can import this hook. Okay, by mistake, I actually closed my thing. All right. So we just import this use command store. And you can see I'm already destructuring all these values, because what we did is, remember, we actually, we were basically sending this as an object. So we're destructuring these values from this hook right over here. Now we can go back to our, our search input component. So I'm actually doing that right now. Going back to my search input. Where is it? Okay, I found it. So search input. And inside of my search input now, we're going to have a use effect. So here, we're going to create a use effect from React. So make sure you import it. And what we're going to do is this use effect will be dependent on the open state. I mean, the open function, actually. That's what it will be dependent on. And here, we're going to basically have a down. We're going to have a down constant, which is going to accept the keyboard event type. And what we're going to do is if event dot, and make sure it's of type keyboard event. So when we're going to check for key, if the key is equal to k, right, and we want to do e dot meta key, or if e is dot control key. This means when we're pressing the command key or the meta key I think is for Windows. I think meta key is for Mac, and the control key is, I think, for Windows. So whenever you're pressing like control or command alongside with K, and you can do it for as many characters. If you want to do it for J, you can also have like and or maybe like a or condition and say like e dot keys k is equal to J or something like that. So you can do it for many things if you want to. And then we want to basically say event dot prevent default firstly, and then you want to just simply say open. And here we want to basically add an event listener, so we can know when the key is being pressed. And we want to basically return, this is just a cleanup step inside of a use effect. So we're saying document.remove event listener when the user presses key down. So we want to remove that event listener. Really, really nice. Now we have a nice little function here as well, which is going to be run command. And this is a really useful function, and we're going to use callback from React, by the way. And what we're going to do is we're going to accept a command here. And this command is just going to be basically a function which is going to say like it's just going to return unknown. So it's going to return unknown like this. And what we're going to do inside here is we're just going to say, I think this is how it works. So we're just going to say close, and we're also going to say command like this. And there's a very nice reason why we're doing this. So whenever you use callback, you have to send a dependency. Basically, it works very similar to like use effect. So I mean the syntax of use callback. So you can see you don't have a dependency. So we have to have a dependency here, and we want to make sure it depends on close. So what we are doing is we created this function, and what we did is this function just means that it's a run command function, which is gonna take a command. And we're going to basically be using this nice little function. And what we'll do is we'll pass a command inside of this function. And the command will be something like, let's say, we want to maybe navigate the user to, a different page or something, or whatever we want to do, right? We want to basically navigate the page to a form page or something, because that's what should happen when the user actually clicks on the form, right? And we also want to close. We're depending this on close as well, because we want to also close the search bar once the user navigates to that page. So we're doing these two things simultaneously together like this. All right, what's the next step we have to do? I'm just thinking right now. Okay, the next step is we have to connect this, right? So after this div, here we're gonna basically have a command dialog, and this command dialog firstly is gonna have something called a command input. So it's gonna have a command input, and the command input will be very simple. It's just gonna have a placeholder, and that placeholder is just gonna say search for all the forms, search all the forms like this, and then there will be a command list here. The command list is going to firstly it's going to have a component called command empty. Now this component is really useful. Like, it will render only when there are no search results. So when there are like basically no results found, then it's going to render this component. And then outside this, we're going to have something called command group like this. Now inside of command group, we're going to firstly we need to get all the available forms. So the way we're going to get the forms is we're going to accept the forms through the search input here. Remember, we had a previous search component, which is actually our server component. So if you guys remember, the search here, this is a server component, right? So we're going to get the forms, and then we're going to send these forms in this search input component. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically have these forms, and these forms will be of type called iForm forms entity. And this is a type from One Entry. So make sure you import this, and this is going to be an error. So make sure you import this from One Entry distribution and form/form interfaces. So this is actually a proper type definition for this. And if you want to check this out, you can check it out. So this is how the type looks like. So we're going to get this form like this. And on top as well, we're also going to use router. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the use router from next/navigation. So make sure you don't get it from next/router. Make sure you get it from next/navigation, because what we want to do is when the user clicks on any of the menu items, the search items, we want to navigate them, and we want to run this command function, for them to redirect them to that specific page. Now, what we can do at this point, guys, is we can probably go ahead and we can create our form logic. Maybe we can add some nice forms inside of One Entry. Maybe we can take a look at some of the more interesting stuff like attribute sets and how we can do form validations and maybe do all those things. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create the search menu, the search bar, and we'll have all the forms, and then we're going to work on our nice dashboard forms components as well. So we're going to take a look at those things. So maybe now it's a good time to let's create a simple form and stuff like that. All right. So what we can do, we can pause at this point right now and go back to our search component and maybe create this fetch all forms function, so we can get all the forms. So firstly, how do we actually create the forms inside of One Entry? So let me show you guys now how we can do that. And firstly, look at this gorgeous looking search command. Of course, it's looking really, really gorgeous, really beautiful, right? And if I go on a smaller screen, you can see we don't have it anymore, but instead we're gonna have a nice little search icon here. So let's go to One Entry and let's see how we can now manage our forms. So we want to go to the Managing Forms tab, and you can see I already have 3 forms right now, but for you, you won't have any forms here. So the first step we want to do is we can add a form, and add a form name here, and then again the similar approach we had with menu items. We can basically have a marker here, right? So for the form name, let's say we want to have a different form. The way I have done it, honestly, is I just use ChatGPT to create some random forms for me. And what I get some suggestions, and I use those types of forms. Now in these forms which I've created, I haven't covered image upload functionality, remember, but I've covered all types of other functionalities like numbers and like booleans and all those different things. So what we can do, maybe we can look at the similar types of forms. So let's maybe create a similar form. Maybe let's say what comes to my mind right now, I think maybe let's create like a car auction or something, or a car registration form. Let's just do car registration form or something. Yeah, I mean, it's just an example, so I'm just showing you guys. Let's just create maybe like a car registration form, and what we can do is maybe have a marker. Now, again, it's for the marker things, it's up to you. Honestly, you can, whatever you decide to choose it. I was using ChatGPT, so it suggested me some really nice like markers. Like if my form name is like job application, that suggested markers like this. So I'm gonna stick to these marker sets. But again, these are something which you can choose. It's up to you. It should be unique. So make sure you choose unique markers. It shouldn't be conflicting. But you can see what I'll do right now is I'll just say car, car registration form. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say CR7090 or something like that, right? So I just want to be consistent. So it's just a random number. I'm just going to click on add. And here you go. We can see that we have a nice car registration form now. Now I can click on edit, go inside this form. And you can see this form name is for the CMS. And the form title is actually for the website, right? To display on the website. So you can have a form title if you want on your website. I'm not going to do that right now. I think I haven't done that, honestly. Okay, I haven't done that, so I'm just going to stick to my old approach. Now, what you want to do, what's really interesting here, guys, is the form fields, right? Because whenever we have some sort of form, you want to have fields for that form, right? And really interesting thing is also the data sent by the form. So remember when I was submitting the data in the beginning or the demo of the build, all that data was getting submitted right over here. So if I show you guys right now, I think I was using the product feedback form. I did use this one, right? So I go to the data tab here. You guys can see I submitted a MacBook Air, if you guys remember, in the starting, and I put the rating to be 9. So the data will be submitted here, and you can view the data. So it's basically like a real-time thing, right? If you send your form to your audience, and they'll start submitting, and then we also have nice analytics, so we know what types of responses we got and all those different things, right? So we have all these nice different APIs to communicate with. So what we can do is go inside of car registration form and click on the form field. So that's the first thing we want to see. Now, when we click on form fields, we want to select a set of attributes here. Now, when I click here, we right now have 3 sets of attributes. Now, how do you create these set of attributes? Set of attributes are basically very easy. It basically means a different set of attributes of one particular type of form. So let's say you have like event forms, you have like feedback forms, and you want to have some separate attributes for every single type of form. So that's what the attributes basically mean. So for events, let's say you maybe only want to have like string attributes. For maybe, let's say, a car registration form, you only want to have like number attributes. So you can have like different sets of attributes all together in the same manner. And it doesn't have to be number or string. It can be anything, but it's just what I'm saying. It depends on a category, of your forms. So what we can do here is we can basically select a set of attributes. Now, I don't want to select, I do want to create a new set of attributes. So to make this very, very simple, and for simplicity, I've kept the naming same as the form name. So what we can do is we have 3 already. Now let's create one for car registration form. So go to settings and add a new set. So when you click on settings, it takes you to this settings tab and attributes tab. Now add a new name here. So make sure you name car. So okay, I haven't copied. I'm just gonna copy this because I have to type this over and over again. Car registration form, like that. And again, for the marker, I think I kept the naming to be CR7090. Now again, I'm just naming this to. I said the markers need to be unique, but because this is just for an attribute set and that was for a form itself, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it's already unique because it's a different attribute set here. And for the type here, now you can select type. Now you can maybe create attribute sets for like admins, for blocks, for pages, for your products. But we want to create an attribute set right now for forms. In particular, we want to do it for forms, right? So I'm just going to say CR7090, create here. And this is going to create this attribute set. And here you go. You can see I have a nice little, and you can see I also have an attribute set for my blocks, which I don't think we're using in this build, but it's just for demonstration. You can see we can have different attribute sets, right? Now here we have a car registration form. Now what you want to do in the next step is click on the setting here, and here you will basically be able to add different attributes to this form. Now, for a car registration form, let's say we want to basically want the car name. So we can say car name like that, right? And again, remember, this is the name which is going to be displayed. So you can, this is the, basically think of it as the label in your input field. So this is the label name which will be displayed. And again, this is the marker. So again, you can just be consistent and just say CN. Again, this doesn't have to be like this. You can just probably have this as a marker or something. But it's just a nice thing because you can be consistent along with the, some nice little consistency. So I'm just going to say 2545 or something like that. And for the type, I'm just going to say this. So this has now different types. Now this is a really interesting thing because you have button types, you have image, you have time, you have date and time, you have float. So now let's maybe add a string here because the car name is supposed to be a string. It cannot be a number, right? So let's make it a string. Let's create. And you can see we have a car name right away here. Now let's suppose we want the car name to be a mandatory field, right? We don't have any validation rules right now. But let's say the car name needs to be mandatory because the car registration form should not be submitted without a car name, right? So what we can do is we can go to settings here, and here we can basically set validation rules. So what we can do is here in the drop down, we have different validation rules. Now I want to make the car name mandatory. So what we can do is we can say required field. And this, what this is going to do is going to make this required now on our front end, which we're going to see we have nice validations for that. And now if I go back, you can see no validation rules. Car name is a required field, right? Now let's also add the plate number. So car plate. I'm not sure how to type. Maybe now let's say we want to add a number like this, car plate number, right? So CPN or something 3240, right? So this is like car plate number. And for the value now, for the plate number, it has to be all numbers. So like we don't want this to be string, so we want this to be all numbers. And of course we cannot do this in a float because it shouldn't be decimals, right? So what we can do is we can maybe say there's a really nice type integer here, right? So we can make it integer now. So we can say integer and let's create it, right? And at any point, guys, if you want to like change this, like, you can just go ahead here in the settings and, you can delete it. So if you want to change it, you can delete it and maybe change the attribute and so on like that. Now let's say the car price. Now I don't know, it doesn't make sense to like add the car price in registration form, but I mean, I don't know, it's just an example, guys, so just bear with me. Let's just say car price. I want to show every single type of attribute which I've which you can use. So for the car price, let's just say CP, and let's just say 0078 or something like that. And now in the type you can maybe choose a float, right? Because the car price we want to allow in decimals as well. It doesn't have to be integer, it can be float, right? So we can say float here. And let's create that. And now we can have a radio button type. Now this is something really cool as well. This is another attribute which I've covered in this build as well. So what we can do is we can have a car type. Now car type could be SUV, it could be sedan, it could be like whatever types are there. If you just do a quick Google search on like, I don't know, car types or something. You can have these different car types. So I'm just going to copy this honestly, and we'll create all these car types. So we can say CT and we'll say 1090, something like that. Now here we're going to choose something called radio button. We're going to choose this one, and let's create that. Now once we do car type, what we can do now, we can go in the settings, and what we can do is we can add new option values here. So firstly, what we can say is the first type could be, let's say, SUV or something. So it could be, this is for a hatchback. So I'm just going to say, so let's just say sedan firstly. And the value needs to be sedan like this. And you can select additional value, which is just optional. So let's just say add here. And the second value, we can have SUV. We can have SUV, yeah. You can just say SUV like this. And I'm just following the same approach. So for the values, think of as the input values. So it should be smaller. Again, it's just a nice consistent thing to to do. And then we can also have, let's say convertible, right? So we can say convertible, yeah. And let's make the C smaller here. Let's add this, and maybe we can also have pickup truck as another type here, right? So we can say pickup truck or something like this, and T here, pickup truck. I think, okay, yeah, that's how we want to do it. All right, so we want to do it like this. So we have 4 different options to choose from. Now, if you want to have a default option, you can also do that. What you can do is you can have a default value again here, but I'm not going to select it. I'm just going to keep it like this because the user, they can do this thing on their own. And we can go back, and we'll see we have car name, plate number, we have car type, which is a radio button. If you go to settings here, you can see we have 4 different options here. So this is how we have our nice little car registration form, right? So what we can do now, guys, is the same way I think I can show you guys the different forms I've created. So if I go to managing forms again, you guys can take a screenshot of my fields and my values. And I don't want to delete all this and create it because it's really unnecessary. Like it's gonna, let's just save time, and you can take screenshot of these forms and maybe have these fields for on your own as well. So what I'll do is I'll click on job application firstly. Like if you want to add these forms, get the screenshots of the fields here. I'm gonna go to form fields, and I'm gonna go in settings and show you guys the job application form now. And just take a screenshot of this area here. You can see my markers are really consistent. I just have a something FN thing here in the end. I don't know, it's a bit different. It associates with the job application form. That's how I've done it. So again, the markers are something which you can honestly do it however you'd want to. It doesn't have to be an exact approach. And then of course, for the, let's say we have a resume upload option, years of experience, cover letter. I'm just gonna go back to, let's say, the product feedback form now. So we'll just take maybe a screenshot here as well. And now I'm gonna go back again, and I'm gonna go to event registration form. And now you can again take a screenshot here as well. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go back, and now I'm gonna go back to managing forms. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different forms. We have a car registration form which I just created. Now what I'll actually see is if we did everything correctly, now we're going to create this fetch all forms function. So we're going to get all these different forms, and we're going to create this function now. So what we can do is go back to our data file, and I'm just going to navigate myself to the data directory, and I'm going to take a look at how I have actually done the functionality for fetch all forms. All right, so what we're going to do, the similar approach we have done for fetch menu items. We're going to say asynchronous function. Now again, if you want to separate them, you can maybe probably have different files. I just like to have them all together in one single file. So it's easier for me to navigate like that. So I'm just going to create a function saying fetch all forms like that. And again, this is not going to accept anything. So for fetch all forms, it's going to get us the list of all the forms we have inside of our CMS. So that's the logic behind the fetch all forms. So we have a try catch block, and here I'm going to create like I'm just going to create a variable saying const forms data is equal to await. I'm going to communicate with the API dot forms. And we're going to say get all forms. So we have 2 different functions. We have a get form by marker, which gets us a single form. But here in this case, we're going to get all the forms. So we're just going to say get all forms. Again, we don't want to pass. If you want to pass EN, you can. But again, the default language is going to be English anyways. So, you can do it. And you have other parameters as well. So you can do EN, and you can have offset, and you can have a limit. So if you want to have like infinite scroll or something, you can also, again, I haven't done infinite scroll for this build, but again, you can have pagination in, and you can have like different things. You can have infinite scroll if you want to. So they have their these nice little options as well if you want to. Now I'm going to create another variable here, and this one, because the forms data we receive, I want to show you guys how we actually receive this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to console log this firstly, and in the catch block we're just going to do the same console.error, and here we're just going to throw a new error, and we're just going to say fail to fetch forms. So let's first, let's just like console log this thing so I can actually show you guys what's happening. So I'm just going to like fetch all the forms here, and for the search input, let's just do it like that. So let's go back to our terminal. So you can see here we have all the different forms, and they're actually in the array format. So we get this all these different forms and actually the correct array format. Before it wasn't actually in the array format. So what I did is I basically did object.values actually. That's what I did before, but right now I think it's in proper array format. So what I've done is basically I made it like because it was in the object format. So what I did is object.values, and what I did is then map through every single form, and I sorted them in the correct position order as well, because you can see they have different positions. So this one has a position of 1, this one has a position of 2, this one has a position of 3, and this one has a position of 4. Alright, so let's maybe try to do this right now. Let's see if this works. So what I did before is I did forms is equal to forms data. So I did object.values, and what I did is I basically paused in forms data here, and I mapped through every single form, and I only wanted to get the values, right? So I only wanted to get the form value. So if I go here and show you guys, I was only interested in the form like dot values. I wasn't interested in the in the second parameter. I wasn't interested in the keys. I was only interested in the value. So what I did is for every single form, and the way I did this is map through every single form, and I returned that form here, and then basically I just sorted this from a dot position to actually it's b dot position. So what I did is I did b dot position to a dot position like that. And then if I console log and show you guys what we get here, you will see that we're gonna get the forms now. So if I just refresh this right now and show you guys, I think you can see now we have all the forms. I think this was already in the correct order, but I think when I did this before, okay, yeah, it wasn't in the correct order. So you can see right now the position is actually switched. So we wanted this to be in the descending order, but we actually got this in the ascending order before, right? So what I did here is I basically just sorted them in the proper descending order here, so that it makes more sense here. Alright, here we're just going to return the forms now. We're just going to return forms and catch for errors. That's it. So return the forms and catch for different errors. So now our forms will be of type, of forms entity like that. And we'll also get the latest forms first, and then we're going to get them in the proper descending order. So let's actually, get the forms here, and then we're going to pass these forms right over here to our search input. And let's save that. And if we did everything correctly, we should be able to see these forms right now. If we have actually done the logic here, I think we haven't actually mapped the forms here. So what we can do here in the command group is you can start mapping through these different forms. So let me go back to my search input component. Let me just take a look there in the search input. Okay, so here we have some different forms, and I think I forgot to destructure the forms. Okay, I didn't. Okay, so we can map through every single form, and make sure you're doing this inside of your command group. And for every single form, we want to basically render out a command item, and we want to basically have something inside the command item. We want to have form.localizedinfos.enus .title. Now the reason I'm doing enus here is because this comes back in a particular format, and if you try to console log this, and you see this, you will understand why I'm doing .enus here. And do not make this mistake. If you do a .title like this, it's not going to work. So make sure do .enus and then do .title, because it comes back in this particular format like this. So if you want to use this for any other language, you can use that as well, right? And because we are mapping, we want to basically have a key here. So the key is going to be form.id, and then we're going to have a value as well. The value, we're going to just say form dot, I think it's going to be form dot identifier. Yeah, so value is basically just the marker, and the on select, we're basically just going to do run command. Remember, we created this function called run command, and what I'm going to do is actually I'm just going to get rid of this curly braces here, and I'm going to do it without that. And in this run command function, we're going to pass in router dot push, and just like how ChatGPT, Copilot suggested, we're going to go to router dot. Actually, we're going to go to router dot push / dashboard, and we're going to go to forms / form dot identifier. Actually, not ID. It's going to be identifier, just like that. So this is what we're going to do. So on select is the function which is inside of this command. So we have this on select inside of the command, command package. And what we are doing is we're basically using this run command function, which is accepting a use callback call, and then we have a command, a function here which we're sending, and we're also closing this at the same time, right? So that's what we are doing here, and we also have a nice key, and we are pushing this to a proper dashboard / forms / form.identifier, which we haven't created yet, guys. So which we'll be creating in just a while. So let's check if we did everything correctly. This should now actually work. Okay, so we have an error here, and it's actually saying that it cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so what we can do now at this point is maybe let's console log. So the way I think I can figure, because I think they upgraded that package right now. I was using an older version before, so what I can do now is what we can do is we can just forms dot, we can see what we have in the first array, in the first item of the array, so we can just see. So I'm just going to get localized infos like this, and maybe let's go to the console here. And what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to actually just comment this command dialog, so we can at least see what's happening inside of our search input. And there you go. We can see that we have a title, but this is what they did, right? So they actually changed so now we don't actually require to type in enus here. So before, this didn't used to work. Again, they had some changes. They upgraded their package right now, and this is how I like to debug things. I just console log stuff, honestly, and I figure out things like this. So you can see inside of this localized infos in the first item, now we don't anymore have to say enus. Before, there was an object here, and we had to basically say that. Now it's very simple. All we have to do is we just have to say dot title. So we can just uncomment this and just remove the enus, and just basically say it like that. And I think it should work now. All right, it's not erroring out anymore. Now if you press Command K, I think this should most probably work. If you refresh this, okay. So if I click here, this does not work, and most probably because I'm not actually opening this. Yeah, okay. So what I forgot to do, guys, is on the command dialog here, I need to pass in the open to be open when is open is true, because remember, I'm doing the on click and I'm basically opening this, right? So that's what we are doing here. And we also want to say on open change close. So when I click on open change, is basically just an on close function. So we want to pass like close there, and you can see now immediately we get this beautiful. And I think Shadcn UI, I think he updated the backdrop for this, because in my finished build we don't have this backdrop, right? Or maybe I messed up some styling, I'm not sure. I think I'm just gonna check it out, my styling. Either I messed up something, or maybe Shadcn I think he improved the backdrop. I think the quickest way to check this is just go here and just maybe search for something like backdrop. There's no backdrop here actually. BG opacity or something. All right, so I mean I can't seem to find it here, but maybe I messed something up in my styling. I'm not sure. Actually, it's not happening only once we open up the modal. So I think this is I think Shadcn changed some things, and you can see we have our new car registration form in the proper order as well. So we get our nice little forms here, right? And now if I click on, let's say, the car registration form, you can see it takes me to the form page / the identifier, but actually the page is not formed because we haven't actually created this page, right? So we can see we have these nice forms, right? We have this nice. Now, one thing which I did not actually told you guys is we're also going to have, remember I told you guys about suspense before, and what we can do, guys, is we can basically what we can do is firstly look at this no results found, right? It looks goddamn beautiful, and if you press Command K, it's going to work as well. So what I was saying is that when we go back to our search now, you can see we have a fetching logic here, so we can also have a suspense boundary, because we don't want to click on search and not get the results here if this call took too long, right? We want to basically show a nice little, a skeleton loader or something. So what we can do, guys, is where we have the search, which is inside of our header, we're going to have a suspense boundary. So let's actually go back to my header component. I'm going to go and navigate there, and we're going to have a suspense boundary around this search, the same way we did basically for our, I think, sidebar. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a fallback here, and this fallback, remember, we already imported, and it's going to be called search skeleton, like that. So it's going to be called search skeleton. So every single time when we refresh, let's say, this page, right now it's already loaded. So if I add an artificial delay and show you guys, or actually let me show you guys another way of doing this. So what we can do is, if you guys want to like style these skeletons yourself, and you might be wondering why do we need to always have the artificial delay, you can do a really nice trick as well. Is you click on inspect, install the extension called React DevTools extension, and then go to the components and select this tool here. But this, I think, only works for local. So you can click on the search here, and you see the suspense around the search. Click there, and then you have this suspended false, right? So make this true. So when you do that, you get this nice the suspense state, because what this actually does, it actually makes this suspense to true. So then you get this nice little fallback which you added. So now you can see we have this nice little fallback, and when you refresh this, it's going to come back to the old one. So this way you can also style your skeletons and your nice little components. All right, so we have our nice little search functionality. The only thing is we don't have the page right now, and we don't have the nice little forms right over here. That's something we have to create. All right, and one more thing, I think I'm skipping one more thing, which is our search mobile component. So let's also create that, so it's responsive on our mobile as well. So let's copy this search mobile, create a new component, search mobile.tsx rfce. And what we can do is I'm just going to create a nice little icon button here. So I'm going to return an icon button which we already created before, and this is going to accept an icon. So I'm just going to send the search icon from Lucid React, and on click, remember we have the nice little use command dialog store. So we're going to use that, and we're just going to say const, and make sure, because we're using a hook here, you want to make sure you do use client here, because you can only use hooks on a client in a client side component. So make sure you do that. So on click, you're just going to say open, and these two other props, we don't actually need them, so we can just remove them. We don't actually need them, and we have a nice little icon button, and we also have a class name. So on a medium screen size, we don't want this to show, so we're going to keep this hidden like that. And inside of our search, we can auto import this now and just save it. And now if you go on a phone screen, you'll have the nice same search button, and now when I click on it, you can see we have this beautiful search menu navigation. And this is all happening, like you guys can see the power of And you can also see how I've done this nice little like a nice little animation for even the search mobile. Because what I've done, guys, is if you go on the header and if you go to the search skeleton, you guys can see I have an icon button which animates a spin and it's hidden on medium screen. So that's happening for my search mobile, but then I also have a skeleton here. So I've covered both the edge cases, even on phone. If for some reason this happened, you can see you get this nice little animation, right? And the power of components, guys, like if you do things in the right way, then you can really do a lot of these powerful tricks, and it works really, really nicely, and you get these nice seamless experiences, which we get here, right? So it works really beautifully. We have the the menu and the search icon looking really, really gorgeous. So now let's actually create the components right over here. So what I mean, guys, by the way, is we're going to work on these recent form section now. This is what we're going to work on. And as soon as I refresh, you guys can see I have a new car registration form. If I click on view details here, and this is on the finished build, of course, we get an empty state as well. So this is something I've covered so many different edge cases in this build, and this is just really good user experience, right? So for some reason, the responses tab is crashing right now. I'm not sure why, but we'll take a look at that as well. All right, so let's go back to our build and let's keep building. All right, now we have our header done. So let's go back to our I'm not sure where we were. Actually, we were right over here. I think inside of the forms page. Yeah, we were right over here. So we have our header done. Now we want to work on this recent forms component. So now let's create the recent forms, and let's create this component. So let's go back to the components, recent forms.tsx, make sure you do RFCE, and go back to your page and auto import this recent forms section just like that, and go to recent forms. Now we're gonna create this beautiful recent forms component. So the recent forms, guys, is gonna just basically get the same calls we did for inside of our search menu, because remember we want to get the same forms, and we're gonna have a nice suspense boundary as well for that as well. Firstly, we're gonna create this top bar. So if you guys look at the finished build, we have this top nice bar. And now, of course, I haven't completed these other functionalities, but you can go ahead and extend this build, to have this upload functionality and all these different things like the sorting mechanisms and all these things. But I've only just added the UI elements of it, but I haven't done the functionality for that. All right, so let's just quickly finish this up. So firstly, we're gonna have a section, right? And the section is gonna have a class name. It's gonna have an all-round padding of 4, space y of 4. Inside the section, we're gonna have a div, and this div is gonna have a p tag. Now the p tag is just gonna say recent forms like that, and it's gonna be styled. So it's just gonna say font medium. For the parent div here, we're just gonna say flex justify between, and we're also gonna say items center, just like that. All right, now outside this p tag, we're gonna have another div here, and this div is gonna be class name of flex items center, and we're gonna have a gepx of 12, just like that. And inside, we're gonna use a select component from Shadcn. Again, I wanted to show a lot of different bunch of components in this build as well, and why Shadcn UI is really damn powerful. I hope I'm gonna convey this message to everyone who's watching this tutorial, honestly, because it really is goddamn powerful. So let's go and install the select component. So search for select, and select is basically just a select menu or something, which allows you to select different items. So you can only select one item at a time. It's not like a multi-select thing. I think for multi-select you have something called combo box, I guess. You have that nice little combo box component. So this component allows you to select, it doesn't actually. It just allows you to search through different items. So you cannot multi-select, but I think there's an option you can have multi-select as well. So let's just install this firstly. So let's add the select component. and let's do that. And as always, let's just get all the imports for this. So I'm going to get these imports, and we're going to get it here. And remember, this is the server component again. So we can use the select because we don't have any client-side logic right now, so we can just safely use it inside. Let's go back to our app, and what we're going to do here is firstly we're just going to say select like that. It's going to have a default value, and the default value will be for anyone. Now inside the select, we're going to have a select trigger, like when to open the select actually, and the select trigger is going to have a select value. So it's going to have a select value property, and the select value is going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a placeholder which is going to say owned by anyone, like that. So this is the default value actually. And the select trigger, we're going to have a class name, and we're going to basically have button variants. So button variants is something again we're importing from UI/button. Now again, these are something which we are exporting from this button already. Like Shadcn is already exporting these button variants. So these are really useful because what we can do is we can mimic this styling to anything we want to using the button variants inside of the class name. So what we are doing here is we are saying button variant, and we are basically applying the variant of ghost here. And what we're doing is we're on the second line, we're also just customizing this a little bit. So we're saying we don't want any outline, we don't want any border, gap x is going to be 2, text neutral is going to be 600, like that. Alright. Now outside the select trigger, we have select content. So we're going to have select content. Now select content is going to have different select items. So we have select item owned by anyone, we have owned by me, and then we have owned not owned by me, which is actually owned by others. But this is how it's appearing on Google, so I wanted this to be the same as that. So I'm just going to say not me here. Alright, so this is the select content. Now outside the select here, guys, we have a div with 3 icon buttons. So what I want to do is I want to just maybe say, okay, let's just do it properly. Let's just say icon button like this. Icon button. So we want to import our icon buttons, and you guys can already see how useful our icon buttons are, right? So we're using them in a lot of different places. Now this is going to accept an icon of list. Second one is going to accept an icon of arrow up Z, I think. Arrow up A Z icon. I know it's a very weird name. Yeah, this is the icon name. And this third one is going to basically accept a folder icon. Now again, as I said before, I'm not making them functional. These are just for purely UI purposes here. But if you want, just go ahead and extend the build and go as crazy as you want with this. I'm just focusing on the core functionalities in this build, to be honest. So here we're going to have a suspense boundary. Since you guys are already familiar with suspense, I'm going to do it right away. So I'm going to say suspense here, and here we're going to have a form list component which we'll be creating. So form list, and the suspense boundary will have a fallback of form. So it will be called form list skeleton, like that. And we're going to create form list component. Now this component will be responsible to render out these form lists, so these different forms which we have. So these different these forms, this will be responsible to render these different forms here. So what we can do, okay, we have the styling messed up here, so we need to style this as well. So I forgot to style the parent here. So this is going to be hidden on phone. It's going to be flex items center and gap x of 1. Now let's actually create form list as well. So I'm just going to say form list .tsx rfce, go back to recent forms, and just save this in. Make sure we save the component. Go back to our build, and now you can see we have our styling fixed already. And even on phone screen, it looks really, really nice. Now let's work on actually the form list component, right? So that's the main component. Now, because we already remember, if you guys remember, we already created in the data file, we already have this fetch all forms. We're going to use the same exact function here inside of our form list. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go to this form list component, and because this is the server component, we can just simply do forms, and we can say await. We want to make sure we have asynchronous here, so we want to say await fetch all forms, just like that. And inside here, we're just going to map through different forms, just like how we did before. And for every single form, we're going to display a form card like this, and this will be another component which we'll create. So first, let's actually create this so you don't get any errors. Form card.tsx rfce, and I'm just going to go back to form card, and create this form card component. The key is going to be form.id, and the form we're going to pass in just like that. So inside of our form card, what we can do, guys, is we can basically have accept the form. And if you want to know the type for this, just go and hover over here, and you can see the form type is iForms entity. So what you want to do is you want to get the form type here, and you want to make sure you import this from One Entry distribution folder, and you want to import that so we have the correct typing from form. And now let's actually create the form card. The form card, as the name suggests, we're going to use a card component from Shadcn. I think we already installed that. So what we can do is we can just simply I think we can simply do card like that, and we'll have our card header. So make sure you import card header. The card header is going to have a card title, so make sure you import card title. The card title is going to be localized infos, and remember, we don't need enus anymore, so we're just going to say localized infos.title. And the card description we're going to have identifier just like that, and we're going to say form dot identifier, right? So let's save this and let's see if everything actually works right now. And maybe let's save the form list because we didn't save that. And here we go, guys. We have our beautiful 4 different forms which we created, right? So we have our event registration form, we have job application, we have car registration form as well. So what we want to do next, guys, is we want to basically continue building this. So outside the card header, we want to have card content, and then we want to have a Shadcn UI button, and inside we want to have a link component because we want to make sure we go to that specific form page now, right? So inside the link, we're going to have an href here, and inside the href, we're going to go to dashboard /forms /form.identifier like that, and we're just going to say view details, right? So not details like that. And we want to make sure we say button as child, and we also want to change the variant to be outline, just like that. And if we save it now, you can see we have the beautiful nice little 4 different cards. And this is what I love about Shadcn. Like, we don't even have to style anything. It already looks so good out of the box that most of the styling we don't even have to override, right? I really like Shadcn UI. All right, so what we can do, guys, now the parent is not actually styled, so that's the reason we don't actually see them in the proper grid form. So we can go back to our form list now, because our form card is done. So we can style the parent here, so we can just have a class name and make it of grid, and make it grid columns 1 by default. As soon as we increase the screen in size, we can then say grid columns 2, and on a larger we can say grid columns 3, and make it a gap of 4. So as soon as I do this, guys, you can see immediately it looks goddamn beautiful right now, and it's responsive on all screen sizes. So even if I go on phone screen, you can see it looks really responsive. And if you refresh, you get these beautiful skeleton loading animations. So completely amazing. Now next step is to work on naturally actually so our nice little dashboard /forms page is done. Next step is honestly to work on this page, and to get those nice looking charts and nice looking form fields rendered out the way we want them to be. All right, so let's create these forms /form ID page now. All right. So how do we create these pages now, right? Because right now we worked on dashboard/forms. Now the next step is to work on forms slash these unique IDs, but these could be any unique IDs, right? Like anyone could put something like this here, and this could also be considered a form page. So what we're going to do firstly is I'm just going to navigate to my app folder, and I'm going to go to forms, and we're going to create an ID slug here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create inside of forms, we're going to create an ID, but we're going to put this inside square brackets. Now this basically means it's a dynamic segment, inside of Next.js. It's called a dynamic route. So it could be any ID. This is like it's like a wildcard. So it means it could be any ID here. It could be any ID we would be going through, but this would belong under the forms page, right? Under the forms route. So we can create the ID, and then inside here we can create page.tsx and RFCE form ID page. And if we do that, right now we won't get an error anymore, right? Because we have the form ID. And now we can actually work on this page. Now here on this page, we're going to have a layout as well. So we're going to create a layout.tsx. So we'll have nice little layout. And the layout is going to also going to say form. And we're also going to have a success route inside of this form. But firstly, we're going to have a form ID layout like this. Form ID layout. All right. Now inside of form ID layout, we have a div. And basically, remember, it's a layout. So we need to pass in the children. So the children is going to be children of type React.React node. And we're going to pass in the children like this. And we're going to style the parent div. And we're going to say BG needs to be violet 100. Min height needs to be off screen, and you want to have padding x of 6, right? So that's what we want to do in the layout right over here. All right, so once we do this and we go back, you can see the form background is changed right now. We have a padding x, and we also have a min height, and the form background is also, the page background is also changed right now. So okay, so we have a nice little layout. Now actually let's work on the page stuff, right? Because that's what's important now. So let's work on the form ID page. And I completely forgot, actually this form ID page, this would be the public form ID page, by the way. So this, okay, I completely forgot, guys. So there's actually going to be two forms. There would be a public page, and then there will be actually a page which will be inside of my dashboard. So the styling I think I did here was for a public page, so I completely messed this around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to my dashboard. I'm going to check how it's there inside the form ID, because it's going to be a bit different here, right? Yeah, of course it is. So we're not going to have this styling, because this styling is going to apply, but this will be only applicable to the form ID, because remember we have that send URL, right? So when let me just show you guys. So if we go to any of the components, let's say the new one which we created, you can see no fields are available in this form. Actually, we actually created the fields here, so we should be getting the fields. But the reason it's not showing the fields right now is I think I forgot to actually save my file, or actually select my set of attributes. And this can happen, and it might caught you off that we already created the field, so why it's not showing the fields anymore. So the reason it's not showing, if you go to managing forms here, and if you go to event registration form, remember we had to select something called an attributor. So not event registration, car registration form. Here we had to select a set of attributes, and we haven't selected this, guy. So that's the reason it's not actually showing us the field. So as soon as I do this, and this is saved, now if you go back and if I refresh this, and here we go, we get the nice little, and you see, like, the car name is actually a required question, because remember for the car name we said that it will be required, and we have different car types like sedan, SUV, convertible, pickup truck, and we have car plate number, car price, and different fields here. So now this form is right over here. And what I was talking about before is that we're going to have two different pages. So when I click on send, it's going to create this URL for me, which I can copy, and I can send this to anyone. So this could be submitted by anyone, right? because this is the public link, it's a public URL, right? But this dashboard/forms, this cannot be accessed by anyone. This can only be accessed by people of the organization, because we don't want anyone else to actually, take a look at this. So what we can do in this case, guys, is this layout is going to be a bit different. So for the dashboard layout here inside the forms, remember this is not a public form page. This is going to be for the form inside the dashboard. Here we're going to get a single form, because remember we want to get like a single form here, right? Like if you go and actually show you guys, here we only have a car registration form. So we're going to get the single form using this marker right over here, which we have. Remember, this is actually the identifier, which is equivalent to the marker. So we can get a form, by marker like that. All right. So what we can do here, guys, is we can actually make this function asynchronous. And I'm actually getting this inside of the layout. So what I'm doing is I'm saying const form is equal to await. And I have a function called fetch form by ID, which I have created. And what we're going to do with this function is we're going to say fetch form by ID. And let's actually firstly create this function now. So we're going to fetch the form by using the ID. And once we get the form, actually, we're going to check for the form.id, right? And we're going to make sure this is, we optional chain this. And if we don't have an like form.id, then we're going to return not found, because the user could type anything, like we could navigate to any IDs, and we don't want to allow that unless it's an actual form page, right? So we want to make sure we actually do that. So if the form.id is not found, then we want to basically navigate to not found, and this is from next/navigation. So again, it's of type never, so we don't want to say return. We can just do not found, and this will basically redirect to a not found page. So we want to do that, and inside here, guys, we want to have, basically, we don't want to firstly have this div, and that means we don't want to have the class name. It's going to be just a fragment. We're going to have something called form page header, and we're going to have a div, and our children is going to be inside of this div. So we're going to have the children inside here, and here we're going to say bg violet 100 and min height of screen. And the form page header is something which we haven't created yet, because we're going to basically pass in the form here, and then we're going to have a nice little header. And the header I'm talking about is actually this header right away here. Sorry, not this header. It's actually this header right away here. So this is the header I'm talking about. We're going to have send, we're going to have a user button, and we're also going to have this nice little car registration form, and it will be completely responsive as well. You can see on a smaller screen we get this nice little plain icon, which we can click, and you can send this form. All right, so let's actually build this now. So what we want to do is we want to create this fetch form by ID function. So I'm just going to go back, navigate to my data file again, and we're going to create this fetch form by ID. So let's just create export synchronous function, and what we're going to do here is we're just going to say fetch form by ID, and remember this is going to be ID of type string, and the ID is the same as the marker. Actually, I've just named it ID here, but it basically just means by the marker thing. We're going to have a try catch block. In the try block, we're just going to say const form data, and it's not going to be api.forms it's going to be get form by marker, and it's going to accept the ID, and then we're going to just return that form data, and we're going to console.error if there's an error, and we're going to say fail to fetch form if it cannot fetch the form. So we're just going to use the form data by marker and going to pass in that ID right over here. Right, now let's go back to this form by ID page. And what we want to do, guys, here now, how do we actually get this ID? And the ID we are looking for is in the page. And remember, before I showed you guys that in Next.js, what happens is that we get the params through here, and we also get the search params. Now this would be considered a part of params, not search params, because this does not have a question mark. It's not a search param, it's actually a param, right? So we will be getting this right over with the children. And what we can do, guys, is we can actually get it right over here in the layout. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you guys how we can actually get this. Again, I did a mistake as I navigated back to my public form page, because the names are actually the same. The only difference is the dashboard. All right, so we can go again inside forms, ID, and inside layout. And in layout, we're going to have params here. So we're just going to say params. And here we can say params. And we're going to say ID of type string. And the reason I'm saying ID, guys, is because this wildcard, this thing here, is named ID. If we name something else here, then it will basically rename to that parameter here. This parameter is named ID. For example, if I name this marker or something, which I should probably already have named it like marker, because it's actually the marker, then this ID will change to marker. So it's whatever the name of your route is, it basically becomes that thing here. And now we will have params here, and what I want to do is I want to destructure ID from params, and then I can just pass in this ID here, and let's just auto import this function, and we'll get back a form identity entity like this. And let's just save this, and then we're going to create a form page header. So let's actually create a form page header right now, and inside the form page header we're going to be sending this form just like that. So let's go back to our components directory. Let's create this form page header.tsx rfce. All right, now I'm just going to navigate to my components directory, and let's create this nice little form page header which we're going to be creating. All right, so firstly we want to change the div to the header, because this is going to be nice semantically header, right? If that makes sense. And we're going to have a bunch of styling here. So firstly, the header is going to be flex column. We're going to say items start. We're going to say on smaller screen sizes, we want this to be items center. We want gap wire 4, and we want it to be fixed. Actually, we want width to be full. We want padding top of 4. We want padding horizontal of 4, and we want BG white, and we also want shadow. And we want Z50 for it to appear on top of everything, because it's a header, right? And then inside here we have a div. The div is going to be class name of flex, items start, width full, and we're also going to say on a smaller screen size we want to say item center, and justify between, just like that. And inside we're going to have another div which is going to be flex box, flex column, smaller screen size, we want to make sure it's flex row, and we want to also make sure it's item center, and we want to make sure it's gap y of 4, just like that. Now inside the div here we're going to have a nice little button from Shadcn UI. So we're going to say button, then we're going to say link from next/link, like that, and we're going to say image from next/image, which is going to be self-closing. The source, we want to make sure we get the logo, so let's import our logo from public at logo.png, and we want to pass in an alt property, which we can say logo, like this. And we want to also pass in a class name of width of 10, a height of 10, like that. And this href here is going to be it's going to be /dashboard, because that's where it's going to navigate us to, right? It's going to navigate us back to the dashboard. So that's our logo component right there. And then we also have a button. We want to make sure we say as child. The variant is going to be ghost, like that. And we also want to say size of icon, just like this. All right, let's see if we get something on our page. So I'm just going to navigate to the new one which I created. And right now we actually don't have anything. I think that's because I'm not actually okay. So I'm not actually saving this thing. So firstly, let's import the form page header, and let's also make sure it accepts the form as a prop, and the form is going to be of type iForms entity, like this. And once we save this, I think we're gonna see this on the screen just like that. Yeah, of course it's not complete yet, but we can see something. we have a nice logo. So if I click here, you can see I'm navigated immediately back to my slash dashboard, right? So let's go back here and let's continue building this. All right, now outside this button, we're going to have a p tag, and this p tag is just going to contain form.localizeInfos.title like that. And here we're going to have class name PL1, smaller screen size PL of 4, and we are also going to say PR of 3. And of course, let's see if we get something on the screen. And here we go, we get a car registration form just like that. Nice. Now we're going to also have icon button. So the icon button is going to contain an icon of folder. So the folder icon we're going to get from Seed React, and we're going to say class name, we want it to be hidden, and only on a smaller screen size. We want this to be inline flex, not that, inline flex, just like that. And we're going to replicate this icon again. Instead of folder, we're just going to say star icon, just like that. So we can see two different icons. We have a folder icon and we have a star icon, just like that. All right, the next thing we want to do here is outside this div, we want to have another div, and this div we're going to have a component called send form, and this will be style flex items center, and it's going to have on smaller screen size gap x4, and we're going to have send form component. We're going to have icon button. The icon here is going to be more vertical here, so we're just going to say more vertical. The class name we're going to be sending here mr2, and we're going to say on a smaller screen we don't want any margin right. And we're also going to have a user button, and that will be from our Clerk authentication. We want to pass in the after sign out URL to be slash. And let's actually create the send form component. Now this send form component will be responsible for this button right over here, which will open like a nice little dialog and will allow us to copy this URL. Again, very, very similar to how Google does this. And we'll be able to share this URL with any of our the audience or friends or anyone. Now you can go ahead and extend this functionality. I know that Google allows you to add different emails for different people, and you can also add a functionality to maybe bulk email a lot of different people, and have some email functionality in there as well. Again, I just wanted to focus on core functionalities and on the core idea of this build, but you can go ahead and honestly extend this as well if you want to. Alright, so let me just go back and let's create this send form component right now. So I'm just going to say send form.tsx rfce. Firstly, let's go back right over here. Actually, let's just comment this out for now, and let's complete the header first. And actually, let me just get this send form, and let's complete this for the rest of the header for now, and then we'll come back to this once this is done. All right. Outside of this div, we're going to have another thing. This will be called form page header bottom, and this will be inside of our suspense boundary. And there's a very good reason why we have it under suspense. And here we're going to create this component called form page header bottom, just like that. And we're going to have a fallback here, which is going to be form page header bottom skeleton like this. And in this header button, we're going to basically send the form. Now the reason we have this under a suspense boundary here, guys, is because this will be responsible for rendering all of our fields. So we'll basically need to get all these different fields, and then when I click on responses, it will basically be responsible to get all the different responses. Right now you can see I have 0 responses because I haven't submitted this form right now. But once I submit, we'll get responses. So we'll be building these two tabs now, which will be I think the last portion of our application, the last part of our of our application functionality. So let's actually do that. So we'll have this nice form page header button component. Before we actually do this, let's maybe create the send form functionality first. So let's just complete this component in the correct order. So let's complete the send form, then we're going to work on form page header bottom. So the send form, guys, is going to be very simple. It's not going to be complicated. It's going to be very simple. We're just going to have a dialog. We're going to be using a dialog from Shadcn. So let's go to Shadcn. Let's search for a dialog component. And if you click here, you can see this is just basically a modal component. It looks really, really beautiful. So we're going to be using this. So what we can do is we can actually install this right now. npx Shadcn UI at latest, add dialog, and make sure you import these things. So what you want to do is you want to import these different things. And you also want to make sure, because this is going to be, it's going to be, and I think we already have a dialog here. So it's saying it already exists. So if it already exists, then we don't need to install it again. And you can see what we want to do is we want to make sure it's use client, because this is going to contain some interactivity stuff. So we want to do use client here. And that's the reason, if you guys see my build here, the way I've done this is I haven't unnecessarily created the entire component to be use client, because we should be pushing this as far as across our app as possible. We shouldn't be just converting the entire thing to use client, because we need some functionality to be interactive, right? Make more load on the server and make less, load on the client. So it should work like that. So this is the way I've done it, and you can see across my entire application, I've done this in parts, right? I've completed, where I need use client, I've, converted a separate small component to be a part of use client. So this model actually enforces really good practices in React, right? So I think it's a really nice model to follow the React server components. All right, so in here, we're going to have a few things. So firstly, we're going to have tabs, guys. So the tabs here, I think we're going to have tabs, and this tabs will basically contain, I think it contains 3 different objects, but right now I only have one. I'm not sure why I have only added one separate object, or if I'm actually even using them, to be honest. Okay, let's just add this. So I have a link here, basically, and we have an icon which is going to say link to icon. Now, of course, we had 2 more, like email and emd. As I said before, we can extend that if you want to. You can extend that functionality, but for now, I'm just going to keep it simple and just have one single link tab here. If you check out my repo, you'll have 2 more objects which I have commented out. And if you want to extend it, you can go ahead and extend those functionalities as well. And what I've done is I made it as const here. So this is only this is read only. So if I click here, you can see you get these nice little IntelliSense here as well. Now what we can do here, guys, is we can just simply use this dialog. Now let's actually go here and actually copy this dialog. And what we can do, guys, is we can literally refactor this as we go along. So this dialog is just going to be a very simple dialog. So if I save this, and if I go back to our app, actually our local app here, if I click on open, you can see we have this nice little, and I think Shadcn added a nice little backdrop. So every time when you click on a modal, you get this beautiful backdrop. Let's actually check if this exists here as well. And you can see, yeah, this actually adds a nice backdrop in the background. And I think he added the same thing for command as well. So when you click on command, it also happens like that. So that's really beautiful. All right, I think this is like a new addition to Shadcn. All right, really, really cool. Okay, so let's just, maybe right now, let's work on this dialog trigger. Firstly, we want to say as child here. We want to say a div here, and we want to say icon button. And the icon button is going to contain an icon for send. And we're going to get this from Lucid React. We're going to say class name. On a medium screen size, we want this to be hidden. And we're going to have a button. The button is just going to say send, and we're going to have a variant which is going to say outline here. The size of the button, we'll keep it small. Class name is just going to say padding horizontal of 6. It's going to be hidden. On a medium screen size, it's going to be inline. So that's what we're going to do here. And this is going to be our button. So if we go back and check, we have our nice little button here. I think the variant is actually the brand variant, which I haven't created yet, but we're gonna create this a custom variant in our buttons. So this is really good thing about Shadcn, because we can have as much customizability as we need, right? So I wanted to create a custom variant here. So what we can do here is go inside of this, button thing, and you can add another variant here called brand. And if you want to get the styling, go back to my repo, and just go to UI, just go to button, and you will get the styling from here. So this is the one which I have created. So it looks exactly like how in Google Forms the send looks like. So this is like a brand variant. So wherever you need this variant, you can basically use this, and you can see now we have this custom variant. So now you'll get brand variant as well. Really, really easy to add this, right? And you can see now we have this beautiful send button. All right, outside this trigger now, we're also going to get the dialog content, which we're going to say padding of 0. We're going to have dialog header, and the dialog title is just going to say send form like this. It's going to say send form like that, and we're going to have a class name here, which is going to be font normal. We're going to say text 2XL, padding X of 4, and padding Y of 3, just like that. And just a second, guys, I'm going to put my iPad to charge as well before it closes down. All right, so we have a padding vertical of 3, and then we have a send form text right over here. Beautiful. And this is going to happen, of course, once we open the modal. So you can see this is what the send form looks like here. That's the dialog title. And then, of course, we have the dialog description, which we can style as well. So the dialog description is going to be styled something like background gray 100, and it's going to be text accent foreground. We're going to say flex justify between items center, and we're also going to say padding overall of 4, and the description is basically going to be, it's just going to say collect email addresses, okay, just like this. So it's just gonna say this. And of course inside, I think inside the dialog description, we're also going to have a select field. So we're gonna have a select field here, and this select field, make sure you import this select from UI/select, and here we're gonna have some select trigger. And I think this is a very simple select field. I'm just going to quickly go to my build and just copy this because it's very, very simple. So what we can do is go to my send form. Okay, it's right over here. So we can just simply get this select field because it's very, very, very simple. And let's go back to our build. So we can, just fast forward this a little bit. And make sure you import these things from UI/select. Do not import it from Radix UI because that's the package it's being used behind Shadcn. So make sure you import it from your local UI folder. And you want to do this. And once you save this and click on send, you can see now we have a nice select field there, which says collect email addresses, right? Beautiful. What's the next thing we want to do? Next thing we want to do is after the header, we have a div. We have tabs here, and here we're going to be using our nice little Shadcn tabs. Now what are the tabs? Now tabs are really beautiful components, so let me show you guys. So when I click on send here, we have these nice, like, of course I removed the 2 other tabs, but we'll have, like, we can have these nice tabs, and if you want you can extend and have more tabs, but again I wanted to cover all aspects of like Shadcn in this build, so I decided to actually include that as well. Alright, so what we can do, guys, is go to Shadcn, search for tabs, and you can see tabs look like this. It looks really, really gorgeous. So let's just install them. We're just going to override some of the styling here because our tabs kind of look like, if you look at our tabs, they kind of look like this. So we're going to make them look like that actually. Firstly, let's actually install the tabs. And the next thing we want to do is go back to Shadcn. Again, just get these imports here, go to the top of your file, get the imports, and also let's get this tabs, so we can have a basic starting point for this. Alright, let's go back to our build, close up the terminal, and what we can do inside of this div, guys, is we can just, paste those things, and then we can override the stuff which we need to. So firstly, the default value is going to be for the link. The class name is going to just say padding 0, and we're going to have a tab list. Now the tab list, which we can see here, guys, is going to contain not the triggers like that, but basically firstly the tabs list is we're going to override some styling here. So firstly we're going to say width full, we're also going to say gap x of 5, we're going to say horizontal padding of 4, padding top of 2, padding bottom of 0, bg transparent, height of full, and we're going to say border bottom like that. We're going to say flex items center, justify center, sorry, not justify center, justify between, and we are also going to have a div inside. So we're going to have a div, and the div here is going to be flex and items center, gap x of 3, and inside here we're going to have a p tag. The p tag is just going to say send where, and we are going to have a class name, text of small, font medium, and we're also going to have margin bottom of 2 like that. And then we're going to map through all of our tabs which we created. So tabs.map through every single tab, and we're going to render our tabs trigger like that. So the tabs trigger which we're going to render, remember, because we are mapping through, we need to pass in firstly a key. So we're going to say tab.value for that, and then we also want to pass in a value because that's compulsory. So we want to say tab.value here as well. And for the class name, we're going to say flex column p0, and the reason I'm putting exclamation mark is so it overrides to be as important. Like, this is not a typo. So if you hover over the class names here, and you can see that it means that it's super important padding. That's why I'm basically overwriting this. So I'm just gonna say group after. So we have some after stuff going on here. So basically what I've done is I've created this border bottom kind of thing. So if we look at our finished build, you can see this is the after pseudo element which I've targeted, and I've created this nice little border when it's actually active. And again, I'm just gonna honestly get this thing because it's quite long, and I don't want to type this myself because I think it's already done, and it's very straightforward if you understand after pseudo elements. These are just like some after pseudo elements I've targeted. So it's very, very simple. It's not that complicated, to be honest. So I'll just copy that, and you can see after I've basically targeted the data state. When it's active, I want the color to be like this, and you can see the data state active, and I want this the background to be like this. So the data state active, if you go inside of dapps trigger, you will see Shadcn is basically using these data states active to target the active state. That means that when you click on the actual tab, and when it gets active, how you want this to style this, right? That's what the active state is. And you want to do schild here. Then inside of the div, you want to basically use tab.icon. And here you want to basically say width 16, space y of 1.5, cursor pointer, and the width and height needs to be 5, not 6. So that's how you want to style them. And if I save this and we see them right now, you can see it looks pretty similar right now. So when I save this, you see by default this is selected because you can see here I have said that default value should be link. Alright, nice. So after this div, we're going to have another div here where we're going to have two icon buttons. So icon button, first one is going to be for Facebook. Okay, so I think it's deprecated now and we don't have Facebook anymore. Okay, I'm not sure why they have deprecated Facebook icon. Maybe it's social icon or something. Okay, so at this point what I would do is I would honestly go ahead and Lucy dev and maybe search for Facebook or something and see what is the naming they changed to, right? So I'm not sure, they haven't changed the name to anything. It's still Facebook, but I'm not sure why this is like, this is deprecated. Okay, so I'm really not sure. Maybe they're working on new icons or new namings or something like that. But still, it's still named Facebook. It's the same for Twitter. Let me just check. Yeah, okay, it's still like Facebook and Twitter. So not sure why it's showing me deprecated here. All right, we can just use it deprecated. Doesn't matter. I think they're in the process of changing something. That's why. And here we're just gonna use, instead of Facebook, we're just gonna say Twitter, like that. Let me just use another icon here and let's see if that is deprecated too. So you can see this is another icon, but only the social icons seem to be deprecated. And they have no alternatives, that's the thing. Yeah, I think they're in the process of changing, or there might be like a, this might be like a error or something on their end. So let's just say space xf2 between the div. And we can see now we have these beautiful two different icons. All right. The next thing we want to do, guys, is we want to, inside of our tab content, is we want to have a link tab content specific component like that. So what I've done is I haven't like created these tab contents like this. Instead, what I've done is I've created a component separately saying link tab content that belongs to the link, the value of link actually. So I've done it a bit differently. And again, I've commented to different comments in my GitHub repo. So if you go ahead and check, I've commented the email tab content and emd tab content. So if you want to go ahead and create those, please feel free to do those. So link tab content, let's create this component, rfce. Let's go back here. Let's save this first. Let's say link tab content like that. And we want to just save that. And now let's actually style the link tab content. So we're going to work on that. So let's actually do that. Okay, so I'm going to go navigate to my link tab content. And let's create this. Now this again is going to be use client because we need interactivity. So we're just going to say use client. And this link tab content, we're basically going to get the params. And the params you're going to get from use params. Now again, this is a really nice hook which gives you access to these slash parameters. So it's going to give you access to these like cr7090 slash forms, like these params like that. So it's going to give you access to those things. So you can get this from next/navigation. And what we are interested in getting the ID basically. So we can say params.id. And then basically I'm just constructing a URL. And what I'm using is I'm using a window. And I'm saying window.location, not local storage. I'm just using the origin and I'm saying window.location.origin. So whatever, if the app is deployed, it's going to get the window, the origin, the host URL, and then it's going to say /forms, and then it's going to say /ID, and that will be the public URL which we're going to be sending the user to, right? It won't be the dashboard one, it would be the public one. Now inside here, we're going to have some tabs content, so we can just import tabs content, and you can see it errors out right now because we need to provide a value. Firstly, we need to import this. We haven't done that. And then we need to provide a value. The value here is going to be just link like this. Right, because we know that it belongs to this link here, right? So that will be the value for this. And we're going to have some class name. We're going to say px of 4. We're going to say py of 4. And we're going to say space y of 3 like this. And we have a div. And then basically we have a class name here where we're going to say grid width of full, items center, gap of 3. And we're going to have a label. Now the label, again, we're going to get the label from Shadcn. I don't think I have installed this. So what we can do is quickly go ahead here and just get the previous command and just do label instead of tabs, just to quickly install the label from Shadcn. And we can get the label. Just make sure you import it correctly. So we get the label component, and here we're just going to say link. And outside the label, we're also going to have an input. Now, I think again, input we haven't installed. So do the same for input. Just instead of label, just say input here. And this is going to install the input. And then make sure you import this correctly from the input. And say type of URL. Now here, instead of the type of text, we want to make sure it's a URL type. So what we're going to do is type URL here. ID needs to be of link, and the value is going to be the URL which we constructed right away here, right? And it's going to be read only. And the reason I'm saying read only is the user shouldn't be able to like change any of this, right? So it will be only read only stuff. All right, so the label here, we can just simply have an HTML, I can't type, link, and we're going to say class name, text of base. Okay, it's going to be, all right. My typing is super crazy right now. It's really, really bad. Okay, text base. Just like that. So let's take a look. Actually, I haven't styled the div. I think I have styled it correctly. All right. Okay, let's take a look how it looks like. Oh, all right. We get this beautiful, nice looking URL. And remember the header, the reason header is looking like this is because we don't have the bottom, which we're going to create once we are done with this send button. You can see we get this beautiful URL. Now we need the copy button, right? Because we want the user to actually be able to copy this, right? So what we can do is here, we can have another div. And here we want to get dialog close firstly. And the dialog close is going to be a button. So we're going to say as child. And here we're just going to say button from Shadcn. And this is just going to say cancel. And the button variant is going to be ghost. And the size is going to be small, just like that. And the div is going to be styled space x of 2 flex items end, and it's also going to say justify end, just like that. And after this, we're going to have another button which we're going to say, it's going to say copy, and on click we're basically just going to say, we're basically just going to say navigator.clipboard. So we're going to use the navigator class, and we're going to say .clipboard.write text to URL, and then we're going to use a toaster notification. And again, for this, we're going to use the Shadcn Sonar toaster notifications, which I absolutely love them, which is going to give us these nice, so if I show you guys the finished app, it's going to give us these nice toaster notifications. So you can see it looks really, really cool. So we're going to use these notifications. The way to install them, actually, if you can go back to Shadcn, just search for Sonar, and you want to copy this command, and you want to make sure you do both of these steps. So firstly, you want to install this, and then inside of a root layout, you want to make sure you add the toaster just like that. So firstly, let's actually install this, and in your root layout, you can just copy this toaster, go to your root layout, and just after the body, inside the body actually, you can just put it wherever you want. You can just put it just after the children right over here, and you want to make sure you import this toaster, and do not make this mistake of importing it directly from Sonar. Do it from the local toaster which is being created right over here. So do it like that, and just save this, come back to your link, tab content, and now we can easily be able to use this. So we can go back to our app, and now what we can do here is we can just use the toast from Sonar, and we can just simply say success, and we can say copy to clipboard. And the next thing we want to do is you want to say variant is going to be outline here, and the size is going to be small, and just save this link, tab content. I think we're done with the link tab content, and here you go. We get these nice, beautiful copy and cancel buttons. So if I click on cancel, it's going to close the modal. But if I click on copy, we get this beautiful Sonar notification, which looks absolutely stunning. And they're also like swipeable and stuff on phone, I guess. And I just love them. They look absolutely gorgeous, honestly. So you can see it looks really, really clean, right? So we have nice little toaster notifications as well. So how many times we copy this, it copies for us, and it shows displays a nice toaster notification. All right, and you can see we have a nice little URL. There's a typo here, and bear in mind there's a, a curly brace here, so we don't want to do that. So we want to make sure we remove this little typo. All right, otherwise it wouldn't navigate us to the right site. Now you can see it looks exactly like that. So now we can actually work on the form page header bottom component. So let's actually go there, and let's go to form page header, and let's uncomment this. And I think I haven't created this form page header bottom. Yeah, so let's actually create this component now. So form page header bottom.tsx rfce, and let's get this form page header bottom component done, which is gonna be basically getting all of our forms data, and we're gonna get our responses as well. So this might be like a good time where we can actually basically discuss about getting all the forms data, because we'll be needing all the forms data, and then we also need to get the responses as well for our second tab. So we're gonna be doing both of these calls right over here in the form page header bottom. So firstly, the first call we'll be doing, it will be for forms data, and here we'll do await, and we want to make sure we do asynchronous here because it's an await call. So we're going to do fetch all forms data like this, and we have responses. And the responses, we're going to have basically a reusable function which I'm going to create. And this, trust me, if you're a beginner and if you're new to React and all these like JavaScript, and if you want to learn about fundamentals, this function is going to teach you all about a lot about like fundamentals and how to do object transformation and all those different things. So it's a really nice function which I have created, and it's going to show you a lot about these things. So this function is going to accept two parameters. It's going to accept form data, and it's going to accept form.identifier. So we're going to get these two different things. Now, how are we going to get the form? How are we going to get the form identifier? Basically, we'll be passing that, if you guys remember. So we'll be passing the form, and the form will be of type iForms entity. And this, you can see now, it contains the form identifier, right? So this will accept a form identifier. And firstly, we need to focus on the fetch all forms data, because this relies on this, fetch the form data, so we can get the responses as well. So firstly, we want to basically get all of our forms data. Now let's go back to our data file, right? And I'm going to do the same. I'm actually going to navigate back to my data, and now let's actually create this function, which is going to be fetch forms data, and I think it's called fetch all forms data. So that's the function which we'll be creating. So I'm just going to say asynchronous function fetch all forms data, and what we'll be doing in this function is we'll be using try catch block, and in the try block we're going to say forms data, and we're going to communicate with our API. We're going to say API dot. And here we're interested, remember, we have different APIs, right? So in this one, we are interested in actually the forms data API. We're going to say forms data, and then we're going to say get forms data. We don't want to post. They also have a post request option where we can actually post to your form data. So you can also post, add different values to your form data. But this time we want to actually get our form data, right? That's the one we need to use. So that's the one which I'll be using. And then I just want to basically return forms data just like that. And in my error block, I just want to do database error, failed to fetch forms data. Now once I get this, and remember guys, this is gonna get me all the forms data, so every single form data I have. And if you want to take a look at this, get forms data, what it returns, I recommend checking one entry. I don't know what. I think it was the get started. So when you go to get started, you can see this npm, and I recommend checking this form data out. So you will see where you have get forms data, what it provides you, right? So you can see get forms data returns you this thing. So this method, you can see, creates form data objects by sending a request to the API. I think it's actually the opposite. This doesn't create, this is for post. So this is the one which we're looking at. This method retrieves all form data objects from the API. It returns a promise that resolves to an array of objects of type create form data. Right now, this basically returns you all these different form and form data, like whatever attributes the form has, and all these different things, right? All the forms data. That's what it's going to return us. And I'm also going to console log, so it's easier for you guys to see what this is going to return us as well. So what we can do right now is we can basically import this. And firstly, before doing anything, I'm just going to console log so you guys can see what we get here in this form page header. And let's actually import this from here as well. Let's just save it. Let's save it. And let's go back to our server so we can see what we get. And here you go. You guys can see we get an array. So this is basically an array of different objects, and we get all of our basically all the forms data which we wanted, right? So we get P F456, we get JA789, we get JA789, again JA789. We get basically get different forms data. Now these are all the different forms data which has been submitted to our data, right? The form data thing. And this is going to return us all these different things. Now this is super useful because this will basically determine how we're going to do our responses, right? We're going to create a nice little get responses function, and we're going to basically get our responses in a nice manner. So what we can do, guys, is we can get these responses. So I can uncomment this, and let's see how we can create this get responses function, and where we are going to create this. So this is not basic. This is not going to be like a fetch function. This will be our utility function, which we will. What we are doing essentially is we are just basically getting a response, and we'll be doing some object transformation here. So this is the part where you'll get to learn a lot about the fundamental stuff, right? So the first thing what you can do is go back to our utils file. So navigate there. I'm just gonna maybe close the sidebar so it's easier for us to see. And here let's create a function called export function get responses. So we're gonna create this get responses function. Now get responses is gonna remember, it's gonna accept form data because we are basically going to be sending this form data, and this will be of type you can see iForms data entity, and it's gonna be an array as well. So we can do it that way, and similarly we can paste this type and auto import this from one entry TypeScript in their distribution file, right? And the second parameter we want to accept is going to be the ID, which we will be needing. So we'll get the ID, and then we'll basically write the function here. Now, what will this function do? This will just essentially what it's going to do is going to return the values from this the form data. Remember, we are getting this form data here. So you can see this is our form data array. So what we can do here is we can say object dot values like that. And basically we can find, and I think exactly this is what we're going to do. So we're going to basically pass in the forms data array because this is what it needs to accept. And then we're going to filter on this. Before, I think we don't have to actually do this, to be honest. We can just do it like this. Before, this used to come in an object shape. So we used to, convert this into object.values. I don't think it's needed right now because we can just simply do forms data like this, because right now you can see it's already in an array format, So we don't need to actually do object.values, but I think they recently changed this. But before, in the older versions, this wasn't possible. So so we're just gonna stick to this. So let's just stick to this. Let's just do object.values, and then we're gonna filter from this array, and we're gonna basically here we're gonna remove this, and we're gonna say for the form data, we're gonna say we need the form data dot form identifier, and we're gonna match that with the ID. So basically, what I'm doing here is I'm saying that whatever ID, which is essentially the identifier, which I will pass in, I want to only get the form data, because right now you can see we get the form data for product feedback form, we get the form data from for job application form, we get it for every single like different types of forms. So we don't need for all these forms, because remember, this will be a specific form page, right? So we only need to get the data for that specific ID. So what I'm doing is I'm filtering, and I'm saying that I only want to get data for a specific form here, and I'm matching it with the ID here. So this is like a nice fundamental, filter function which we are using. So it's a nice thing. If you've never used filter functions before, this is essentially what they allow us to do. So in JavaScript, you have like different functions. Like when I do dot here, you can see we have map. Like we use map a lot extensively. We have flat map. We have reduce function. We're going to be using reduce as well in this build, I think. So we're going to get to that function as well. So filter basically allows us to send like a predicate value, and what it basically does, it basically checks from that array. Like it essentially works similar to map. So when you map through something, you get the individual object or an individual thing. So in filter as well, you get the individual form data object, and then basically on that form data object, you compare the form identifier with the ID we pass in as an argument to this function. So that's essentially what we are doing. Basically, we're just getting, if it's helpful for any beginners, we can also comment it like get maybe all responses for a specific, for a form with a given ID. So this is essentially what we're doing. Right? So get responses. Now let's go back to this file. Let's import this. And in this way, now we'll have a consistent responses. So you can see the format stays the same. We still have an array of responses, but it will be specific to a single form now. Right. So I think now we can start working on the form page header bottom. What I'm gonna do, guys, is just give me a second. I'm gonna open this on two different screens on my other screen, so I don't have to keep going back and forth on this. I'm just gonna open this, and let's go back to our form page header bottom now. All right, so I'm on my form page header bottom. So here we can remove the console log because we have seen that right now, and here we are gonna return form tabs just like that, and we're gonna pass in our form just like this, and we're gonna pass in our responses just like this. But this will be actually responses.length. We're interested in the length actually, not in the responses themselves. So we're just doing responses.length. Of course, the way I've done it is if we ever needed like something to do with responses, we can also send the responses itself. But in this case, we're not interested in the responses themselves. We're just interested in the length, because if we go back to our finished build and I actually show you guys. So let's say get started here, and here we go, car registration form. So actually, let me just go back to a different one so I can show you guys. So you can see here I have responses, and then next to responses I have a count here, right? So this tells me that I have 3 responses right now. So this is exactly what we'll be doing here. So we'll be getting the length of the responses. That's how we'll be doing this. And these are basically, essentially, you can see these are form tabs, right? So this will be creating right now form tabs component. So let's go back to our components. Let's create form tabs.tsx rfce. Close this up, close the sidebar, and we're just gonna import this. And now let me just navigate to form tabs. So we can go form tabs, and now we'll basically create typings for this. So what we'll do is we'll create a form. Of course, we're receiving a form and we're receiving some responses. So we can create typings like this. We can say form is going to be of type iForms entity, just like that, and responses is going to be a number, just like this. And on top here, we'll also create like an array of tabs, because we're gonna have two tabs, remember? So we're gonna have two objects. So we're gonna take title questions in the first one, and the second, the href is going to be it's just gonna be empty. Actually, it's just gonna be like that. And then we're also gonna have title. Here we're just gonna say responses. So there will be two tabs. There will be one for questions and another one for responses, right? Where we'll be able to see all the Tremor charts and stuff. So here the href is going to be responses, just like that. And we're gonna see here how we can create beautiful tabs using Shadcn. I think we already did before, but we'll do it again, and I'll show you guys how we can do it in a nice way as well. And we'll do as const here, so to make it read only. So if I do it, you can see now it's read only, and it will give us nice typings. And now, right, so this entire thing, by the way, guys, it will be a client. So it will be a client component. We'll need some interactivity here, so we'll make it use client. And here we're just gonna say const path name is equal to use path name, like that. Remember to import this from Next/navigation. We're going to be needing this path name, and then we're going to basically import some tabs. So make sure you keep importing, and make sure you import this from UI/tabs, not from radix. So do it like that, and then we'll have tabs list here. So let's do tabs list, and here the tabs we receive, we're going to map through them, of course. And for every single tab, we're just gonna say I'm just gonna do it like this. So we're not gonna do an implicit return. This time we're gonna be doing an explicit return, because we wanna return and we wanna do some logic stuff here. Now, if you want, of course, you can go ahead and create another component like a form tab or something, but I haven't done that in this build. I've just kept it really simple and showed different approaches. Here we're gonna get the form ID for the page, which is going to be /dashboard /forms /form.identifier, right? That's going to be the form ID. And the next thing we're going to have const is active, because we'll be needing that for the active state. And we're going to say if the tab.href is equals to empty, then what we're going to do is we're going to compare the path name. And if this seems complicated or anything, just take your time with it. Just go step by step and try to understand why we're using a ternary operator. Basically, this is just a if-else statement, right? And try to understand about these things, that why are we doing it in this particular manner. So this basically just means that if tab.href is equals to an empty string, which remember is this, then we're gonna use the path name, and we're gonna check that if the path name is equal to the form ID page, because remember, if it's equal to empty, then it's essentially the path name itself, right? So we're doing that. Otherwise, we're doing path name dot includes, and we're gonna say form ID page / tab.href, just like that. And then right here, we're gonna return a tabs trigger, and we're gonna return a tabs trigger. And the tabs trigger is firstly, we're gonna basically pass in some stuff here, because remember, this is a map, so we need to pass in a key. The key is gonna be tab.href. The value is also going to be tab.href, and there will be a class name here. And here we're gonna use cn now. So make sure you import cn from utils, and then you're gonna do firstly, we're gonna do flex column here. We're gonna override and say padding 0. And here we're gonna style for is active. We're gonna say if is active is true, then I want the text, and I'm gonna override this, and I'm gonna say violet 900, like that. And trust me, this is gonna look exactly like Google Forms. I mean, you can see in the finished build, it looks very, very similar. So text neutral 950, like that. And we're also gonna pass in as child. So we're gonna pass this functionality to the other as child one. All right. So here we're going to have a div, and this div now is going to have a class name of space y 1.5, and width is going to be fit. Remember to do width fit here, because we don't want to span this all across. We want to have a width of fit, so whatever the content inside is, it fits that exactly. So the link component we're going to import from next/link, and here we're going to say a class name, font medium, like that, and text small, and then we're going to say flex items center, and we're going to say horizontal padding of 2. And I think I forgot to send the href here. The href is going to be form id page / tab.href, just like that, because this is a link component. And inside here we're going to say tab.title firstly, then we're going to say tab. If the tab.href is equals to responses, then we're going to say and we want to check if responses is also greater than 0. And then, because remember, Google Form, if you go to Google Forms, it's not going to if you have 0 responses, it's not going to say 0 here, right? It's not going to say anything. It's only when you have like a response, if the length is greater than 0. So here we already have the length, so I'm just saying responses is greater than 0. Then give me a span tag, and that span tag is going to contain the responses because it's a number already, right? And what we can do here as well is when it's active, we need to style again. So we're going to have to say cn. The default styling is going to be text accent, rounded full, flex, items center, like that, justify center, h4 with 4, like this. And we're going to say shrink 0. And then margin left of 2. We're also going to say text of extra small. And we're going to say is active. So if is active is true, we want the BG violet of 900. Otherwise, we want to have BG zinc of zinc of 700, like that. So beautiful. So we can see we have styled the is active state as well. Let's maybe go back and check if we have something. Right now I haven't saved my form header bottom, so let me just save that and let's come back. Oh yeah, nice. Of course, we don't have any responses yet, so we don't see any numbers here, but there's some spacing missing in between them, which we're going to fix as well. So after this link, firstly, we're going to have an HR, and the HR again is going to have some class name, and we're going to say cn once again. And you can see how useful cn utility function is, right? I mean, once you create these things, they're super useful. Rounded top XL, and when is active is true, we're going to say border, we're going to say violet of 900. Otherwise, we want the border to be transparent. Now, of course, I'm not doing border none here. I could have done it that way, but the reason is that there's going to be a flicker happening. So you always want to be your transition to the UI should be very seamless. So if you do border transparent, that means there's still a border there, but it's not going to show you anything, right? So it's a hidden thing, but it's just the transition is more seamless that way. If you do border none, then you're gonna get that flicker happening when you make the thing active. So I always like to make it opacity 0 or like border transparent and do it that way. That's just my preference, honestly. And you can see now we have a nice little border here. We haven't overridden the styling, so we'll do that as well. We have the tab trigger. Let me just go back to let's just go back to tab trigger and let's see if I have actually given my styling here. Okay, and we have tabs list which we have to style. Okay, so here we're gonna say width full, BG transparent, and this is actually the background color for the tabs list, and gap X of 4. Make sure the padding is 0, like this, and make sure the height is full as well. And here we're gonna say default value, which is going to be question. So by default it stays on that. Okay, and as soon as I save it, here you go. Beautiful, right? So if you go back right now, let's come back to event registration form. You can see nice little, I think there were skeleton loaders as well here. So you can see it works really nicely. You can see there was nice skeleton loaders here. And now let's go to our card registration form. You can see it works really nicely. So if we click on responses, Of course, we don't have that page yet, but we have the question. So let's actually, build this page right now. And you can see we have our nice little send functionality. So when I click here, I can copy this, and it gives us a nice little URL. I think that page is something which we also have to create, and there is something organizational stuff from Clerk which we have to do. So there's still loads of things left to do, guys. So let's keep the pace up, and let's go and style the page now. Let's go and style the page. So right now we are on the form tabs. Let's go back to our let's see, where do we have this? I think it's right over here, right? So we were in the layout right now. We had the form page header. Now let's go back to our, make sure you're in the dashboard forms, ID, and the page here. And let me also navigate there so we can start working on the page stuff now. And I'm gonna try to make sure I don't go back to the wrong one because I've done that a few times now. So form ID, and we're gonna go to that page. Nice, great. Now on this page here, what we're gonna do firstly is we're gonna get the form, right? Because we'll need that stuff, we'll need that thing in here. So if you go back to the finished build, we'll need these attribute sets. So we're gonna fetch them from the One Entry CMS now. So first let's do await. So that means we have to make the top level asynchronous here, and we're gonna use fetch form by ID, which we already created. Okay, and we're gonna pass in the ID. And how are we going to get the ID? I've explained this a few times now. So the way we're going to get the ID is, again, remember in Next.js we get these params, right? So because this is a server component, we're going to get these params right over here, and we're going to get them right through here. And remember, this param's name is going to be this thing right over here. So I named it ID, so it's going to be ID for me. And here we're just going to say ID of string like that. Okay, so this is going to get us the form itself, and then I'm just going to make a check here, and I'm going to check if form.id does not exist. I'm going to make this optional chaining as well, because it might not even be there. And then we're going to return not found, like that. And we don't have to say return, because again, it has a type of never. So we just get the not found from next navigation, and if for any case the form isn't found or anything, we're going to return a 404 page. Here we're going to have a nice little component which is going to be main form like this, and it's going to just send a form just like that. And our main form component is something which we'll have to create and work on now. Okay, great. So let's actually start working on our main form component. So I'm just going back to my components now. So go to your components, and just create this main form component now. So main form.tsx like this, rfce, remove the React thing, go back to your page, and just quickly, import this from components. Of course, it's going to error out because we are not receiving this form as a prop. So here, we're just going to do form, and there will be another thing which we're going to be receiving. That will be public form. Okay. By mistake, I enabled dictation. All right, so it's going to be public form. Now, this again would be a Boolean value inside of our main form. So, okay, we're already inside main form. Okay, so here we're just going to say form is going to be of iForms entity, and we have to import this. And then public form is just going to be an optional Boolean value. So it might be undefined, or it might be there as optional. Great. Now, this main form component, guys, it's going to be a very, here I'll be showing like two different approaches. Now, in Next.js, in the new, of course, Next.js, app directory, and before there was like server actions and stuff, now they're stable as well. So before, server actions were experimental. So I honestly like using server actions a lot. And if you have no idea how to use them, you're going to learn them here as well alongside me. And like I've also used them in my previous Instagram clone, so feel free to check that out if you want to learn. So I've used it extensively there. Here I've only used it once or twice, I think, for this specific component. But I'm also going to be showing the old approach with route handlers, like the old traditional API routes. So I thought it would be good to show both approaches. So how can you use server actions, and how can you do the same thing with API routes. But of course, server actions are much better. To be honest, it's just much faster. Right. So firstly, for the server action approach, we're gonna actually going to follow that. So what we have to do is firstly, let's go here on the top, and here we are going to do a few things. So firstly, let's actually style this thing. So this is going to be a main form. So this is going to be the main section. So we're going to change this to main, right? And we're going to have a card here. So make sure you import the card from UI/card, and here on the top we're going to have an HR, and the class name is going to be with full border top 8 border top 8. It's going to be rounded top XL border violet 800, like this, and this will be our HR. And then we are going to have card header. The card header is going to have class name, padding 0, and space y of 0. Inside our card header, we're going to have card title, like this, and card title is going to contain the form.localizeinfos.title, just like that. And we are also going to say class name text 3XL font medium, and we're also going to say padding x of 6 and padding y of 5, just like that. So let's actually see if we can see something. We should be able to see something. I think we have to, what I've done is, this is actually a fixed thing. So what we need to do is we need to style our main. So on our main, we're going to say class name, and here we're going to be using CN, so make sure you import that. So for CN, we're going to say max width of 3XL firstly. So max width 3XL is there. All right, nice. And MX auto to make this in the center, padding bottom of 16, and we're going to say space y of 3.5. Then we're going to use our public form boolean variable, and we're going to say if that is defined, then we want the padding top to be 40, and on a smaller screen size we want the padding top to be 32. Otherwise we want a standard padding top to be just of 8, like that. So once I save this, I think we should be able to see something here. We should be able to see the form name at least. Maybe I haven't saved it, I guess, in the page. Okay, yeah, I haven't saved it, just like always. So let's do that, and now you can see we have something here. Unfortunately, it's still not, we still can't actually see that. Okay, so let's actually see why this is happening, guys. So why can we not actually see this? Okay, it's there, but you can see I have to do it something like, you know, scroll really fast like that to be able to see, because it's on top right now. Okay, let's not worry about that. Let's let's see why we can't actually see. We do have a padding top. So if I make a padding top of 44, I think then you will be able to see. Yeah, you can see. So I think we just need to adjust our paddings, most probably. Because what I've done is I've only given padding top of 8 here, and that's really it. Honestly, I haven't given a public form variable to this here. I think I must have forgotten something in my layout file. So we'll actually come back to this later on. Let's just maybe, like, you know, finish the other parts of this app, because I don't want to go back right now, and I want to continue with this. I think I must have messed up something in my layout thing here. So inside of my layout, you can see I have the form page header. So let's maybe check this if I have made it fixed. I have made it fixed, but I must have messed something here or somewhere. Right. Okay. So maybe let's just stick to the stick to what I've done, because I think there's a really good reason why I haven't given a padding top of more than 8 actually. Okay, I see now what I've done. Such a silly mistake, guys. But I had to do not public form here. So if it's not a public form, then it's going to follow this padding. Otherwise, it's going to be padding top of 8. Great. All right, so that was my mistake, guys. Just a little exclamation mark. All right, so we need to keep this, because what I've done here is I've done the opposite. Usually I don't do this, but for some reason I've done it like this. So not public form means if this is not if you're not sent a public form, And this is not a public form. Remember, public form will be on a page without dashboard, so it will be /forms / that. So this page you can see right over here, and this won't have the header actually, right? Because if we look at it in the finished build, let's actually see that. So you can see if I copy this right now and open this this link right now. When I go to this link, you see there's no header, so here we don't need that extra padding, and that's why I decided to do it like this. Great. So let's just do it. That was my mistake. Let's continue. After the card header, after the card actually, we're gonna do form.attributes, and we're gonna check if the length of the attributes. Now we're gonna get those attributes, of course, for a single form, and we're gonna see if the attributes.length is greater than 0. That means if we have the attributes, we're going to actually do a ternary here. And here is where we're going to return our nice little form now. And let's do form like this. Great. Let's say class name is going to be space y of 3.5. And we're going to say an action here. Now, of course, we will be using a server action. So we will say action here, and we're going to use a form action for that. But we'll do that later. For now, let's just complete the form itself. The input, we're going to say type is going to be hidden for the first one. And the name is going to be identifier like this. And we're also going to say the value is going to be form.identifier. So for the first input, we are saying make the type hidden. We don't want to show that. Now, the reason I'm doing it like this is because we will be needing this this input name of identifier, and we'll be using this in our server action. And we'll see why I did this approach, right? Because we'll be needing the value of this identifier, when we actually submit the form data, right? And next thing we're going to do is we're going to say form.attributes. And before we do this, let's just maybe have something on the else block here so it doesn't stops erroring out right now. Let me just check what I've done. So what I've done is here I've basically used an input. Okay, we'll just say a div for now, and we'll just continue with this right now. Okay, so form.attributes.map. Remember, attributes is an array, so it's going to be mapped through each and every single attribute. And then we're going to return implicitly a card. And we're going to say firstly a key. So do not forget the key because it's a map. So the key is going to be attribute.marker because markers are unique, remember? So card content, we're going to say import it. And firstly, let's just style it. We're going to make it grid with full max width of XL. We're going to say padding top of 6, items center, and we're also going to say gap 1.5, just like that. And the card content itself, we're going to have a label. The label is going to firstly have attribute.localizeInfos.title, just like that. And then we're going to basically say after this attribute.validators, and this is super important. We're going to optional chain this. And this basically validators contains it's an object, and it contains something called a required validator, and it also then contains required validator. Then you have to do option chain again, and it contains something called strict, and then you have to do and here, and we have to do spantex. So this basically means that if the attribute itself is a required attribute, remember we had the field in One Entry CMS where we could change it to required, which we're gonna do it. We're gonna see that as well, how we can do it. I think I already showed that, but if you do that, make any attribute required, it's going to show like a nice asterisk here. So what we can do is we can do it like that. And the span itself is going to have text of destructive to just maybe tell the user that, hey, you have to fill in this attribute here. All right, now in the label itself, we're going to have an HTML4, and we're going to connect this with the attribute.marker. So when we click on the label, it focuses on the input itself. Once we do that, we also are going to have the class name of text base, and we're going to say font normal. And let's actually save this right now, and let's see if we get something beautiful. And here you can see, guys, already we have an asterisk on car name, because if we let's go back and let's see our One Entry CMS. So if we go back, go to a car registration form, go to the form fields, you will be able to see when you go to the attribute sets, and remember the names are same. So car registration form, and you can see this is a required field here because we made the car name. If you go to the settings, we made this required here, right? So if you want any attribute and you want the user to actually submit those things in your form, you can do it, and this way you can style it, and you can see now it gets it nicely like this. And the way I got this thing is, of course, I console logged the attribute itself, and then I got to know that the attribute contains these properties, So you can also check that there's additional attribute properties as well. If you want, just console log and check them out as well. All right, let's go outside the label now, and here we're gonna say attribute.listTitles.length, and if they are greater than 0, then we have another ternary here, which is going to say here this will be actually a radio group now. So what we are doing essentially here is, here we are actually checking if the attribute has any list titles. Now list titles basically just means that if it has more like values inside of it. So if it's a radio group element, it's going to contain list titles, and you can verify that and check that out as well. So if it contains those things, then it's going to be a radio group, and I don't think we have installed it. So firstly, let's just before it just errors out like that, let's maybe open up a second terminal. Let's go to Shadcn. So we're going to be using radio group from Shadcn. It's a really beautiful component. You can see just some nice little radio groups. So let's install this. Let's copy this, and we'll just install this, and then we'll see how to use this. All right, let's install it. And let's just wait for this to get installed. Okay, it's done. Let's close this now, and let's uncomment this again. And now I'm going to import this from UI/radio group, and I am going to close it like this. And what I'm going to do here is, firstly, in the radio group, we're going to do a couple of things. Firstly, we're going to send the ID as an attribute.marker. We're going to say it's going to be disabled if it's not a public form. Remember, if it's not a public form, we don't want the user to submit stuff directly from the dashboard. That's just for the visual thing. We're just doing that because we want the users to see what they get as an output on their dashboard, right? That's not for submissions. And then we're going to say required. Required is going to look like validators.required validator.strict, like this. Make sure you optional change because this could be undefined. So name is going to be attribute.marker again. And inside here, we're going to do attribute, and we're going to do list titles dot map through every single list title, the way I've done it. And then you return a div. And because we're mapping, we're going to say list title dot value here. And we're also going to say class name flex items center space x of 2. And in here, the div, we're going to say radio group item. So we're going to get the radio group item. Make sure you import this as well. So radio group item now is going to be a self-closing thing, and it's going to have the value as the list title. So not that, sorry, list title dot value, and we're going to say dot to string, and make sure to optional change this as well, because it could be undefined, or we want to say empty string, because we cannot pass undefined to the value here. So it has to contain a value. And the ID we're going to say as list title dot value dot string. We don't have to pass an empty string here because the ID can be undefined, so that's fine. Right. And here we're going to again have a label, and this label this time is going to contain an HTML4. Again, we're just going to say list title dot value dot to not locale string, just to dot string, like this. And the label itself is going to contain list title dot title, just like that. Beautiful, guys. outside this radio group. So let's say if this was not a radio group, if it was not like if attributes of length was not like if we didn't have any list titles, right? Then it's just going to be a simple input. That means that it's not going to be a radio group. It's not going to be a list. It doesn't have any options. So that means it's just a simple input. Now, of course, I have done it in a way where I've only accounted for input submissions and radio input submissions. I haven't accounted for anything else. If you want to extend this, feel free to do it. You can have URLs. You can just maybe have like a switch statement or something on the top here, and you can basically say in a nice manner that if whatever the types are, like if the type is of URL, if the type is of whatever the types are, then basically render the corresponding input field, or do it that way. However, what I've done for the input though is to account for number and different string types. One entry also gives you the type back from the CMS, and I'll console log that to show you guys what I mean. So we're gonna say when it's disabled, the opacity is going to be 100, just like that on the input field if it's disabled. And disable it is going to be disabled if there's no public form. The name is going to be attribute.marker. The ID is attribute.marker. The placeholder is going to be it's just going to say your answer. This is how it works on Google Forms. And then we're going to say required, and required is going to look like that. We're going to have a min. Remember, we had that nice little validation where we said that it's going to and it's not going to look like this, by the way. So we had that, remember, like from 0 to 9, the rating field, and we were validating like a min and a max value. We can also do that. So what we'll do here is we'll check attribute.validators dot it's going to be check here. And again, I've verified and cross-checked these fields, so that's why I know what's the object here, what's the object name here, right? It's going to be check for number validator, and it's going to be dot min value, not just dot min. We're going to do the same for max. Just like that, we're going to do it. And what else is there? Let me just see, guys, if I can find this, right? So there's actually more stuff here. Okay, so outside this card now, just outside this here, I think outside the card here, okay, yeah, but inside the form, but outside the card here, we're gonna say if it's a public form, then what we're gonna do actually is gonna be ternary again, and here we're gonna just have a div if it's a public form, and here we're gonna just say class name firstly, space y of 2, width of full, and flex column, and then it's gonna have another div inside, and this div is gonna say flex items center justify between. So we're just gonna say justify between like this, and this is going to have a submit button, just like that, and it's also going to have another button. So this we're gonna import from UI/button. We're gonna make sure the type of this is button, because by default button has submit type, so we only have one submit button. So we want to override this, and we're gonna say that the default type for this should be like button. The variant here should be ghost, and we also want to say class name. The hover, we're gonna make it bg violet 200/50. We want to say text purple 800 like that, and we also want to say when you hover over it, we want to say text purple 800 as well. Inside the button, we're just gonna say clear form, and this will be a button where we can clear all the form fields, whatever we have filled in. Now outside the div here, we're going to have a p tag, and this is going to contain state.error. Now I haven't actually showed you guys how we're going to handle errors here in the server action format, because this is, remember, a server action format, right? So we're going to handle errors in a different manner here. So for now, I think I'll just add a comment error handling here or something, so I don't forget this, and I'll just remove the p tag for now. And here, as the other argument, we're gonna just pass in a div, and we're just gonna say margin top of 6. And inside the div, we're just gonna have a link from next/link, and we're just gonna say to make any edits to this form, please visit the One Entry CMS, just like that. And here we're just gonna actually pass in a link to One Entry. So okay, I haven't actually done that now. So but what we can do is we can pass in a link here once we are done with this. Text purple 600. It's going to be the same text purple 800, and we don't have font medium and text small. Actually, we just have these two things, and that's it, guys. That's it for this section. However, outside the form here, now we're gonna have this section, right? This is, remember, this ternary is for right over if we go back to this one. So if form.attributes, if we don't even have any form attributes, right, this is going to be for the empty state. Remember, we had a nice little empty state as well when we didn't have any attributes. So this one is going to be for the empty state. Now, we could style this, but I don't want to waste too much time, honestly, in styling these things. So what I'll do is I'll go back to my Google Forms clone, and I recommend you do the same. Honestly, it's pretty straightforward styling. Just go to components and just go to main form, and we will just get this one because it's very straightforward. It's just an empty state. You could also refactor this into a separate component if you want. I haven't done it, but you can go ahead and do that as well. So here we'll just do it this way, and make sure to import card description, form input icon, which we'll be needing, card footer as well from UI/card, just like that. So let's just save this. And we don't have the submit button yet, so I'll just comment this out, and so we can actually see if we have something. And here we go, guys. Beautiful, right? And you see how this is disabled. Like as soon as I hover over this, you can get this nice little not allowed thing, because we're not allowed to edit these things. This is just for purely UI purposes, right? So to make any edits, we can just have a link here to our own URL. So what we can do is quickly get the URL from here, and what we can do is just get this URL for our own One Entry CMS, and then go back here and maybe just change this link to wherever that link is, right over here. So here we'll just put this in. So when you click on it, it will take you to the CMS and to make any edits to this form. Great. Now, of course, you have responses, you have questions. So we haven't completed questions yet. So what we can do, I think next is, for this entire dashboard forms, it's actually enough. We don't have to do anything else because we are not going to be submitting from here. However, when we do send and when we create this page right over here, we're going to use the same main form component, and we'll be having to submit this form. So then we'll do server action and stuff like that. So what I've done is I've just kept a simple component, because honestly it doesn't make sense to create two separate components for this, because it's exactly the same component. The only difference we have is that we're not going to be submitting the form here. We're going to be submitting the form on this page, right? So that's the only difference we have. Apart from that, everything else looks the same. It's the exact same form. So that's like my logical reasoning behind this, to keep this simple one form here. All right. So now I think what we can do is you can do a couple of things, honestly. I also promised to show you guys what we have inside the what we actually have inside the attributes itself. So what we can do is I'm going to show you guys, and I'm actually going to console log right now, so you guys can see what we actually have in the attributes. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna console log the form, and I think my main form is on the server. So what I'm gonna do is form sorry, not like that, form.attributes, and I'm just gonna get the first attribute, let's say, right? I'm just gonna do it this way. And if you go out to our console, you can see this is what our attribute contains. It contains a type. So this is what I was talking about. So our attributes have from One Entry, like they have defined types. So what I have done in this input field, guys, is what I've basically sent this type which I think I forgot to actually do here. I should have done it. Okay, I think I forgot. Okay, it's good that I checked because I forgot this. Okay, so what we can do here is you can see we have attribute. Oops, not like this. Type is equal to attribute dot. Okay, so I have created a function here saying attribute and attribute type to input type. So this is my function name. So what I've done is I've created a function name called attribute type to input type. I think it's again a utility function. And what I've done is I've passed in not like this. I've actually passed in attribute.type like this. So basically, this is going to convert into an appropriate attribute, because remember, the attributes, the types here defined in the input fields are of specific types. So if I actually go into these types, so if you control click on the type here, and then you get this HTML input type attribute, and if you control click here, you can see these are the types available in the HTML input. We don't have any other specific type, so you can see we don't have string here. We have text here. So type does not have string. So one entry returns a string. So what we can do is, what I've done is a mapping here, and this is a really nice thing which I have done. I completely forgot this, honestly. And this is inside of my definitions file, which we haven't created yet. So what we can do now, it's maybe a good time to create a definitions file. So I like to do this inside of my lib folder. So I just create simply a type definitions .ts like this. And let me just go and check, honestly, because it's very, very straightforward. I don't think it makes sense for me to go ahead and do that from scratch. So you can see this is my lib definitions file, and actually I recommend getting all the type definitions from here, honestly, because it's gonna save us time. So just get all the type definitions. So you can see what I have done, guys, is I've created this const attribute type to input type variable, and this is going to be of type record, and it's going to accept a string and an HTML input the type attribute. And you can see what I've done is I've just created a simple mapping here. So if I pass in, let's say, a string, it will correspond to text. If I pass in a text, it will correspond to text. And on the left side, you can see all of the fields I'm getting is I've verified this from One Entry. One Entry basically gives us all these different, on the left, you can see, if you go to One Entry CMS, if I actually show you guys, if we go to One Entry CMS here, and let's say if I go to car type here, and if I try to, actually not car type, if I try to add another attribute and go and click select value, you guys can see these are all the attribute types available, right? We have string, text, text with a header, float, file, a group of images, radio button. So One Entry returns all these different things. So what I have done is I've converted them into appropriate input types in HTML. So you can see this is what I've done, right? All right, so, and then we have some other types like form data item, we have individual response, which we're going to be using, and we have attribute count type as well, which is just simply a key string of number. So it's very, very basic, very, very straightforward. We can close this file now and close this, and now we can import this from our lib definitions, and we just basically need to pass in the attribute or type here, and this will automatically get converted based on the type. So something really nice I wanted to show you guys. This is like a really nice thing here, and let me just save this, and you can see here that we have this type here. Now let's say I want to console log my second field, right? So if I do that, now you can see the type changes to float, because that's actually the car price. So the car price needs to be of float. I think then we have car type, so you're gonna see that as well. And here you go. You can see now the type is radio button. And for the radio button, the way I have done here is I've said the radio button needs to be of type radio, which is in your HTML. So even if I do it this way, you can see I get all the typings, because the way I have done here is I have said that this contains, the second one contains the HTML input type attribute. So it gives me the proper one. So if I make a mistake here, this should error out. I'm not sure why, but I mean, it does give me typings anyways. Right, so let's go back, and you can see here this is radio button. So these are really, really handy, right? Because they allow us to build these UI interfaces then. and you can see we don't have any validators, and we have different types here. Great. So I hope this was a good overview and a walkthrough of different attribute sets and different attribute types in OneEntry and how they are returned. I hope I've explained this well. I think for now, let's not get into server action because we're gonna do that from the form page. So for now, let's maybe stick to this, and we'll come back to error handling and the server action logic once we go and create the public form page. So let's go back, and maybe let's work on that next actually, right? I mean, makes sense to work on that. All right, so maybe let's go back to the public. Let's create a public form page now, and let's actually create that. Beautiful. Okay, so from here, firstly, let's click on send, and we'll copy this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just navigate like this, and you can see we don't have any. I mean, of course, we don't have any form page right now. Great. So what we can do, guys, right now is let's just go to our nice little. I'm just going through the repo here right now because I think it's pretty going to be straightforward. We'll have a form page here. You can see, and you can see it follows the exact same structure. So we can just literally, it's the exact same thing, right? We can literally copy this, because it's literally the same thing we did for dashboard form ID. The only difference is that this will be a public route, right? That's the only difference. And if you go to the layout, and you can see we have a nice little layout here as well. So what we can do, guys, is a step by step. Let's go back to our app directory here. And firstly, we can see that we have inside of our app directory, we have forms. So we're going to create in here, we're going to create a new folder called forms. And then you can see again we have the same pattern. So we have to create an ID slug like this. Then inside we're going to have a page.tsx, which we're going to copy paste just like that. Then we're going to have a layout file, which is again very straightforward. We just have simple layout. So we create a layout.tsx like this. Okay. Why is my VS Code taking a taking a while to create files right now? Right, this sucks. Let me cancel this. Okay, now it works when I canceled it. Right, so we have form ID layout, right? This is this is a file. So we have form ID layout. Now this is just some basic styling, right? Then we're gonna also have a success page, which I'm not gonna do it right now, but we'll have that page as well. But we have layout, and we have a page as well. Let me just see the success page. I think if it's straightforward, we can honestly do it right now. All right, so let's just maybe the success page as well. Let's just copy it, and while we're at this, let's just do this as well. So what we can do is we can have another folder, and remember the folder you want to have is inside of the ID field. So make sure you do it inside ID here. So have another folder, success. Now the reason we're doing this is because we're going to redirect the users once they submit the form to this nice success page. So if you remember, we have like a your response was recorded page, right, where we actually show the user that nice message. And if you want to submit another response, you can then. So this is just a nice little page for that. So create a page.tsx here, and we will just save this, and I'll just explain briefly what we have here. We'll just basically fetching the form. Remember, this is the page, so we'll get the params. So I'm getting the form, basically the form ID, because using the ID. And then what I'm doing is and the reason I'm getting the form is because I needed the form dot localize infos dot title, actually, because I needed that, and that's the reason I'm actually doing that, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just saying your response has been recorded for this particular form, and then if you want to submit another form, just we have a nice little link here. So pretty straightforward stuff. So we'll save this, and we have a nice success page now. We have a public form ID page, and we have the main form component. So now if we go back to our build, we should be able to see, here we go, a beautiful, we have clear form button, just like Google, and then we also have our nice little submits now. So you can see now our submits are actually working. We don't have a submit button, which we have to create. So let's maybe, go ahead and do that as well. So let's go to our components. Let's create a submit button. And the reason I've created it this way, because in server actions, what you have to do is you you have to have a child component to submit, and we're using something called a use form status hook from React, and it's like a pattern we have to follow when we do things with like a server action pattern. So we have like a simple submit button where we use form status, and it's very straightforward. It's going to be just like a client component, and we're just going to say RFCE, remove the React thingy, and we're just going to basically use that hook called, we need the pending state from that hook, and it's called use form status. So make sure you say use form status like that. And you can see this hook actually gives you access to pending, action, data, method, these different things, right? We are only interested in the pending property. And what I've done is I've created a Shadcn UI button here, and I have created this as a variant of brand, because this needs to look like the Google Form brand type. The type is going to be submit type. Disabled is going to be on the pending state, right? So we want to make sure the button is disabled when the user is submitting the action, and the area disabled as well we have done, and that's also on pending state like that. And inside the button, of course, we're just going to say submit. Beautiful. Now let's go back to our I think main form component. Let's go back here, and where we have the submit button, let's uncomment this section and auto import this from the submit button. And now if we go back to our build, we have this nice little submit button on the left, and we have a clear form on the right, just like that. So beautiful. Now you can see, and you can see we cannot type string here, right? Because this is of type number, so we have to type number. The car price is going to be float, so we can also do like point values here. So something really, really handy. And you'll have nice validations as well. So if we try submitting, I mean, of course, we haven't actually done that. Okay, we have. You can see, so if we try submitting right now, the native validation works fine. It doesn't allow us to submit because we need to fill in this required field. Great. Now let's come back to our server action stuff. So how the hell are we going to, basically submit this server action, and how are we going to do this with this server action pattern? So if you have never used server action, the first thing you have to do is you have to use this action attribute here, and this is an HTML action attribute, and it's like old PHP days. Basically what you have to do here inside of the action then is, let me just firstly go back and let me show you guys that nice little hook which we are going to be using. So I'm just going to go back to my main form component, and what we use is we use something called a use form state. So we use this hook called use form state, and make sure you import this from React DOM the same way we did for submit button. That's also from React DOM. So you import this use form state, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to say const state, and the second argument it will be the form action. And what we're going to do here is we're just going to say use form state, and the first attribute we're going to send here, you can see, has to be the action here, and the second argument is something called the initial state, which we'll have to pass. So the first argument, it needs to be the server action which we are going to create. The server action we haven't created yet, but we are going to create a server action called add form data, right? So that will be our server action, and the second argument is going to be initial state, which is also not there. So that's something which we will also create right now. So what we can do is we can just do initial state, right? And initial state, we're just going to have an error here. So initial state is just for error handling. So remember, we're also going to do error handling. So initial state is going to return us back if there are any errors, and that will be in this state format here. You can see now state has nice typing here, state.error, because I've said that the error is going to be empty by default. And add form data is something which we haven't created, so we'll create that and import that from the server action file. So we'll be able to use that. Now inside the form action here, what we're going to do is we're just going to pass that form action, right? So we're just going to pass that thing, and you can see now this will look like this, but of course it's of type void right now because we don't have this add form data. Okay, great. Now if this was too confusing, that why are we using this pattern, can't we just do it like a normal server action by just by doing the and I recommend checking the Next.js guide for this. It's really nice. So if you go and search for Next.js server actions, you will see that server actions and mutation. This is a really good document explaining in depth about server actions and how to invoke them from client components, server components. Now, because we are using a client component, there's a certain pattern they recommend. They recommend using this use form state hook. Now, in my previous Instagram clone, I haven't actually used this pattern. The way I have done is I've honestly done it with React hook forms, and like I've basically used like form components and more like towards like the Shadcn approach. In this video, in this build, I wanted to show like something a bit different because I've already done that in the previous video. If you want to check that approach, I think, to be honest, that's a really far better approach. The one I've done in Instagram clone for bigger builds, like if you have like a huge application or something, because it's very consistent and it's very nice. This approach, I do not like it very much, but I mean the Next.js team, they recommend, the React team, they recommend this approach when invoking a server action from client component. So for a trivial application like this, I think it's pretty much fine. Honestly, if you just want to set some API endpoints and just want to submit some stuff, this is really okay to use. Right. Now let's create our add form data server action. So the way I like to do this is I like to have my server actions. Where I open up the sidebar here, I like to have inside of my lib directory, I like to have a file called actions. So let's actually create that, actions.typescript, and this file is going to contain all my server actions. Now, of course, you can be more granular and be like, have a separate file for every server action. You can do that. But one very important thing when we are working with server actions is we have to make sure the top level says use server, because this is only going to be a server only file, right? This is what this means. This is only going to be a server only file. So we need to make sure that we do use server on the top here. Next thing we want to do is we want to import API from OneEntry, and we want to import redirect from next/navigation, and we also want to import iForms data, which we're going to do it in just a bit. So firstly, let's create the type of error response. So if we ever get the error back, so there's a certain error response from One Entry CMS. They give us error in the form of status code. So there's a status code which is of type number, and then there's a message. So the reason I'm creating this is for consistency. And then we're going to export an asynchronous function, and this function will be named add form data. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say add form data like this. And what we're going to do is firstly, and again, this is, if you read the document I told you guys to, this is all actually in the document. So you will see that this is very much very much explained really well, maybe better than how I'm explaining right now, because I'm also not very super confident with server actions now, but of course I've used it nicely in my previous build as well. So like, I mean, I know how to use them, but they might explain it much better than me. So feel free to read that document out. And the way we use it is we have a previous state, which again is going to be for error handling. So I don't know why I have done any. I think there's an issue with some typings right now, which they haven't fixed yet. So I think that's the reason I've done it as an any. And the form data, which we're going to receive, is going to be of type form data like this. And then we're going to use this function. So this, you can see, this is a class name, form data. So it's going to be of type form data. Previous data, I've just done any because I think there was an issue with typings, which isn't fixed yet. And that's the reason I've done it in this approach. Right. Firstly, and this is the file where you're going to learn so much about, like, there's be object.entries. There's going to be, I think, reduce here as well. I'm not sure if I've done it here, but I've used like filter stuff here as well. So firstly, what we're going to do is we're going to, see what the form data we get. So what we can do is, honestly, we can just say, let's just say console log. And let's maybe get the form data so I can show you guys what we actually receive back in this server action. So if we go back to our main form, let's import the server action from lib actions. And right now I think it's erroring out because we are not returning anything, most probably. That's why. Let's maybe see if this is. So I'm not sure why this is erroring out. So if we return something, return. I'm not sure if we return like if there's an error, we can return an error. Otherwise, I don't think we need to return. Like we can just maybe return error of null or data null like this. If you do this, I think it's still gonna error out right now because the error can't be null. I think it could be empty. Yeah, okay. So that's why I was erroring out because error can't be null. It's you can see the type it needs to be string. So it could be empty, but it doesn't have to be null. So that's why it was erroring out right away here. All right. So now if we console log this, and if you open up our server, and you can see there's a problem here. It says that we are using use form state, and this component needs to be a client component. So the main form component which we have, I haven't actually converted this to client. So what I have to do is go to the top of the file, say use client. So always keep checking your server logs for these types of things, right? Because sometimes you might not actually see them here. You actually are seeing it here, but sometimes it doesn't show here, but it just shows on your server. So keep checking those things. So let's convert this to use client and let's see. Now I'm just gonna go and clear my terminal. So let's see if we submit something and what's the response we get in the server action, right? So let's say the car name has to be Mazda. So this is what the car I have, and the plate number is going to be, let's say, 1 2 3 4 5 6, something like that. And let's say the price is 45,000 or something, and it's a sedan. So I'm just gonna do it this way, and I'm going to click on submit. So let's see if we get something back. Okay, here we go. We get you can see the form data which we are console logging. We get these weird action ref things, which is I think a part of form data which we are not interested in, to be honest. We'll get these weird things which we're going to remove. We're going to remove these things, right? And then we also get, you can see an action key thing again. We don't need anything with the action, to be honest. So we get this identifier, which is super useful, right? And if you remember, the way I've gotten this identifier, I don't know why I'm getting this this error for some reason, but the way I've gotten this identifier, if you guys remember, what I did here is I set this input type to be hidden, and I send the value of the identifier through the input, right? Now this is super useful. You can do this, so you get this in a nice consistent manner, and then of course all the other fields as I submitted, right? So I get the car plate number, I get the car price, I also get the car type and the car name. So I get all these different values here, and now I know that what I'm getting, the way I'm receiving this. And if you see, this is an object, so this is not an array actually. This is an object which contains this weird format. So this is the form data format. This is how it looks like. So what we are going to do firstly here is we are going to say const here, and I'm just going to keep the console log for reference. So I'm just going to say const raw form data. So I want to basically get my raw form data, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use object.entries, because remember, we want to convert this into an array. Right now it's an object, so I'm going to do object.entries, and inside object.entries I'm going to do something called object.fromEntries. Now this is again, I read this from the Next.js documentation. They said if you have multiple items in your form data, you can use something called from entries, and what this is going to do is going to basically convert them into a nice little format, so you don't have to individually separately do this. So you can see it returns an object created by key value entries, and it's a really nice method to use. So even if I type something like here, from entries converts an array of key value pairs into an object, so you can see nicely. So you don't have to do it individually. Basically, if you read the docs, I think it's pretty sufficient. You will get to see that why I'm using the form data here, right? So what we can do now is we can then do, because remember now this is converted into an array because I'm doing object.entries. Now I can basically use filter here. So I'm going to do filter, and for the filter I'm going to provide a key and a value, because remember this is a key value pair. And for the key value pair, what I have done here, guys, is I've said the key should not start with if you guys remember, we had this weird action thing. So what I've done is I've just copied this thing, and I've said that the key should not start with action here. So this is how I've done this, and then I'm basically mapping, and I'm again mapping through key value pair, and basically then I'm just gonna return an object here, and I'm just gonna say make the marker the key and the value should be the value itself, right? So we don't even have to actually say it like this, because in the modern JavaScript we don't have to, if the value thing is same, key value is same, then we don't have to say value like this. So if this is so the marker, we are basically making the key and the value as the value. The reason I'm doing it in this way, guys, and not like in this particular manner which we have, is because one entry is going to be needing the marker here as the form data. We're going to see when we use the when we post this to One Entry CMS, they require a certain format, more like kind of Stripe. If you have ever worked with Stripe before, you see like they expect a certain payload format which you have to basically transform your shape into. So this is exactly what we have done. We have actually transformed here. So this is like object transformation. We have basically done object transformation, and this is a certain format it needs to accept. Now you can see when I hover over my raw form data, this is an object, you can see, and you can see that this is an array, sorry, not an object, with marker and value. So this is how it should look like. Great. Okay, next thing I want to do is I want to basically get my form identifier. So how the hell am I going to do that now? Form identifier, we're just going to say identifier is equal to raw form data which we created. We're just going to find, and we're going to say from the data which we have, we are going to say the data dot marker needs to be is equal to identifier, because remember this is actually, if you see the marker, the identifier, this is exactly what we're looking for, right? So we're going to say data dot marker is equal to identifier dot value, and we want to make sure we convert it to string. So it's a nice little form identifier in string format. Now this could be undefined, you can see this could be there or it could be undefined, so we need to keep that in mind as well. Now we're going to say form data to submit here, and we're going to create a nice little variable for this. So here we're going to say raw form data dot filter, and then through the data we actually need the data dot marker, and we're going to say not identifier, because whatever which is not equals to identifier is the data we need to actually submit. Remember, we removed the action, so we're not going to have these action things. Now we only need the rest of this data, we don't need the identifier. So that's why I'm saying data dot marker not is equal to identifier. And then we're going to make this check of saying if there is no form identifier, then we're just going to simply return, because we need the form identifier, right? If we don't have that, if that's undefined, then there's no point, because that's a mandatory field we need to have, right? So then we cannot submit this without this. And then I've basically created an error response of or null is equal to null. So the error response or null, an error variable here. And what I've also done is I've also created form data entity. So I've created a let form data entity, and this is going to be of type I forms data entity. So make sure you import that, or null is equal to null, just like that. And then I have done a try catch statement here, and we don't need to have this return here. And inside of a try block, we're just going to say form data entity is equal to be await API. Now here we're going to communicate with the form data API. And remember, we had this post, right? So this is what we're going to be using now. So we're going to use post forms data. And here you can see this accepts a data, and if you control click on here, you will see what the shape of this data needs to be. So it needs to be of type iForms post. So if you go here, you'll then see that this needs to be in this exact shape, right? So what we can do is we can then, basically return, have this data, and the form data now is going to be of type, right? And you can see the form data. The reason, the way I've basically figured this out is when you go to iForms post, you get this form data, right? So now if I click on the form data, you can see the form data has to have this exact shape, right? It needs to have a marker and it needs to have a value, and it needs to be an array of that. So this is exactly why I shaped it in that format, right? I basically figured this out. Sometimes when you're working with these like different APIs, and that's the reason I think this is such a good build, because like you get to know about a lot of these fundamentals and how to find these things, right? So when you control click, so start control clicking on things, and when you control click on these things, and when you control click on this data which you have to pass in, you will then see that this iForms, I think this was the one, so I was explaining the wrong one. I think this was the one, yeah. You will then see that what's the actual data. Actually, it's this one. Okay, so it's this one right over here. So this is the actual data you will have to pass in, right? So you then get to see, so your data, then you see that it needs to have a key of marker, it needs to have a key of value. So you need to have these two keys. If you don't have them, it's not going to work for you. So I made basically, I made sure that it looks like that. Now, of course, what you also need to do is you need to pass in an ENUS here, because remember, this needs to accept the language code just like this. So make sure you do that, and then you need to pass in your form data to submit. And this is gonna, it's gonna give you an error, and it's gonna like TypeScript error out right now. So I don't think you have to worry about this, to be honest. What you can do is this error, you can see it's saying that it's not assignable to type marker, string, or undefined. So here you can just probably do TypeScript ignore, honestly. I think this is a weird bug or something. I'm not sure why. So you can just say TypeScript ignore, and this is going to get rid of this error. Just for this case, because this is an issue with their typings. I'm going to tell them about this, but this is an issue, so you can just have TypeScript ignore here. And as the second argument here, you can see form data, and the second argument needs to be the form identifier. So you can have ID time. ID time is optional, so you don't have to pass them in, but form identifier is something you need to pass in. So make sure you pass in the form identifier, which we have right over here. Great. The next thing we're going to do is here, we're just then going to check if there is no form data entity dot ID. And remember, again, I'm just going to optional chain this, and I'm going to say if there is no form data entity ID entity dot ID, then I'm just going to say form data entity as is an instance of error response, right? Because if this does not have an ID, then that means that this is it's an instance of error response. Again, this is going to error out, and it's going to say that he cannot do this type. But again, I recommend do TypeScript ignore here. And you might be thinking, why am I doing this? Sometimes, there's an issue with typings, and I tried honestly hours debugging this problem, but there's no proper typing for this. So this is an issue with the typing. So what you can do is, honestly, you can just basically how this should be is this shouldn't be just of a specific type. This should also have an error response type, but this is an issue. So if you have a fix for this, just try to do it, but don't waste too much time into these things, because we want to again focus on the core functionality of the build. And then you want to return an error here, and remember the error contains the error message, so you want to return the error.error message like that. So if there's an error like this, great. Otherwise, you want to catch the error, and you want to return. You actually want to return an error, and here you want to basically say API error. So if it failed for some reason, then you can just say failed to add form data, just like that. And of course, if everything went successful, like if you got to this try block, then here at this point we can do redirect. And remember, we're gonna redirect to forms / form identifier / success page. So if everything went successful, if we didn't end up in the catch, because if we end up in the catch block, it's going to catch the error, return the error in this format. or if we end up in this block, then it's also going to return the error.message. Otherwise, if we don't end up in this block, then it's going to go right over here, and then we can redirect. The reason I'm not doing it inside here, because when you do redirect here, I think you can, to be fair, honestly, you can do it here. But I think the recommended approach was to not do that here and instead do it right over here. So that's why I think I'm doing it outside my, try catch block. Great. And if we did everything correctly now here, when we submit this thing, we should get a form data submitted in our One Entry CMS, so we should be able to view that. And what we'll then have to do is we'll see that if it actually submits it nicely, right? So what we can do, guys, is we can actually try this out now. We can, actually try this out. So let me, keep my console open. And I have the same values here. So I'm just going to stick to the same values. And let's go back to our One Entry CMS. So we'll just try again here, and we will see if this opens. And we'll basically keep the setup open. So we'll go to Managing Forms. We'll go to our car registration form, and we'll see data sent by the form. Right now, we don't have any data. Now, let's see if we submit this. So when I click Submit, you can see my form status is disabled. And here we go, guys. Car registration form. Your response has been recorded. And, of course, I clicked on Submit another response. So, it took me to this page again. Now, loading data, and here we go. That's it, guys. This is exactly... So it means our server action was successful, and it successfully worked. Now, if you want to delete this, of course, you can select everything and delete it. But you can see car plate number, car price, car type, and everything you get in the specific format. Now, of course, if I, let's say, enter plate number, price, and everything, and if I don't have the name, if I try submitting, it's not going to work because we need this to be mandatory. So let's just maybe say Range Rover or something. Right, and let's just say whatever, and let's just try submitting this, and here you go, car registration form, your response has been recorded. If you want to submit another, you can go and click back here, loading data, and now you have Range Rover as well. And you can also see the time nicely. So right now I just submitted at this point of time, so you can also nicely see the times as well. Very very nice, right? Okay, at this point, I think we have our nice little server action working. So we have our form functionality, a nice form functionality. Now, of course, you can go ahead and play around with the CMS to, try maybe some different form fields. Maybe try like try adding new fields, or try making other fields mandatory. Like, let's say we decide to make car plate number mandatory. We can go to Settings. Again, we can, make it required field here. And if we do this right now, what we can do, I think this is saved right now. So if you go back, this is saved. Now, if you go back to our CMS, refresh, our dashboard, refresh this, you can see car plate number is mandatory now. So if you add the car name, let's say, if I try submitting, it's not going to work because we need to have the car plate number. Beautiful. Now, let's say we also, for the car price, we want a minimum and a maximum value. So let's say we can do checking for a number here, and then you want to click into this edit field, and here you're going to have min value. So let's say the min value for the car price, it has to be starting from 50,000, and the max value needs to be 200,000 or something, 200,000, like that, right? So you can see the number can have a minimum value of 50,000, the maximum value of 200,000. So what we can do now is, if we go back, and if we go back again, and if we try going back again, right now if I enter, let's say, let's do Toyota this time, or maybe let's do Nissan this time, and let's just do Nissan Petrol like this, and the car plate number, let's make it 345. Now, of course, if I enter the car price as, let's say, 100,000 or something, try submitting, you can see value must be greater than or equal to 50,000 because we have our nice validations working. So we can say maybe 50,000 now, or maybe if we say 120,000, you can see it won't 120 whatever million or something, and then this is also not going to work. So let's say if we say 50,000. and try submitting, a response has been recorded, right? And if you go back to One Entry now and go to managing forms, go to our car registration form, data sent by the form here, you can see, of course, you have the car price and we have the car plate number. Beautiful, right? So we have our validations, and of course, you can play around with this as much as you want. My main idea was to just, tell you guys you can do something like this, and you can change the fields. You can do this for an actual company, do this for your company maybe, and try to play around with this. Great. All right. Now, what should be the next thing? Now, we have a success page. We have our nice little... Okay, we forgot to do one thing here, and that's the error handling, because we are not using this state yet. So let me just search for error handling, and let's also quickly do that, so we have nice little error handling. Now, error handling is going to be very straightforward, because if you guys actually... if you guys remember, what I did is I'm trying to find where I have error handling in my page here. Okay, it is really hard to find it, honestly. I'm just gonna go to the repo right now and not waste too much time. Let's go to our components. Error handling is going to be very simple because we all know that we have a error.message thing. So let's go to main form. Let's search for error handling. Yeah, it's right over here. It's just after the clear form thing. So we have just this little p tag, which we have, and it's just saying state.error. So what we can do is in here, remove the statement here, and we can just say state.error. Now remember, state contains this .error, and .error is actually of type string. So we can do it this way, and this way, if there is any error or something, we are going to catch this error. So we can try this as well if you want to. Honestly, we can just throw a random error. So throw new error or something. So if we throw this error right now, and if we try submitting, we should be able to see this. So let's just maybe say, whatever the name. We try submitting. Here you go. API error, failed to add form data. So this is a very basic error message. I mean, you can, of course, go ahead and maybe show like a toaster notification. We already have Sonar, so you can maybe have like a toaster notification or something. But of course, this is just a basic error, error message. So if anything goes wrong, it's going to display this error message right over here. Of course, you don't want to throw this random errors right now for no reason. All right, so let's go back. And now, if you refresh this, everything will be nicely working. And you can see our labels are nicely connected as well. Very, very nice. All right, so let's, what we want to work on next actually is the responses, right? Because now, let's go back to our dashboard. So we'll see our forms. Now, when I click on the car registration form here, view details, we have 3 responses. So this is actually working. This is connected with our CMS now, because inside of our CMS now, remember, we got 3 responses. So it's giving us the correct number of responses here. Now, however, when I click on here, we don't have this responses page. So let's actually go ahead and let's create this responses page now. And I just completely forgot that I was also going to show you guys how we can use the API route handler approach. But I think since the essence of time, we already are 1 hour. I mean, it's already like the video is really long right now. And it's a new day for me, so I've started the video again. It's already 1 hour 30 minutes. So if I go ahead and explain the entire section, I think I have commented this entire code out. And what I'm going to do is in the finished repo, I'm just going to maybe just comment here and say that this is going to be for the API route handlers. Feel free to check this out. And honestly, it's I think I've used it in my previous videos as well. So feel free to check it out, honestly. And if you prefer this approach, you can also do it with this approach. What I've done is I've just used the await fetch thing here, and I've basically for the post request I've used method post. And I've just stringified the form values. And of course, what I've done is here, if the response came as OK, then I've pushed it to the success page. Otherwise, throw the error and just catch an error. So it's very, very straightforward. It's not it's not going to be that hard. It doesn't make sense for me to go ahead and explain this entire thing again, the route handler stuff. But I think I have this code ready, so you can just uncomment this if you prefer using route handlers, and it's going to work the same exact way. So don't worry about it. I also have that code ready. But let's just focus on the core functionality. Let's focus on the responses page right now. So let me just go back to my responses page. And let's focus on the responses, because we have quite a lot. Like we have responses, we have organizations. Actually, not a lot. We have last few portions of the app we need to work on. So it's not actually quite a lot, but we do have some stuff. Okay. So we have responses. I'm just trying to see something. Let's just see something. If we have our responses, and let's just see what we have inside of our responses. So if I navigate to my dashboard, remember, forms, we have ID, and then we have responses. Now inside of our responses, we have another folder called for a specific question. I don't think I have implemented this. Yeah, so I haven't implemented these routes, but again, this is for you to extend this build if you want to, because there's quite a lot already we are doing in this build. So if you want to, honestly, what I've done is if I click on responses right now here, and this is the finished build, so you can see the question and the individual part I haven't implemented, but summary is something which I've implemented and showed you guys how to like connect charts and how to do these nice responses. Right? You can go ahead and honestly do question, individual, all these different things. But we're only going to focus on the summary part for this build. All right. So what we can do is go to our app directory now, and inside of our forms ID, remember, we have this ID route. Click on a new folder, and here you want to basically do responses, right? And the responses, then you click on a new file. You're gonna create a page.tsx here, and we're also gonna have a layout.tsx as well. So with layout, we're just gonna say responses layout like this, and we're just gonna remove React. For the page RFCE, we're gonna say responses page like that. And before I forget, in the layout, make sure you pass in the children of type react.react node, and we want to make sure you pass in the children here as well. I'm just going to take a look at layout, how it's going to look like. So our layout is going to follow a very nice structural approach. Firstly, we are also going to get the params here. So remember, the params is going to be the ID, and if you remember, the params again is this corresponds to this ID here. Because we are inside of this directory, we can get this ID as well. So what we can do is get the ID here like that, and on the parent div we are going to give some class name max width of 3xl like this. mx is going to be auto, padding top is going to be 40, and on a smaller screen you're going to say padding top of 32, padding bottom of 16, and space y of 3.5, just like that. And inside we're going to have a nice suspense boundary, and the suspense boundary is going to be for our responses header. So we're going to have a component called responses header here, which we haven't created, and we're going to create this. So responses header skeleton, right? So we're going to have a skeleton here, and this is something which we're going to create, and we're going to pass in the children outside the suspense boundary here. So this is our basic layout structure. And I don't know why I actually got the ID, because we actually don't need this, to be honest. Yeah, we can remove it. We don't actually need it. We can keep it if you want, but we don't actually require this in the layout here. So let's create the responses header component now. Let's go back to our components. And you can see we have quite a lot of components, guys. So that's nice. Okay, so let's create this responses header, RFCE, close the sidebar, remove the React. And now I am going to navigate to my components directory. Give me a second, guys, and I'm just gonna we can then start working on responses header. So I'll just save this right now. And what we can do is we can also go back to our layout, and we can auto import this as well. So responses header like this, and the responses header is going to be a very nice little component. Actually, we need the ID, to be honest, because we are actually sending the ID here. Okay, let me just go to the repo again quickly, and before let's just check. Okay, yeah, we need the ID, so we're sending the ID from the params actually. So we actually need this ID. Great. So what we're going to do is this ID which we got is we're going to pass this ID right over here in the responses header. Because remember, this is a component. We don't have access to params in components. We only have access to params in the pages. So what we are doing is nicely sending the ID as a prop here, and we can just simply say ID of string like that. And here we can just simply say const forms data, and we can make this function asynchronous as well. And the forms data, we're going to say await, and we're going to fetch all forms data. So we're going to fetch all the forms data like that. And if you remember, we have this fetch all forms data function, which is going to get all the forms data we have submitted through our forms. So we'll get all these form data. And remember, we have this nice responses now, which is going to get a single. It's going to, because this is going to get all the form data, and we only need it for a specific ID. So we have this nice little utility function which we can use here as well. Now in the component itself, it's going to be very straightforward. We're going to have a card, and we're going to have some card header. So we're going to get card header. So the card header is going to also have card title. So make sure you import that as well. The card title is going to contain responses.length, and then it's going to say if the length is equals to 1, it's going to say response. Otherwise, it's going to be plural responses, right? The class name here is going to be font normal. And then outside the card header, we have the nice little card footer component, which is going to contain the responses tabs here. So now we're going to create another component called responses tabs, and the footer here is going to be padding of 0, justify of center, and that's pretty much it. Now let's actually create this responses tabs component. So we'll go back here, responses tabs.tsx rfce, and I think this is going to be a client component, of course. So what we can do immediately is make sure, before you get any errors, make sure to do this use client, auto import this component here, and let's go back to responses tabs now. Now for responses tabs, you're going to have 3 little tabs. Now again, I'm just going to go here, and before we waste any more time, I'm just going to quickly navigate to components, and we'll go responses tabs, and we'll get this array. So this is going to be our tabs array here. Very straightforward. I think you guys should be familiar with how we are using tabs now, because we have used it twice already before. So it's going to be very straightforward now. So we have these like tabs, and now these tabs, we're going to firstly get our path name. So we're going to say const path name. Use path name, you want to make sure you get it from next/navigation, and we want to also get our params. So the params you want to get from use params, and we want to return some stuff here. Okay, great. Now params is going to return us, you can see, the slash variable. So whatever we have, like IDs, for example, and all those things. So it's going to return us those things. And remember, this is not to be confused with search params. So these are just params. These are not the search parameters. Great. Now in the responses tabs here, what we will do is we will also import these things, and let's go back and maybe let's import them as well. So because we're be needing these things, and what we can do here is now we can have a tabs main tabs here, and for this main tabs you're going to have a default value which is going to be for questions, a class name for with full, and we are going to have a tabs list component, and the tabs list is going to be styled, but firstly we'll just map through every single tab here. And what we're going to do is, again, I'm just going to make sure I'm do explicit return, and in the explicit return, firstly we're going to say we need the responses page. So the responses page is going to be dashboard/forms/params.id/responses, and then we're going to have const is active. Now is active is going to be if tab.href is going to be empty. That means we have to compare the path name with the responses page itself. Otherwise, then we're going to say path name. We're not going to say includes here. Actually, we're just going to say path name is equals to responses page/tab.href, like that. And don't worry about these errors because we're not returning something. We're getting these errors, and here now we're going to return tabs trigger. And because it's a map, we want to make sure we have a key, and we also need a value. So the value is going to be tab.href again. We also need the class name. So the class name we're going to use cn, and the cn is going to be, we're going to say flex column like that, and we're also going to override the padding to be 0, and we're going to say if is active is true, then we want to make sure we say text violet of 900, and we also want to if it's not true, then we need neutral of 950 like this. Great. And one more prop is as child, which we want to send here as well. Great. Now inside our tabs trigger, we have a div tag, and this is going to have a class name of 1.5 and a width of fit. And inside our div tag, we're going to have a link from next/link, and the link is going to contain the tab.title. I hope this is like super useful for you guys, because if you haven't developed tabs and tab type of functionality before, especially like in a manner where you have these persisted as the layouts, like the routes and all, this tutorial would be super useful for you guys to develop tabs in this manner, because I found this really nice, honestly, and I'm using these the same approach in production apps as well. Great. So we have a link, and we have a class name of font medium here, text small, not start, it's going to be small, flex items center, and it's going to be padding horizontal of 2. Great. Outside the link, we're going to have a nice little HR. Again, the HR is going to be class name, and we're going to use cn, and I think it's pretty similar to the one which we have already done. We're going to say width full, border bottom of 2, we're going to say rounded top of XL, and we're going to say if is active is true, then we want to make sure the border is violet 800. Otherwise, we want this to be actually not 800, it's going to be 900, and otherwise we want the border to be transparent. So just like that. Great. Now I think we should be able to see something on the screen. Okay, we are not being able to see. I think I forgot to save the page itself. So if we go here, we don't actually have a layout here. Okay, we are not actually accepting the ID here. So let me just see, guys, if we have an ID. Okay, I don't know why I have done it this way. So I was doing an ID of and then I was basically renaming the ID to string. So never do that, guys. So that was just a type definition, so it should be right over here. Great. Okay, let's just refresh this. Okay, so we don't have a responses page yet, which feels super weird, because we should be having this page. Let's figure this out. Let's figure out what's wrong here, because we do have, what I've done is we do have a dashboard/forms. So let me just go back to dashboard/forms again. And if we go and click on, let's say, the car registration one, which we have created, and click on responses, it is giving us 404 right now, which it shouldn't be, because we do have a responses page though. So that seems a bit weird to me. I think I've messed up somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly, but I've definitely messed up somewhere. And we do have ID, we do have responses inside the ID. Not really sure why this is messing up, to be honest, but we do have it in the correct manner actually. No worries, we'll figure this out, what's going on. Maybe let's just restart the server. Sometimes it happens when you haven't actually restarted the server, and these types of things tend to happen, because we should have our responses though. That's like super weird. Okay, so you can see even here it's saying actually not found, which is doesn't make actually any sense right now. Okay, it's saying combining not found. So not sure what's going on here, guys. I'm really confused, because we do have our responses, and it seems that it's actually correct as well, the route name. This is exactly what I've named it. It's responses, right? So you can see their naming is correct as well. I'm really not sure why it's not reading this page. really not sure. Okay, guys. Okay, I made a big, terrible mistake. Again, I knew this was going to happen because I've done this already quite a few times. And I was actually outside of my dashboard and I made the responses folder. And this is why, you should have grouped routes probably for this type of scenarios, because honestly, it seems super confusing. If I keep these two open, you can see like it's exactly the same pattern, same structure, right? I should probably have a grouped route for this, so I could, differentiate between these two. Okay, my bad, guys. It was so silly of me. So inside of forms, inside of ID, we need to make sure we move this to this ID here, right over here. All right, great. That was actually on the wrong side of the layout. We should be inside the dashboard, not inside of this forms here. Great. Let's go back here and let's try refreshing this. Okay, we should at least see something. Okay, we don't see anything. Let's go back to forms. Okay, this is what I get right now. For some reason, I'm not sure what's going on right now. Where's our styling gone? Okay, so we have forms, ID, responses. Let's restart the server once again, guys, and let's see if this will work. I'm not sure where's my styling and what's happening right now. I think it's probably some caching issue with Next.js. Okay, it works now. Let's go to car registration form. Okay, great. When I actually click on the form itself, then it shows me this page for some reason. Not sure what errors I'm getting right now. Really not sure why I'm facing these weird errors. We have page, we have layout.tsx, and we are in the correct directory right now. I mean, we are inside of dashboard, forms, ID, responses. What we can do, guys, is sometimes when these things tend to happen, what I do is I close my server and I delete the Next.js folder. So you guys see in the Next.js folder, I delete this because every time when you run the server again, it actually automatically gets built. So I delete this and I try to npm run dev again, because sometimes these weird types of things happen with Next.js. It's probably some like issues with caching and stuff. And when you do these things, it typically tries to, tends to fix them. So really not sure. Okay, you see exactly what I said, right? I mean, it fixes it immediately, right? So now you can see when I try to go questions, I'm on the form / this page, and when I click responses, I'm on this page. Of course, this isn't styled properly yet, but the issue is fixed. So sometimes when these things happen, you delete the next first, like cut off your server, delete the Next.js folder, and then restart your server, and this will get fixed. Great. Let's go back to our responses tabs now, and let's keep continuing to build this. Actually, we have completely built this. The only thing left is the styling over here. So in the tab list, we're just gonna make sure it's width full, BG transparent, gap X of 4. We're also gonna make sure it's P0 height full, and we also want to make sure justify evenly is there, because we don't want to do justify between here. So we wanted it to look like this. Great. And I think there's an issue with some of the styling somewhere. Okay, yeah, here you go. So we had to make sure border dash violet 900. That's why it wasn't coming right over here. So you can see it looks very familiar and very similar. And we also have nice skeletons. So you can see we have nice skeletons here. Probably I think I should have done the skeleton for this entire section, but I mean, even this looks fine to me, to be honest. It's not really bad. As long as it shows the user what's loading, it seems fine. So now we can actually start working on the page itself. So we can go to the responses page and we can start working over here. So that's what I'm gonna do, guys. So we'll work on the chart stuff. We're gonna work on Tremor stuff now. How we'll integrate Tremor in our build. And it's super easy to use Tremor, by the way, guys. It's really it's such a nice library to use for charts and stuff. So we'll be using that. So I'm just a minute, guys. I'm trying to navigate to form responses, and I'm navigating to my page, so we can start working on the page content itself. Great. Now on this page itself, the form responses page, we're gonna firstly have forms data here, and we're gonna do await. So we have to make sure the top level is synchronous. So we're gonna do await fetch all, and this is going to be fetch all forms data. And we're also gonna get the individual form, which is going to be await, and we're gonna get fetch form by ID. And for the ID, of course, we need the params. So because this is a page, we can get the params just like that. So we can say params ID like this, and we can say const responses, and we can say get responses. So we're gonna say get responses, send the form data, and instead of the identifier, I'm just gonna send the ID, which is from the params. So this is how we're gonna get the responses, the form data, the individual form as well. And the next thing we want to do is we need to know that this is going to be. We need to firstly we need to record the number of responses for every single question in the form, right? So basically, what we need to do is the responses which we are getting in the form data. So if I do something like, I'm not sure if I do like so if we just get the responses here, if we console log this. So let's just say console log responses, and if I open up my server, you can see we have our nice little responses, right? Now you can see we have responses for this particular ID because we are on CR7090, right? That's the car registration form responses, and you can see we have different like IDs and different form data objects. So let's access maybe one form data. So maybe let's just do responses dot for the first one, let's say form data, and let's maybe console log this out so we can see what we get here. And you can see for the first response, the form data we get is in this format. We get the value of Nissan Patrol, we get the value of CPN, which is the car plate number, we get the value for the car price, right? So we get these all different values. But what we need to do here, guys, is we need to record the number of responses for every single question in the form, right? So for example, how many responses I got for for the CN2545, how many responses I got for CPN3240. So this is exactly what we want to do. And how we can do this is we can simply firstly say const questions is equal to form.attributes. So we're going to access the attributes inside the form, and we're going to map through every single attribute. And here we're going to say an object transformation here again, and we're going to say dot attribute. So I want to basically, I'm spreading the attribute itself here, and the next one I'm just saying number of responses for this attribute. I'm going to be using a function called get number of responses here, where I'm going to pass the responses. So this responses is going to be the responses which I have right away here. So it's going to be these responses for that particular ID of the form, and then we're going to pass in the attribute dot marker like this. So we're going to get the number of responses for this particular attribute, and we are also going to get the responses themselves. So here I have another function which we are going to create, and this will be for individual responses, where we do the same exact thing. So we're going to create these two functions called get number of responses, and we're also going to create this function called get individual responses, right? And the reason we're doing this is because we have a number of responses like of course like what number we got. So if we go back and check the finished build here, you can see I got 3 responses for my product name question. I got 2 responses for my rating question. In total, I've only got 3 responses. This is like the total responses, right? I've only gotten 3 responses so far, but I also need the number for every number of responses for every single question, right? And now I'm also counting what responses I got, right? So here you can see for MacBook Air, I got 2 responses. For SSD, I got 1 response. For the rating, you can see I got 1 rating of 9, and I got basically 1 rating of 10 here. So you can see I get these nice little in these nice little formats. So I'm basically going to be calculating these things. So firstly, let's get back to get number of responses. Let's create these functions So I'm gonna navigate to my utils folder, utils directory here, and we'll create these things. So firstly, let's create this function called get number of responses. Get number of responses, like that. And here we're basically going to accept, remember, we're going to accept the responses as iForms data entity, and remember it's going to be an array, and the second argument will be the marker which we're going to accept, which will be of type string, like that. Here firstly what we're going to do is we're going to get the attribute counts. Now what I've done, guys, is I've used a really like a nice pattern here where I've used flat map here, because the form data we have is an array of different objects, right? And the reason I haven't used map is because we want to flatten the array of objects into a single array. Now if you have never used flat map before, I recommend reading about the flat map function, guys. I recommend reading about the flat map function on how you can use that, honestly, and you can see about that function. So the flat map function I have used there is I've explained it really well as well in the in my finished build. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys how I've actually done this. So if I go to the lib folder, and if we go to the utils here, you guys will see that I have this flat map. Where is it? I have this function called get number of responses here, and you can see I've explained it. I've basically commented this here as well. So what I've done is I've basically commented for you guys to so it's helpful for you guys, so to see this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this and I'm going to explain this briefly on what the way I've done this. Again, it's basically just using flat map. I'm just gonna try removing TypeScript ignore because I don't think we need it anymore. And for the form data item, we already created a type definition. If you guys remember, we have this form data item type definition, and we also have the type definition for attribute count, so I'm also going to get that as well. Okay, so all right, now it's saying that it could be undefined. So you know what, I'm just going to keep that TypeScript ignore. Maybe I think I kept it for a really good reason here. I'm not sure why. Okay, I'll just not keep it. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. The way we'll be doing firstly is we get the responses, which will be an array, and we're basically doing a flat map. Now it's very similar to map, but the only difference is that it's going to flatten the array. So if the array has a depth of like 3 or 4, it's going to flatten the depth to like 1. Actually, that's what the flat map is going to do. For every single response, we are saying response.formData, and we're basically if you remember response.formData, if I navigate into this, you can see we need to get we need the language code for this. So basically I'm passing the language code as ENUS, which is going to be for English, and I'm doing a filter here, and I'm saying I want the value of the items which are not actually empty. So what happens is when you like submit items which are just empty, or when you submit items which are we can submit empty objects or empty items, or maybe we can submit like maybe there's like some items which are like already empty out there, so that we don't actually need, right? So here we are doing a filter here, and we're just saying we want the items dot value. And the reason we are doing value is because you can see in the form data item, the type is going to be the value here, right? So this is going to be a value type, and we're saying it cannot be, it does not have to be equals to empty. And then we're doing a map on it, and for every single item, we're basically returning the item dot marker. Now this is going to give me back the attribute counts. So basically, it's going to return me the counts. What is the number of my attribute counts, and then on top of this, after doing this flat map, we are doing reduce on this on the same exact thing. Firstly, we get the map, and then this is going to return us an array, and then on that array, we're basically doing reduce. And the way the reduce function works, it takes in, you can see it takes in a a callback function. So we're basically passing in the counts, and then we're passing in the attribute here, so in the reduce function. And what we are saying is, you can see below is a fancy way of saying if the attribute exists in the counts object, then increment it by 1, otherwise set it to 1. So what we're doing here is if count.attribute exists, then you make it increment by 1. That means increase the attribute count. Otherwise, just set it to 1 itself. So if it doesn't exist, then you just set it to 1 itself. Otherwise, you increment it by 1 if it's not empty and if it exists. Again, I know this might be too complicated for the beginners, that I'm doing flat map and I'm doing reduce, and there's like too many things happening at the same time, and you might be confused at why am I doing reduce on this. Because once we get the flat map, the array, I don't know if I can explain it here, but the array now looks like this. You can see array now looks like this. So what we have is we have these different, like let's say we have the name, which is like considered like basically 3 times, then we have the email twice, then we have the phone 4 times. And here in the reduce function, I'm going to keep this comment as well. I think it might help some of the beginners, so I'm going to keep this as well. And here in the reduce, now we're just counting how many times this name appears, how many times the email appears, and how many times the phone actually appears, and then we're basically returning this as an attribute count. So that's essentially what we are basically doing here. Now I'm not really sure why this is erroring out, because it wasn't getting erroring out before. So I'm just gonna say as string or something. Okay. So I can't even do that actually, because it's saying it could be undefined actually. Alright, so what I can do maybe, because we can see attribute could be undefined. So if there is no attributes, we cannot do return counts here, because it's not gonna work that way. I'm not sure why we're getting this error, to be honest, because I wasn't receiving this error before. And I don't think it's because of TypeScript ignore here, because we can definitely add TypeScript ignore here, but I don't think it's going to fix this error. Yeah, it does not fix this error actually. So again, it's just saying that undefined cannot be used as an index type. If I do it this way, then it's also not gonna work. Okay. Really not sure why this is not working. So if I do it this way, okay. The reason I'm getting confused there is I think maybe it needs to be a number type. That's why it has to be like this. So if we do parse int, let's maybe try parse inting this, and let's maybe try doing it. Yeah, you can see it's still not gonna work. So for now, I'm just not going to waste too much time on this. Just maybe do TypeScript ignore here as well. This is, again, these issues are happening with, I think these are some issues which is definitely happening because of the typings. Our code is not going to break because of this. And trust me on this, because I've done it previously. And this actually is going to work. Okay, so let's go back to our page now, and let's import this function, send the responses and the attribute.marker, and then we're going to see our question. So now the next step is to actually get the individual responses. Let's firstly create this, and then we're going to console log our questions, and we will see that if we, what's the number of responses, and the responses are for, for the individual questions themselves. So let's create this individual responses function now. Here, we're going to do export, and we're just going to say function get individual responses, and this is going to also accept responses. And again, guys, please, if I didn't explain this really well, please hit me up on Discord, or just type in the YouTube comment section or something, and I'll try my best to explain this again. I know this was it was confusing for me as well, by the way, when I was doing it. So it's not that guys like me cannot get confused on these things. It's purely normal for the beginners to get confused when working with code like this. That I'm doing flat map and reduce and stuff like this. Might be a little bit too much, but just hit me up honestly, and I'll try my best to explain this again. All right. So we are gonna do not that actually. I formed data entity, and we're gonna get the marker again as a string. But in this one, we are interested in the responses themselves actually. So what I've done here is I've basically said items, and I am basically saying responses dot flat map. I'm again doing a flat map to flatten the array, and for every single response we have, what I'm doing is I'm going to be doing I'm doing a form data here. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm saying form data, get me the form data firstly. So response is going to be dot form data, and it's going to be dot enus. Remember, form data needs to needs a key for the language, right? So we need to pass that in, and then we're going to say attribute is equals to, we're going to say form data dot find for every single like item. We want the item dot marker to be is equal to the marker which we have sent, right? So we get that individual attribute there. And then we're saying if there is no attribute, and we're actually going to do it like this. So we're going to say if there is no attribute dot value, we're going to return an empty array. So if there is no value in the attribute, we're going to return empty array. Basically, it's nothing, right? Otherwise, we're just going to return the attribute itself. So we're going to say attribute, spread it, and I think the way I've done it is I've done it as form data item. So form data item, we have already created the typing. Again, we're going to return the attribute itself as the form data item, because you can see the attribute it contains the marker and the value, right? So it's basically the same shape as the form data item here. Right, great. The next thing what I've done here is for the items, I basically grouped similar. I'm just gonna actually get this from the repo. So here I have grouped similar, and I'm gonna explain everything as well. So here I'm just gonna get this comment, group similar responses only once, and count the number of times they appear, and return the item with the count. So what I've done here is I've basically created a variable called grouped items, and again I've used reduce. And reduce is super helpful when you want to count, and you want to count different items, or basically you want to increment the counts. So it's super useful in these situations. So what we're doing here is we're going to say counts and the item. So you basically have a previous value in this callback function, and then you also have a predicate. So that's how you do this. And for the counts and the predicate, and by the way, I completely, I think, forgot to mention this, that the reduce function also accepts the initial value, and here the initial value is actually an empty object. So you can see the initial value here was an empty object, and then we kept on incrementing this with the counts, which was this object right over here. Initial value was an empty object here. Now in here, we are gonna do stuff like this. So we're gonna say if the item dot value doesn't exist, then we're just gonna return the counts themselves. And then again, I'm just gonna get this from my repo and come back here, and you can see below is a fancy way of saying the item exists in the counts object that incremented by 1. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're just gonna say counts item dot value is going to be equals to counts item dot value, or if it exists, otherwise make it 0, and just make it by +1. So 0 plus 1 is just gonna stay as +1, right? That's what it means. And then here we're gonna return the counts. We need the initial value here, so we're just gonna say that it's gonna be an empty object as before. And again, we're just gonna say as attribute count. There's an error happening, so we're just gonna say TypeScript ignore here. And again, don't worry about this, guys. I'm pretty sure that this is happening because of a typing issue again. Amazing. Now the last step we're gonna do is we're gonna say return, and we're gonna basically convert this into an array, and we're gonna say pass in the grouped items here, and then we're gonna map through every single item's key value pair, and then we're gonna return, and then we are going to return here the value and the count, and we're gonna return the marker itself. So here you guys can see what I've done is I've converted this into an array format, and if I hover over this function, you can now see that this is going to return me an array of value, count, and marker, right? So it's going to give me the grouped items which I had, and I'm going to map through them, the key value pairs, the value and the count, and I'm going to return the value, the count, and the marker, right? And the count, the way I'm going to get the count is of course that's the key, the value pair of this, right? And the marker itself as well I'm going to get. So this is going to return me the individual responses, guys, which will be super useful in doing the responses thing there on the page. So I can import this, and you can see again, if I hover over this, you can see this is what it returns me back. It returns me back an array of value, count, a number. And if I hover over this one, this returns me back just a number of my responses, the total number of my responses. Great. All right. So what we can do at this point, guys, is we can actually console log the questions, and you can see, okay, so there is actually an error happening, which we will fix. So let's firstly go back here, and it's saying that it cannot read a properties of undefined reading filter. So what we can do is firstly, we can see the number, the line number here, which is line number 28, which is right over here. So it's saying it can be, it's not basically it is it's undefined, so it's not getting to read that. And I'm just gonna cross check with my implementation as well. So if I've done everything correctly, okay, I think I have done everything correctly. So firstly, what I'm gonna do in in this situation is I am going to console log here, and I'm just gonna console log my responses. Actually, not even responses. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna console log my form data, and I'm going to check right over here. So I'm just gonna console log here, and we'll be able to see what actually happened. So I'll just get this line, and on this page itself, before I actually invoke these functions like this questions, I'm just going to, in my console log, I'm just gonna comment this out, and we're gonna fix this. We're gonna see what error we're getting. So we're just gonna console log this. Now we can see get number of responses returns in the form data. We basically, it's an object, and it's an object with basically it's an array. Sorry, it's not an object actually, if I'm sure. Yeah, it's an array, and we get the marker and the value. So I don't think we have to do E and US anymore. I think they keep changing the API stuff, so sometimes you have to keep checking these things. So they changed it recently again, and I think we don't have to do E and US. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, I don't have to probably do this, and if I don't actually do this, then let me just check, guys. So if we do form data, I don't think we'd have to do this anymore. And what we can do is it's gonna give us an error, because again this is an issue with typings or something, I guess, because when you do forms from .enus, it actually works. Or maybe because it's not on the same, yeah, you can see it's not callable actually, because it has no call signatures. So maybe let's just say TypeScript ignore here, because they did not update the typings, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and in this case, what I like to do, guys, is I like to do it this way. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna get this entire thing, response.form data, and I'm just gonna get this entire thing here, and I'm going to check it like this. And if this gives me something back, then I'll know that this is a correct implementation. And I think so. This actually does work, yeah. So you can see filter out the values which are empty. So this does work. So that basically means that we have to remove the E and US, so we don't actually need that anymore. And it's gonna get the error here as well, so we can do it right over here. And if I try to remove this, and this also works now. Okay, great, guys. So you can see this actually works as well. So I think this is the TypeScript ignore. We had to do it probably here, and I think we won't need to do it here as well. I'm pretty sure we don't need to do it here as well. And here also we can just do TypeScript ignore, so we don't have to do enus anymore. And if we go back to our page and remove the console logs from here, and then let's say we uncomment this piece of code and get back, and here we go, guys, we get something back, and we can see basically we get our questions. But look at this, guys. Look at this object, right? It contains these two new properties, and that's number of responses, and the other one is actually the responses. So we got 3 responses for car name, we got 3 responses for car plate number, we got 3 responses for car price, but however we got 2 responses for car type. We did not enter car, if you guys remember correctly, we did not enter the car type in the last response we did, right? So you only have 2 responses, and we also get our nice responses object. Beautiful. So I thought I hope this was useful, the debugging session here, guys. I did not expect this, but honestly, this is how I debug things, right? So I mean, I just figured this on the go, and I could, of course, cut this from my video. I could trim this portion, but I'm not going to do that because I think it would be useful for many beginners watching this, or many people watching this who are not like super familiar with this kind of process. Because when things happen like this, sometimes the APIs keep changing, and this is a natural process. So APIs keep changing. You have to be aware of them and try to handle them with grace. Okay, so let's go back and let's complete the implementation, guys. So now we know that we have number of responses and we have the responses. So what we're going to do is, for the parent div, we have a class name of y of 3.5. So we're going to do that, and then basically we're going to map through every single question. So go through every single question like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically render a card component. And because remember, it's a map, so we need to make sure we have question dot, actually it's going to be marker, guys, it's going to be unique. And then we have card header. So we're going to have card header, and then we're going to get card title like that. So card title is just going to be question, and it's going to be localized infos, and it's going to say title like this. And we don't have to, actually we do have to style it. So it's just going to be font normal, and it's going to be text of base like that. And outside the card title, we're going to have card description. Now for the card description, we're just going to say question dot number of responses, which we have, and it's just going to have an empty string here. And on the next line, we're just going to say question dot number of responses. If it's equals to 1, then we're going to say response. Otherwise, we're going to say the plural. The description, we want to style it very simply. We're going to say text extra small here. And outside the card header itself, we're going to have card content. So make sure you import that. And in the card content, we're just going to say question dot number of responses. If it's greater than 0, so if we have greater than 0, then we're going to have a component called a bar chart component here, where we're going to send responses. And here we're just going to say question dot responses. Otherwise, we're just going to say no responses yet for this question right over here. Great. So what I have done here is, basically, if we have number of responses which is greater than 0, we're gonna install Tremor, and we're gonna basically set up Tremor, and then we're gonna basically render this bar chart component which we have, just like how it works on Google Forms. And if we don't have any number of responses, we're just gonna say no responses yet for this particular question. To be fair, we could have just done it like this. Actually, yeah. We don't even need actually need that fragment thing here. Okay, and this one for now, I think I can just okay, we're not gonna have that. I'm not gonna save the file right now, and I think that's pretty much it. Let me just check if I've done every single styling portion here. I've completed all the styling. Yeah, I have actually. So now I think what we can do is we can set up Tremor, guys, and I think we're already like I think it's a fairly long build now. So we can now set up Tremor CSS, and we can go to Tremor, and we can use the nice charts component from there. So what we can do is probably just go to components first. Let's create this before this errors out. So we're going to create bar chart component.tsx rfce, and remove the React statement, go back to the page, and make sure we do it this way. And now I'm just going to save this page. And here you go. We see this nice little, and you can see we have bar chart component every single place because we have responses for pretty much everything here. So we get our nice little questions and we get our responses tab, and you see how the active states are also changing nicely. So really, really nice here. Now let's go ahead and Tremor. Now, if you're not familiar with Tremor, what is the Tremor, by the way? So Tremor is actually a great library to build really, really nice dashboards. It's a UI library as well, so you can go ahead and use like different cards and stuff. But I prefer Shadcn for a lot of my UI stuff, like cards, buttons, and a lot of those things. But Tremor is actually incredible for implementing chart functionality. Now I've used it quite a few times, and I really love their documentation. You can see that they have really nice like components. So if I click on like the bar chart one, which we're going to use, they have light and dark mode as well. Behind the scenes, it's just using recharts, and it's a really popular like npm package for implementing charts. But it's really good because Tremor has simplified the entire process. Like if you've used recharts before, it's really complicated, and I mean not complicated, but it's a bit tedious, than Tremor. But Tremor has simplified the whole like chart process. I really love using them for charts. For all my other things, I mean, you can go ahead and check their like select. They have like select components, they have tabs, and they have different things. If you like them, you can use for other things. But I prefer Shadcn for doing the other stuff, but only for the charts. So let's go and let's click on installation. So what we can do is we can use their CLI actually. Or actually not the CLI. We're not going to use that because it's going to override all of our Tailwind configuration, and we don't want to actually override that. So what we're going to do is we're going to install it manually. So we're going to copy this npm install Tremor at React command. Install Tremor at React. We don't actually need the Tailwind CSS forms because we're not going to be using them. What else do we need? So we need these things, guys. So we need this section. This is important. For the Tremor styling to work, we need to make sure that we firstly add this, I think this node modules thing here. So we need to add this in our Tailwind config. So make sure you go to Tailwind config, and in your content here, you want to make sure you add this, and you say just like for Tremor, Tremor or something, right? So this is going to be for Tremor. And the next step you want to do is you want to have this theme, and this inside of your theme you want to have like transparent and current for them. And for the extends in the colors, make sure you want to copy this light mode and dark mode, and you copy it till this curly brace right over here. And what you do is you go to the colors which we already have here, and on top you just paste these things, and you can see we don't have colors defined. Now where are these colors coming from? They're just coming from this Tailwind CSS colors package. So above the module.exports, which is right over here, you can just simply, I don't think you actually need to do it this way because it's an ES6 thing. So you can probably, I think, do it from Tailwind CSS / colors. If you do it like this, I think you can just get all the colors like this. And instead of this approach, you can just follow this approach, which is a much better approach than ES6 approach. So you can see now we have all the nice colors. So when you do colors dot, you'll see we get all the nice Tailwind CSS colors. So Tremor basically uses Tailwind CSS as well for their charts. So you need to have these things set up. The next thing we want to do after the light and dark mode, make sure you get the light and dark for the box shadow thing. I'm just gonna get it correctly because I don't want to mess this up. All right, so go to the box shadow now, where we have just search for like box shadow or something. Okay, we don't actually have this, so what you can do is you can get the entire thing here, and make sure you are in the extend of the extend object. So don't do it outside of extend, and make sure you're inside here. After the colors, let's actually do this. So after colors, make sure you have box shadow. Then you're gonna have border radius. So we already have border radius, so I'm just gonna copy them and just gonna paste this, and just pause the video here, take your time with the setup. It's very easy actually, it's not that complicated. The only reason I'm not using CLI is because we already have some configuration, and it's going to override those, and we don't want to override our existing configuration. For the font size, search for font size. We don't have it, and because we don't have it, I'm just gonna put it right over after the box shadow right here. Actually, I'm going to get the entire thing here, copy it, and right over here, I'm going to get the font size as well. So we have nice font size, and we also need this safe list thing, which is an array. So make sure you get that as well. And I think that is outside right over here. Yeah, so you can see save list right over here. Basically contains some regex patterns for some variants and things. So you have to do this as well. And in the plugins, we don't actually need the headless UI Tailwind CSS, but if if it requires this, you can install it, and you can use that as well if it requires that. But I don't think we actually need it for the charts. I'm not sure. I don't think so. We need it. So let's go back to bar chart, and let's save our Tailwind configuration. Let's go back to our responses, and let's go to our bar chart component. So I'm going to navigate to my bar chart component now, and we're going to work on that, which I think is the second last thing. I think then after this, we're going to also take a look at organizations in Clerk. So I did do quite a lot of things for this build. I didn't realize, but there's quite a lot of work in this. Right. So the bar chart component is going to be very straightforward. Actually, it's going to be a use client component. So we want to make sure we do use client here, because Tremor charts, I mean, we require interactivity. So you can see we can import bar chart like that. So just import it from Tremor React, and the usage example. If you go here, click on code, you will see all their usage examples. Basically, we need a chart data, and remember we need this in this format, and then we basically need to pass in this bar chart. So what I have done is I've simplified this. So let me go back to my components actually, and let me get the bar chart so we can really see how I have done it. So basically I've done it inside of a card component from Shadcn UI. And let's go back to our app now so I can show you guys. So import the card, or actually this card is coming from Tremor. Okay, this card is coming from Tremor. So make sure you import from Tremor, and then we of course are going to be getting the responses here. So the responses will be of type individual response, which we already created in our definitions file. So this is our individual response type right over here, and I'm just gonna save this. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just overriding some additional options. I don't want to show the legend, so I'm saying false. In the categories, I'm saying I want the categories to be count. So you can have more categories if you want to here, but for now we just have count, and I'm changing the color, the y-axis width, and some other stuff. So if we save this, and if we go back just like that, guys, look at how gorgeous it looks like, right? We have one response here. You have two responses here, and it also tells you the actual responses. So you can see for car names, I have Nissan Patrol, I have Range Rover, and I submitted a response for Mazda. So you also get the different various responses, and it looks gorgeous, right? And it also shows you right over here on the x-axis, so you can also see it right over here. And it's pretty simple, like it's pretty easy to integrate these charts. And just like that, guys, we have a chart component, a bar chart component inside of our app, and we have our questions, we have responses. If we go back to the dashboard right now, we can go to, let's say, some other form we created, let's say event registration here. We can click responses, and you can see we don't have any responses right now for this particular form. Let's say product feedback form, we have 3 responses. So again, you can see we have 2 responses here, and it just works like our finished build. So pretty sick. I think this is like pretty cool, honestly. We get the total number of responses. We can click on send, and we can copy the URL to share with the team. So it works really nicely. Now the only thing left to do, guys, right now is that we don't have we didn't implement the organization. So what can happen is if I log out, let's say, of my application, and anyone could basically, so if you want to have the reason I implement organizational support is because imagine you want to implement it for your core team, or for your admin team, for your C team, or whatever team you have, right? Let's say for only the C team can access these things, right? And right now, if I try to log in with any account, let's say I use this account, right? Now you will see that I'll be able to access the dashboard, and I'll be able to see all the analytics and everything. Now you might not want to show that to every single person, right? So if someone else gets the link, they will be able to see that as well. So now if I click on get started, you will see that I have access to the dashboard, and this shouldn't be possible because like this way I can see the responses, and I could probably, if you want to have it like this, your build is like done right now. You don't have to do anything else. The build is finished. But if you want that additional and you can see we have the nice search bar as well. So we can search through the search bar, we can search, we can go there. But basically, if you don't want anyone to be able to access it, only the people you want to allow, and this is where the Clerk organizational things come in. Now I will be explaining this now, how I have done this honestly, and the way I have done it is, firstly let's go to Clerk, and what you want to do is you want to go to Clerk documentation. So click on documentation and search for organizations. Organization. So I'm not sure if you just search it here, the documentation we were doing, there's a very nice section they actually show on how to basically do organizations in Clerk. They have a really nice section. So I don't want to waste too much time in searching this, but I do want to actually, because they have a really nice section in showing how to implement organizations. So I think if I just maybe do something like, if I just search this, for example, here, I think we will get organization. So if I just search for organization, they have a very nice section where they explain how we can use how we can do organization support. Again, I can't find it right now, but they have a very nice, very nice documentation. I hope it was easier to find, to be honest, because it gets a bit annoying when you have to you can't find something, you have to. So I think I have already viewed it. So I think this is the one which I'm talking about, or maybe not this one. Okay, we'll see how we can do it. So I'll try my best to explain. I can't find the link. I'll basically attach the link in the description after this build is done. But for now, I'll explain how we're going to do this. So the way we're going to tackle this situation is, let's go back to our root layout here. And I'm also going to check my root layout, and then I'm going to explain you guys how we're going to tackle this situation. So we're going to go to root layout, but we're going to go to the dashboard one. So make sure you have the dashboard layout open right over here. This is where we're going to do some organization stuff, because remember, everything, you don't want to block access to public page or the landing page. I want my users to be able to access the landing page and the public pages, right? So everything should be protected under the dashboard, right? And if you remember, we already have a middleware that protects everything under the dashboard here, and it makes everything public, you can see, if it's not the dashboard. So you already have that middleware. Now what we are going to do is we're going to go inside of dashboard layout. Make sure we are in this file right now. And here, firstly, we're going to get the user ID. So I'm just going to say user ID. And we're going to use auth function from Clerk. So we have this nice little auth function, which we can invoke on the server side. You cannot use this function on the client side, because we are on the server side. We can use this. This gives us back a user ID and gives us back a bunch of other stuff. But I only want the user ID. And next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a variable called memberships now. And here, I'm just going to say await Clerk client. So we're going to be using Clerk client, and because this is await, we have to make sure this is a synchronous function. So we're going to say await Clerk client dot organizations, and you can see Clerk client, when you do dot here, you can use organizations. You have different stuff here. So from organizations, we want to basically get the get organization membership list. You can see get organization membership list, and here you can see this accepts some params. Now it needs the organization ID. So the way we are going to do this is, right now, currently I've done this as an environment variable. And what I have done is, once we create the organization inside of Clerk, I'll show you guys how to create the organization in Clerk. And once we do that, we have this organization ID inside of Clerk. And what we can do then is we can just simply say that if the memberships.find, if it cannot find, we're saying not. So it means if it cannot find any membership for that specific user, basically what we're doing here is we're going to say if the membership dot public, we have something called public user data, and here we're going to get the user ID, and we are going to compare this with the user ID of the logged in user. So if it cannot find a membership for this user ID, the membership user ID, it does not matches with the user ID of the logged in user. This way we are also allowing users to basically be logged in. They can log in, they can access the app, but they cannot view the dashboard unless they are given access to, right? So if this is the case, then we're going to do redirect. So we're just going to say redirect from Next/navigation, and we're just going to basically redirect to something like error, and here we're just going to say access denied, like that. So here we're just doing a search param of error, and we're saying access denied. And if you guys remember, in our landing page, in our main home page, what I did before, if you guys remember here, when you come to this file, we were basically destructuring these search params, and we were basically setting this like this. So when we had an error, I was rendering out this access denied component, right? So if you remember, this is exactly what's going to happen. So if we get this error as a search param, we're going to basically render this access denied component, which is going to tell the user that access is denied. And we haven't yet created this component, which we'll do in just a bit. But basically this is exactly what we're going to be doing here. Okay, now once you go to environment file, we don't actually have the org ID. So what we can do is we can get the org ID, and let me show you guys how we can do that. So first, now let's go to clerk.com and let's set up an organization. So what you want to do is you want to sign in into Clerk, and Clerk, I think in the default free plan gives you like access to, I think it gives you access to like it's probably, I think they give access to 5 users or something. So I'm just going to log in with my main account, and you can see we have Google Forms, and we have Google Forms clone YT, which we just created a while ago, right? So we're going to click on Google Forms clone YT, and here you can see it gets a nice little confetti, and you can see it also shows us a nice little recent signups and who signed in recently. So you can click on organization here, and we haven't enabled organization. So what we're going to do is enable organization, and we're going to turn this toggle on. And here you can see limited membership. It allows you, if you want like unlimited members in your membership thing, so you can then basically have a subscription for Clerk, but it gives you like 5 members. So I don't think you can have more than 5. Probably it gives you only 5. So you can just have 5 members, and what you can do is then just save these changes, and you can also choose the role that users are initially assigned after creating an organization. So this is some advanced things you can do, but you can just save changes. And now if you go to organizations, you can see we can now have this option to create organization. So go ahead and click on this button. Now name your organization. So I think in this case we're just gonna basically say Google Forms or something. Google Forms or something. I'm not sure what I named my organization, but let's just say we say Google Forms team or something, or Google Forms clone. I'm just gonna make it very super, so we don't get blocked or something. And the owner is actually me, so I'm just gonna select my main account here, and we're gonna just create this organization. And as soon as you create it, you see this org ID. This is something which we actually need. So make sure you copy this, go back and paste this org ID right away here. Now we're going to get this organization ID. And what you can do, guys, now you can basically go to members tab here, and now you can start adding members. So currently the only members who have access is just me right now, right? You can see I am the admin, and I only have access to Google Forms clone team. Now if I go back to the application right now, you can see immediately as soon as I created the organization, I cannot access the dashboard because I'm not a member. This is not the account which I have access to, right? So if I try to access dashboard, let's say again, it's going to take me to access now. Now this doesn't look pretty the way I've done it in my thing. So let's maybe get this access denied error. Let's copy this thing, and let's get this access. Okay, I'm not sure why I have named it differently here. I've named it access denied here, but I haven't. Okay, let me just check again. Maybe this is a different one actually. Okay, I think it's the same one, but I've named it a bit differently here. But that's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. So we'll just change this name to access denied or something like that, so it's consistent. And of course, we are using an alert component from Shadcn, so let's quickly install that. So make sure you go here, do this thing, and instead of the npx Shadcn UI add latest, just add alert here. So we're going to be using this alert thing here, and that is installed for us. So we can just install that. And now if I save this file, and if I go back, here we go, guys. Beautiful. We have a nice little access denied. Now this should be in the center. I'm not sure why this is not in the center, because this is in the layout. I think I must have forgot to set up my layout for my homepage, which we're gonna do. We're gonna take a look at that as well. Actually, let's just do it right now, so we get rid of that as well. Let's go to this layout here. Okay, let me just check in my Google Forms thing. I have the exact same access error. Let's go to app directory, and let's go to home, and let's go to layout here. Okay, so maybe it's in the page or something. We have forgot something, or we have a min height screen. So let's maybe check in the page here. And okay, yeah, so I forgot to do the styling for my main tag here, and that's the reason we don't have it. So let's just copy this styling here, and we can import cn from utils, and you can see I have some basic styling here. So if you have the error, then we're going to say background gray 100. Otherwise, we're going to say background of whatever the background is. All right, so let's go back to the app, and now you can see we have this beautiful access denied error, and we can clear it. As soon as I clear this error, you can see it goes back, because what I've done in this component is when I click on clear error, it basically takes me back to the landing page, right? So now if I click on get started, it's going to show me that access denied error, because I don't have access. Now, how do you give access to users, right? It's pretty easy. All you have to do, go to that dashboard here and just add member. Remember, only the logged in members would be able, you can only add the logged in member. So if I type in a random email here or something, you can see it's not going to work, because this guy is not a part of my application, right? He's not like a logged in user or something. So first you have to actually sign up. So you can see Luke is a guy who actually signed up. So I can click on his name. I can give him member access here, and I can just add him like that. And as soon as I do this, guys, go back to this. If I refresh, of course, if I clear the error, and if I click get started here, I have access, just like that, guys. Now if this wasn't easy, now I really want to know what else could be easy for this, right? Like, we literally just implemented in, I think, 15 minutes or so, the organizational support using Clerk. Clerk is absolutely amazing. I just love their platform. Super easy to use. And it's and if you want to check more about like organizations, I recommend checking out like their organization. I think it's, if you search for like they have like UI components and stuff. Just search on the Clerk documentation. You will find like they have a lot of nice, like, whole entire UI flow for organizations. So if you want an app with completely organizational supports and stuff, like, you can also build an app like that. So yeah, this is like beautiful, right? So to implement Clerk organizations. So you can see now, not random people cannot just access your app like that. So you can do it this way, nicely like this. I hope you guys like the build, honestly, and I think that's it for today's video, guys. We are done. Actually, we have completed all the functionalities. I think next step should be to deploy this app to Vercel, and which is super easy to do as well. So what we're gonna do right now is open up our terminal, and what you want to do is just type in Vercel here. So just type in Vercel. Oh, by the way, if you don't have the Vercel CLI installed, go to something called Vercel CLI. Just search something like this and click on the Vercel CLI and just copy this command. Like, if you use npm, copy this npm install global Vercel, and it's going to install the Vercel CLI. And I just like to use Vercel because it's super easy. Just using one command, you can deploy the entire app. So just type in Vercel after you install the CLI. It's going to ask you that if you want to deploy this set up and deploy this build. So I'm just gonna say yes. Then it's going to ask you the scope which you want to deploy. I'm going to deploy to my team scope. You can deploy it to your personal account. You want to say my team, and if you're not logged in, it might ask you to like authenticate first. So just authenticate, follow the steps, and you're gonna follow the exact same steps. And then you want to say no here. What's your project name? This is my project name. This is the directory. So select everything yes here. And what you want to do in the meantime is go to your environment file, get all your variables, copy them, and we don't want to modify any settings, so make sure you say enter here and click on this inspect link. So you want to open this inspect link, guys. For some reason I can't actually open this. Okay, I can open it now. Okay, open the inspect link you get, guys, and then this is not going to work the first time because we don't have the environment variables. So click on the project, go to settings, and click on these environment variables. And what you want to do is copy that environment variable, the entire file, and just paste it in this first input right over here. And if you do this, you can see it gives you nice warnings now that this key, which is prefixed with next public, includes the term key might expose sensitive information. So be careful when you're using next public, right? Because this Clerk publishable key is fine. You can expose this because it's not something like a secret. Clerk secret key should never be next public. So it also gives you these nice little warnings. And you can select all the environments here, just save them right over like that, and let it build this one. And I think you can actually stop it, to be honest. You can cancel deployment. You can just cancel this, and what we can do is we can just build this again. So just do Vercel again, and what's gonna happen now? It's gonna build this again. It's gonna give you a nice little URL. Copy this inspect URL, and you can see you're already right over here. So let it build this thing, and now because we have the environment variables, it's going to load from those environment variables, and most probably it's going to have the correct configuration out of the box for us. So that's it, guys. This is the last step. This is the final step of the build to deploy this application. So you can have this on your portfolios, or you can extend this. I really recommend that you guys extend this build and really make it so sick and so nice, because honestly you could go ahead and go crazy with this kind of thing, right? So you could do that. Alright, so let's go back to Vercel and let's see. Okay, we got an error. Okay, compiler server unexpectedly exited. Okay, I mean this is an error, but it's still building. It's saying compiler server unexpectedly exited with code whatever. So I have never faced this error before, by the way. So let's just search about this. Maybe this build is filled with loads of errors, right? I mean, it's really crazy. There's so many errors we debugged in this build, and okay, I'm not sure what this is because it's still building right now. It's still building. So I think that's fine. It's probably not an error. I'm not sure why it's red here, because usually when it's red, it actually does not work. Your deployment, it doesn't work. And you can see you get the deployment URLs. The only thing, the issue with this is you get this weird URL. So this is not a production deployment. So if you go and check, this is not like a production deployment. So you get this weird. So if you want to deploy this to production, just probably go here. Click here, and you can promote to production here. So you can see this nice little button. Click here, promote to production, and now what's going to happen is going to build it again, and it's going to build this for production. So you'll get a better URL than this probably, because this URL is a very huge long URL. Once this builds for production, get a nice little URL. So yeah, let me know, guys, if you like this build and if you want more of these builds in future. Let me know. I'll be happy to build some more stuff like this, some more really cool stuff like this. And really thanks to the guys again at One Entry. To be honest, it's my first monster on the channel, so really huge. And the support really keeps the channel running. So amazing thanks to them, and please check them out. Just check them out for this build and just use them. You're gonna get a promo code anyways. So just redeem that promo code and try to use the platform and try to see how it works for you. Okay, let's go back here, and Let's see if this works. If this works and if this is all green, we're gonna get a green light, and we're gonna look at the build, the deployed and finished build. And you can see here there's an update available actually, so we can do update that as well. Great. I think it's almost done, guys. So almost done. Brace yourselves. All right. I think trace Next.js deploying outputs. That's it. We're gonna get a nice confetti. I think not a confetti, but something like nice. To be honest, here you go. We have a custom domain. Now you can see it's a much better domain. So you get this custom domain when you deploy to production. So click on this one, and then you're gonna see your application. Here you go. We get the nice little sign button. I mean, of course, feel free to change these links. Just as a basic landing page. If I click on get started, I'm gonna get to Clerk, continue with Google. So firstly, let's log in with an account which is not mine, like which is not a part of the thing. We should get access denied right now. Here you go, guys. You get access denied because we are not a part of this thing. So we can request access, clear the error, and of course it's not going to work as many times as I try because it's protected and secured by Clerk. So let's sign out. Let's maybe log in with my main account now, from which I have access to, right? So I'm going to log in with my main account, and now we should be redirected to nice dashboard. Here you go. We have the search bar. So let's maybe try using the search bar. Let's go to car registration form. Here you go. We have a beautiful registration form, and now we have responses. So let's click on responses. We get these nice little responses, and this is all deployed. So beautiful. And let's maybe click questions. Let's copy this link and maybe open this in a new tab and try to submit stuff. Let's try submitting. I mean, I want to submit another form because I keep submitting the same exact form. Let's maybe submit like I don't know, maybe submit a product feedback form or something. Not a product feedback form. Let me submit like a job application form. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's submit a job application form because the entire video I've been submitting one form. So let's submit like my name's Ali, or I'm just gonna say Ali Codes, name of the channel. This is not going to work, of course, resume upload because I haven't covered the file functionality. In future, I might do so, but right now I haven't. I'm just gonna say full stack engineer 3.5. Can I do 0.5? Let's try. Let's see if we can do 0.5. And let's try submitting. Okay, you can't because you see it accepts an integer value, so it's not a float, right? So you cannot do that. So I'm just gonna say 4, and I'm just gonna submit this. And it's saying form includes incorrect values. Okay. Okay, we get this error, so we might need to check that. We might need to check this. That what is an incorrect value here or something. Maybe we don't have cover letter. That's why. Okay, so it's not actually working. Okay, I'm not sure what this is. Let's try submitting. Maybe let's try refreshing this, and let's try doing this. Let's try submitting just my name, and let's try submitting here. Okay, so it works when I try to submit just my name. I think when I try to submit like this, most probably it's going to work as well. Okay, it does not. So when I select like a radio button field, then it kind of does not work actually. And when I try to submit like my name, and when I try to submit like my years of experience, and I try to submit, I think it works. Okay, so there's maybe a problem, an issue with the radio field. Let's maybe try also with some other forms. Let's try the car registration one. Let's click on send and let's copy this. Let's go to this form. Let's maybe have the car name as, okay, I'm just gonna say, okay, I'm just gonna say Ferrari. Okay, 213 is the plate name. I'm just gonna say convertible, and the car price I'm just gonna say 75,000. And let's see if this one works. If you get an error here, that means there's a, okay, so I don't know why there's a problem with the there's a problem with the radio buttons for most probably the job application one. Let's maybe try the event registration. Let's see if we can do it here. Okay, let's try this one. So for the event registration, let's maybe just say test event or something. Let's maybe say my email let's just say any email. To be honest, we can just say email.com. Let's just say 12345 here. The date of birth. Okay, we can actually select that as well. We can just say, for example, let's just say Fab, and let's say this one. I just want to select random stuff right now. I'm actually speaker, so submit this. Okay, this one works as well. So there's just an issue with that product feedback form, I suppose. Let's also go to One Entry CMS and confirm if we get this data. So event registration form, let's click on that, data sent by the form, and you can see you get this nice little test event, date of birth, and every single thing. So there's just a problem with the product feedback form. I'll try to see this, guys, and I'll try to check this out and let you guys know what the problem is. Probably this is maybe something, a very silly thing which I haven't I didn't check it out. But let's also try the product feedback form, since we have tried every single form now. So let's also try this one. Let's say MacBook Pro. Let's say the rating is going to be 9, and let's try submitting. And there you go, it's submitted. So beautiful. So all types of forms actually work. It's the only problem we faced was with the the job app. I think it was job application form. So I'll try to see what the issue is and try to fix have a fix for this. But that's it, guys. That's it for today's build. And let me know if you guys liked it, didn't like anything. Please feel free to tell me. I think it's a really cool, really cool build, to be honest. Really, one of the really longest builds I've done again. So yeah, until the next video, guys, stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next one.